Marty Valenti here. He's got a bunch of resolutions, is that right?
Yes, 6 to be exact, I believe.
So the first one is resolution number 5?
10.5, correct.
10:45?
10.5.
10.5.
10.5 is a resolution rejecting the 2 proposals that we received for an RFP for operation of the impound services. Both bidders had material defects in their paperwork. A committee was set up to include the law department, people from my staff, as well as other DPW, and they came up with a reasoning, which I believe is attached to the resolution page.
You say 10:45?
10.5.
Okay.
So this is, the original plan was to have like multiple locations for impound services, right?
Correct.
And is that still the administration's intent, is to?
If the bidders are available. So right now, we only had 2 bidders,
Yeah.
one being in Greenville, the other one being in the Heights, but there was, I don't think they fully comprehended the RFP because there were a lot of issues with the evaluation process. That's why the committee recommended that both, bids be rejected and we go back out.
The current services are being provided by Sims, is that right?
That is correct.
So the original proposal was, the original idea, I should say, was how many sites again?
We were trying to get at minimum of 2 or 4, depending if we went for each district. But again, the way it came out with the 2 respective bidders, there are various issues with their bid paperwork. So hopefully, when we go back out, we attract more. We're looking for a revenue sharing type scenario where the city would get something in return as far as once the cars are auctioned. One bidder didn't really understand that, and the other bidder didn't agree with it. So.
And Brian, is it the administration's intent to continue this? I mean, you have a change in leadership at DPW. You're still looking to move forward in this?
Yeah, we're going to do a new RFP. I mean, Allison started today, so we'll definitely have discussions about it. It also gives us a chance to think about if we want to make any changes to the RFP, so, which we may or may not.
And how are services being rendered at this point? I mean, how is Sims doing?
Well, currently, we do not have any sort of contract at all with Sims. So there is, we're in total, having issues with the billing as far as what we should be entitled to and what they should be entitled to. The auctions should be more, how can I say it? There should be more of a financial gain on the city's end, where we auction these cars for market value, which it's not. So we need to get something in place. At this point, if we go back out to the RFP, if it fails again, then we, according to the law department, we could negotiate a contract, which we could negotiate with either or both of the bidders. So, we would only see that, once we go back out with the second RFP.
This is going back now 2 years, right? Over 2 years. Since January 25th, 2017.
Okay.
This is, so we're basically out of contract with these guys for 2 years now.
We've been out of contract prior to that.
Prior to that even, so.
Yeah, from the initial day Sims took over, I don't believe there was any type of contract in line.
Okay, well, does anyone else have questions about this? No. Okay. Next item?
Next item is 10.43. It's a renewal of a current contract for 3 vendors for collision work. The current vendors are Plaza Auto Body, Diamond Auto Body, and Lembo Truck and Collision. And pretty much speaks for itself. They provide all repair services for all motor vehicle accidents.
This is our last renewal of this contract?
I believe it is, Councilman, yes.
It may have been in here, and I apologize if I missed it, but could you give us the kind of breakdown of the spend last year? So for the last year of the contract?
I don't have it with me, but I can get you that.
Yeah, if you could do that before
Sure.
Wednesday, that would be great.
By department, you know what I'm saying? How much is, body work from the police department and the public work in a separate? So we know that exactly which department causes most of, the collision and, issues.
But you're talking two different animals, obviously, fire department, if there's an accident, the fire trucks, because of their
Yes,
size,
we know that.
they're gonna be more expensive
Oh,
right off
sure.
the bat.
Yeah.
And then you have the police department, which is probably the majority of the accidents.
So, just divide by, breakdown by department,
Or division?
by divisions.
Yeah, I don't know how in-depth I could get into it at this point without going through all the files. I could get you a number.
I mean, let me ask this one. This one's keep ongoing issues that, those kind of things, if you create your own spreadsheet, really easy to keep track down all those things.
Again, we started to do that with the new system. But again, we're in infant stages with the new system, so I can give you what's in there currently. With a little more legwork, I can go backwards, but, it's not gonna be 100% on,
I thought the dinosaurs disappeared, from the Jersey City and from this earth long time ago. But when I
Absolutely
see
not.
that still they dinosaurs, I think
Prehistoric.
that's the legal in City Hall. No, really. Even one simple, you know what I'm saying? One spreadsheet. Use a Microsoft Excel.
we're getting there.
What's the spend for the previous years of the contract? Should we have that?
No, I don't have that on each one, what we spent last year.
This is what, the third year of the contract? Third and final?
Yes,
Could we get the spends for the first 2 years on all of these contracts?
absolutely.
You work in the private sector, right? Excel spreadsheet. You keep tracks,
You do, but if you haven't done that, it takes a long time to get the catch up to get to the point where you can actually present the information. Because if you're going from all paper files, that takes hours.
those are
to
things that
transfer.
is done 20 years ago. When
Anyone else have questions here? So Diamond is in Jersey City, Plaza's in Jersey City.
And Lembo's in Newark.
No.
Okay. Anyone have questions? No. Next item?
Next item is Resolution 10.44, authorizing the purchase of an agent to sell various vehicles at public auction. And this is part of the impounded vehicles. 27 in total.
So since we don't have a contract, when these things go out to bid, and
So, like,
we don't have any idea of like how much we're getting, or we don't get anything? Is that-
well, we're basically, the only ones that are coming because we owe them storage money. That's why it's imperative that we get this contract, whether it be with them or someone else, in place. So, everything can be accounted for. Right now, we owe them storage fee, they owe us administrative fee, and it's like a handover. Purchase agent does an auction, hands them the barrels, and it's a done deal. So, we need to get this RFP or bid, whatever it turns out to be, in place, so, we can move forward. And when we start auctioning off cars, there should be, money coming back to the city.
So if we, because of some vehicle we can come, if we not able to sell certain vehicle in a 3 open public auction, maybe if we fail the 3 times, then we should give some, sell like a bulk as a junk.
Right, well, once we get into the a contract, we could sell certain vehicles as individuals. So an individual, for hypothetical, if you have a 2017 vehicle, whatever make and model it is, and the impound storage fee is, say, $2,000, well, it's a 2017 car, obviously it's worth $2,000, so we could put that as an individual bid. And, once we start doing individual bids, we'll attract other prospective, personal, individuals as well as corporations and companies to come and bid. And that's where, it becomes competitive. You like the car and 3 other people like the car, the bid price is gonna go up and up and up, and, you have some competition. Right now, Sims is the only one that comes to them, because everybody knows it's pretty much a handover because of the storage fees. So, again, that's why we need to get our contract in place and move forward with it.
Okay.
Okay, your next item?
10.45 is a resolution authorizing purchase agent to sell various city-owned vehicles that are no longer needed at public auction. So, as everyone knows, a couple months ago, you guys approved us to purchase 35 unmarked police cars. In turn, the administration required us to take 35 out. So there's a good portion of them coming out, as well as we just recently bought 11 sweepers. So we'll be replacing the sweepers. So these are all vehicles that are no longer needed for use by the city or have reached their age of no longer being viable pieces of equipment.
Which are the sweepers, the Elgins?
The Elgins. There's the Elgins, and there's one that's a Ford. I believe it's a Ford.
Let's see if I can buy me a sweeper. Anyone have questions about this?
So what is the problem with Elgin? Is that item number 24?
They break down constantly. They don't really pick any dirt up. They just push it around.
24. Yeah, so 24 is a regenerative air sweeper. It's been nothing but a headache since the day we bought it. It is, I believe it's 2013, right?
15.
15? Or was it?
With the crosswinds, LG crosswinds?
Okay. Yeah, 2015. That was purchased prior to the merger. It really, constant electrical issues. It's a two-engine type scenario. It very rarely gets used. So, at this point, a small town realistically could come in and buy something like that and get away with using it. These things are out 6 days a week, so they do take a beating, but, it doesn't work for what we use it for.
But I mean, that when we purchased that, probably they come with like some kind of warranty, 5 years, 100,000 miles. Then if we continue to have a problem, the way you claim that, why we not deal with the sellers at the time? To sell something.
Well, because the warranties, Councilman, are only on certain things. Trust me, we've had the Elgin in here, and we've gone back and forth with them. It went to the point we had this thing out of service for almost 4 months because we sent it back to the dealer. See, with something like that, you're dealing with really 2 different vendors. You're dealing with because it's a truck-mounted unit. So you're dealing with, it's a Sterling truck and Elgin body. So you get into the he said, she said, or it's not mine, it's theirs, and everything else. Back and forth, and again, it was out of service for a long period of time. We put it back in service after the 2 vendors went over it. It was operating, and it came up with another issue. To keep fixing it, it's to the point where they don't want to use it because it's constantly breaking down. And, at this point, it still works something, so let's get something, for it to help us offset some of the other things.
So we purchased a lot of new machine. I hope that will also, that
The new machines are only one manufacturer.
One company.
One company, one manufacturer.
We did get a warranty for that.
And we do
But when
have an
you see that
extended
the
warranty.
2015, which is the hundreds and $1,000 machine, have to be sold auction.
So this is a vacuum sweeper. So all the new ones we bought are vacuum sweepers. They surpass that by far. They're smaller, more compact, they can get in and out of locations. This sits actually on a truck chassis with a 40,000 pound GVW on it. So it's a big machine. The new ones are more,
What kind of person or what kind of organization gonna buy that kind of machine?
use any private maintenance company that goes out and does like the strip malls or anything like that, or even other municipalities. Other municipalities would, you know, all of these sweepers would have great use because they'll use them once or twice a month. So to come out and get a sweeper, and even if they had to put $25,000, $30,000 into the machine, it's a lot cheaper than spending $225,000 to buy new ones that you're only going to use once or twice a week.
Councilman Robinson.
We only purchased one crosswind in 2015?
Yeah.
It was just a test, I guess?
Again, that was done under the former incinerator authority, so I really wasn't involved with that at that point. But that's what that goes back, that was
And the
purchased.
total purchase price was how much?
I want to say a minimum of 200.
Yeah. So if we see that the years and the sweeping machine, we sell the 2004 as impound and auction, understandable, 15 years of use. But if we put in that the 2004 years old machine, we sell like, then I scratch my study head. You know, we, at the first place, getting that proper machine from the company, they gave us the lemon, not the orange was it. When we get the orange, 2004, 2003, we able to come out like a 15 years service.
I agree.
But when you're 2017, and 17 or 15, 15, 4 years that we have to be sold by auction, that means we got orange, not orange.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that, Councilman, because you gotta realize, with the amount, like the other engines, you're looking at 2004s, those are far surpassed their life expectancy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The amount of use that the sweepers get, and you know, they're out there, everyone sees them 6 days a week. They should be replaced every five years. You know, we're in a process of putting that together, what we think a time frame is to replace certain types of vehicles. You know, we're far exceeding our use, and trust me, the other vehicles that we're auctioning, we've definitely got our money's worth out of them, and then some.
All right.
So what happens if they are not auctioned, particularly the sweepers? The rest of these vehicles are like, what, they're police?
They're a mix. So you have sanitation vehicles, you got old dump trucks, you got old machines, you got old garbage trucks, you got pickup trucks, trailers. I mean, it's a, you know, what else we got? Old garbage trucks. We got 2 30-year-old garbage trucks.
So what do you do with them when they're not sold?
I mean, at this point, I mean, I would talk to the purchasing agent. In the past, we've had auctions and we didn't sell them, but we do try to do it again, auction them again, you know, do a second auction, and then after that, you know, we would get scrapped.
So just with these vehicles, I ask you to consider possibly donations if it gets to that point.
We could do that, I mean, with other, especially sweepers, if you want to give another, you know, do $1 intergovernment thing with like another smaller municipalities throughout the state that, you know, would have the use for something like that. Yeah.
I know somebody who's done fire trucks to the Dominican Republic.
Yep,
or something like
absolutely.
that, right? So could
Okay.
do something similar. I don't know if they're looking for sweepers, but
And now the Gulfstream, I'm looking at a picture of a Cavalier, that's a trailer?
Yeah, so those two of them, I believe, those were trailers that were purchased by FEMA when Hurricane Katrina hit. After FEMA determined that there was a formaldehyde issue with them, they basically took them out of service in New Orleans and they gave them to all the municipalities throughout the country. So we had converted some of them to like a mobile command truck. The police was using it for recruitment. Going back a while ago, fire had them. They just got to the point now, and they're beat up, and you know they're not worth keeping. So
Where are we storing these?
in DPW right now.
What was the amount of package?
With something, I don't know if it was in the fabric or in the walls with the insulation.
Anything else, council members?
No,
Okay. Your next item?
10.50, awarding the contract to Northeast Auto on the state contract for heavy-duty truck parts, fire equipment, and snow equipment.
So is this one that went to bid? Is this a new contract?
State contract.
But it's a new.
Yeah, so it's an additional, just to be prepared for the winter, to make sure that we have enough funds in place once we start, getting in depth into getting this snow equipment ready.
So what do we have in addition to this? Right?
Well, Northeast has two contracts. They have a contract under a co-op and a contract under state contract. So they are pretty much local vendor that we use for most of our heavy-duty parts. Police trucks, fire trucks, sanitation, or mostly all the heavy-duty stuff.
so, but did you know that 1050, right?
Yes.
You guys have prepared the wrong resolution. If you read the resolution, I don't know who prepared that. First paragraph, where is the funding you can provide the voice and data telecommunication network service to land telephone lines. And also not only that, third paragraph, you say country amount is $500,000, and written say $114,000. You guys screwed this one actually. Come up with a different, okay?
All right, well,
I cannot accept that.
Where's the 150?
1050, if you see the first paragraph of
It's the third
where is it?
whereas.
Funding is required to provide
Third whereas.
voice and data telecommunications network services to land the telephone line, blah, blah, blah.
all right, well,
And the title, and also third paragraph, whereas Northeast Order Traffic Park in say $114,000 and by numbers $500,000 you guys put it in. And the country is also with the $500,000. So this is unacceptable. So I ask the business administrator, prepare for, provide correct title, correct content, correct amount resolution, okay?
no problem. I'll bring that up to the purchasing agent and have it amended.
But in addition to that, I guess everything Todd said is right because those are errors. So I guess why are we doing this through the state contract as opposed to going to bid for it?
Of course, the amount of parts, you really, with the diverse fleet that we have, to go to bid and list every car part,
Okay.
truck part, would be a monumental task.
Okay.
So this is basically a blanket. They have, the state does all the legwork for us, and the co-ops do all the legwork for the municipalities. That's what makes life, easy with the co-ops and state contracts.
How expensive or how much is the other contract we have in Northeast?
It's significant. Exact number, I don't know offhand, I can get you that, but again, we're dealing with, on average, fire trucks, 15, 20 years old.
Sure.
An alternator on a fire truck, because of the equipment that they run, could run up to $4,000 or $5,000 just for an alternator.
Why do we need a new contract versus why not just do this under the old contract?
The old contract, I believe we had a dollar amount, so
Okay.
this is above and beyond that dollar amount,
Okay.
as a precautionary measure to make sure that we don't run short.
Couldn't we have done a change order to that contract?
We can, but I'm not mistaken, the change order would be less than this contract.
So Hector, this is the wrong resolution, okay? It's a, I think Councilman James Sullivan, Mr. But
1050.
1050,
5-0.
Now we see it.
your title and the content
Just looking for here.
is not matched
Where
with
is
that.
funding required? Yeah, so that's purchasing, and when I get back, I will email
So
us to
please
Peter. and have it
provide
addressed.
replacement to till before this Wednesday, okay?
Absolutely.
All right.
Can you provide the breakdown of all the costs under the Northeast contract?
Breakdown as far as
In the last year, what have we spent that money on?
individual parts
I
wise,
mean, as much detail as you can.
I would not be able to do a breakdown at that point, at this point, on parts, I mean, I could give copies of bills with the various, parts on them, but, you're talking again. So Northeast is the heavy duty for the entire city. And again, they're the only vendor we're using for heavy duty parts.
I mean, look, I'm just concerned about the email, right? It's a lot of money. We already have an existing contract.
We already have
We already have an existing contract on this stuff. I'm just looking for sort of the, kind of the, maybe to, how do I phrase this? It's like, the burden of proof would be on DPW to say, this is all the information we're gonna give you to demonstrate why we need this extra $500,000. Right?
Well, I mean,
as opposed to us just checking the box and just saying yes,
Understandable, Councilman. The amount of money that we spend on these, again, is due to the age of the fleet.
Sure.
There's a lot of things that we shouldn't be fixing, to be honest with you, but because of, we don't have the new vehicles, we have to fix them. And, the vehicles are getting to the point where they're beyond their life cycle. It's getting harder and harder. Some of the vehicles that we, in the previous resolution that we're auctioning because we can no longer get parts for them.
Right.
So, and when you get to this point where you need parts, the vendors take advantage of it because they know how hard it's to get. They're gonna get you, but you're gonna pay a premium price on it. With this new system that we're implementing, these questions I can very simply answer for you down the road with just basically, a punch out of all the various models and say, this is X, Y, and Z.
So my understanding, right, is this a duplication of a contract?
It's an additional.
It's an additional contract with the same vendor.
Another $500,000?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the original contract was $500,000?
No, I'm not 100% sure what the original contract. Do you know what the original contract was?
So,
I mean, if you look at the budget, automotive was increased, I think in part because of these costs, but that's,
That's right. I don't like coming back for a second bite of the apple, but I don't want to fall short either in the wintertime when we're trying to get all this equipment done.
so then who's this is a really, when we talk about the auto part purchase and the auto repair, that we have a really major concern about that, is that now, who is the your department person when the auto repair shop claim that we gotta change XYZ part, who actually go out investigating and auditing their job?
On the internal repairs?
Not an internal repair, because I'm not gonna talk about internal repair. I think even a few years ago, you guys have the inventory system for the part what you purchased it. So I'm not gonna say that, but you guys are gonna print that the software gonna be now maintain the part inventory, so it's okay. But now we talk about when the XYZ shop, I'm gonna say that auto shop Dennis, we dropped our trucks here. She say, oh, you gotta fix the XYZ. Two different case. One, repairing case. Second, change of part. When they're repairing, we only pay what? Labor. But when they change a part, we pay part and labor.
Correct.
So, who is the person, City of New Jersey, your department, go out to look at the part? Yes, you have a repairable, or we have to change it. We'll make a decision. You
So,
just based on auto shop, repair shop?
So
what they say?
the procedure for repairs, that when the vehicle is sent out, vehicle will be brought into the shop and looked at by one of our own mechanics as well as one of our supervisors. When they look, depending on the job and depending on the amount of work that we have, the supervisor makes the decision to send it out. Send it out to a vendor. The vendor has to submit to myself and other supervisors in the shop an estimate of what the cost is to repair the vehicle. Depending on the cost and depending on the other parameters, the year, the make, what's being repaired, what type of shape the car is, I made the decision on yes, we repair it, no, we don't repair it.
So then you have, your department have a program to get some estimate price for each part and calculated labor part, how many hours you require? Do you have a program for that?
That is the part of the second part of the program that we just recently did. We are implemented, we're doing work orders first. Second part of it is parts and outside vendors. So that is forthcoming in the future, what we spent.
So
I mean, we
because-
get estimates, like, I mean, I got an estimate last week for a vehicle, that was a 2006 police car. It was an $8,000 bill. Things, 2008, went 190,000 miles on it. It's not worth it. So we chose to take that vehicle out of service as opposed to repairing it.
So then, as a councilperson, I'm gonna ask you how much you provide good, your job or not, based on numbers. So then I'm gonna ask you, how much they want to job and claim, how much you actually adjust from their claim. Can you have the data provided to city council?
How much, I'm sorry.
So in other words, repair shop claim that we gotta fix the XYZ part to repair so-and-so, so total we bill 80,000, 80 too much, right? 8,000 is okay? 8,000. After you review, you say, no, this one we believe that $6,000 is right. How much, what they claim, then what you make it based on your knowledge and judgment, the price difference, what is it? Do you have any data for that?
No. So the majority of the cost on these vehicles, why they're so high, is parts. The parts is the cost. The labor rates, we have a contract with these vendors for minimum amounts of hourly rate. The parts, because they're becoming increasingly hard to get, is where you're paying a premium on. I mean, your cost across the board, whether it be with external vendors or internal purchase of parts, you're paying an exorbitant amount of money because the parts are no longer in existence. Some of the parts had to be literally remanufactured by local places, and you're gonna pay a premium. You know,
In some cases, a
fleet.
lot of cases, we're gonna have to refurnish the part.
We need to move.
We're gonna get.
So what are we trying to resolve here? Do you have what you need?
Yeah, just, no, but they don't have the data, any. they don't have
The
no
data is forthcoming
track record for
once
that.
we start implementing everything.
So, you know what I'm saying? So
Listen,
I'm just saying, what
we
they
know what
claim,
we're
you
getting
have to
at.
adjust what you pay actually, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
So let's just clarify what's being, what's going to be provided here, what's requested and provided.
I think there's two things. I mean, the first is to correct the resolution. And the second thing is to provide as much data as possible so we can understand why this extra $500,000 is requested. And understand what Marty was saying is we're putting a new system in place. Eventually, it'll give us the granular data we want. We don't have it now, so we're just looking for whatever we can have before Wednesday.
Can you provide us
or-
the current contract and how much has been spent? How's that?
Sure.
that's fine.
So it's what we call, each vehicle should have, keep the history of maintenance. Based on maintenance history, the city council, we can say that, listen, we spend more than $2-3 million in repairs part, $2-3 million, we repair outsourcing, and we spend $1 million just to purchase a part to repair an auto vehicle in our shop. Then we say, listen, certain vehicle over the years,
it's not-
so 50,000 vehicle over the 2 years, we spend $40,000 to repair cost. Then our answer very simple: dump it up, sold the car, because it's not worth to keep repairing. You know what I'm saying?
I can tell you emphatically, Councilman, the majority of the equipment we have should not even be on the road. We'll be straightforward with you.
Okay.
They're old, they're rotted, they're in rough shape. I mean, Director Ortiz has done a phenomenal job keeping the fleet going.
So-
But, the city needs to have a commitment that we're gonna replace the vehicles within a certain time frame, and they're not cheap. I mean, look what we just did with fire trucks, how expensive they are. You're talking $1 million for a fire
You
truck.
say just right. When we build the city on next building, because if we build our own city building, we will save the rent space for government in all of the places city. That's one of the reasons we build up our own. Same things, you know what I'm saying? So if we have so much expense we go out, then we say, listen, all those vehicles we should be auctioning, whatever we do, we should be, city council issue $10-20 million, replace all the vehicle is long term, we save more dollars, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So you, in order to make that kind of decision, our council, you as have to provide data, based on data, we can make it.
Right. We are in a process, working with the administration, on putting a vehicle replacement plan together. So to put I'm gonna say a number on how many years we should have a police car in service, how many years we should have a roll-off with a plow and spreader in service. So, and that'll give us a gauge to say, you know, we're looking at it, and it's a grading system, so for each component, you would grade, is it rusted, is, you know, the engine have high mileage, above a certain amount, below a certain amount, engine hours. So that would give us the ability to say, okay, this is what we need to replace the fleet, or replace portions of the fleet.
Okay, so that was then, this is now. So you will to keep the old repair history on each vehicle, correct? Number
Going
one.
forward, correct.
Correct, please. So that's the way we do it. So if I go your place now, do me a favor, can I have your inventories? Can I go to shop? Can I check that the old items, whatever list of inventory and what actually in the shelf? If we do that, you will provide those.
Not on inventories. I said repairs. So it's like I explained to you from the beginning. This is done by steps. We got to get the repair orders and the work orders done internally. Once that's done, we'll be moving to inventory control and everything with all current parts. It's a two-step, few-step process.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So we'll have the corrections to 10.50, and then we need the the current contract and the amount that's spent out.
Correct.
Okay?
All right.
Let's go to 10.51.
10.51 is resolution also award a contract to Lease Service and Center, National Cooperative Leasing for a 3-year lease on 4 electric Nissan Leafs.
Anyone have questions?
Yeah. This is after 3 years of lease. After 3 years, what happened?
3 years lease, it's either we turn them back and they sell them for whatever the price is available, or we buy them outright.
Okay, so now the next question is that 3 years, we have an option to return, or we have option to purchase based on the market value,
That's
whatever
correct.
resale value. Now,
Right.
then my second question, each vehicle, how many miles?
No.
How many miles include? 10,000 miles each vehicle?
There is no
12,000 miles?
mileage restriction on the electric vehicles.
I'm sorry?
No mileage restriction with the electric vehicles.
No mileage restriction. Then, only this one? Or, okay, then let me ask this one. I do some research. This vehicle is not the whole big luxury vehicle, it's a small, tiny vehicle. When I look at it, usually when you lease this vehicle, 3 years, when you have a 3 years lease, usually they pay $220 a month, and with the 12,000 miles. But now, this one, we pay $475 a month, each car for 3 years. So the price is a big difference.
So, Councilman, I don't know, I mean, the
Because
numbers
of
for a
the
lease, I
unlimited
wish I could find a $250 a month lease. I mean, the leases are out there. I mean, today, you're not leasing a car with no money out of your pocket for under $300-400 a month. You know, this is a lease of 4 vehicles where the city's not putting any money up front, so we're financing basically the cost of the vehicle over a 3-year period.
No, I think you misunderstand. When you lease this car, go to place, you put on maybe $4,000 or $5,000 down, and you lease 3 years.
Correct.
And 12,000 miles. Average lease cost $230 a month. Okay. Now we, City of New Jersey, lease this car, 3 years, 7 years, but we have no mileage limit. You know what I'm
And
saying?
no money down.
No money down. Okay.
So your 250 number now is 400.
Listen, if anybody calculation is a mess, come on right away then. So I just want to make sure. So we try to maximize the taxpayer dollar. This kind of vehicle without unlimited mileage, then we gotta push this vehicle for 24 hours operation area. Then it makes sense. You understand? But if you use this one operating 9 to 5, only certain randomly use, then this is not worth to lease. You have math. If you have math, it's a basic math, not needed like algebra, just basic math. So first things I want to make sure that you're going to purchase this 4 electric vehicle. Where are you going to use it?
So, okay, so one question first. Well, one thing to note is that this is lease to buy. It's not lease and return necessarily. If we want to.
Oh, it's not.
Well, I said you have the option of either or.
So right, at the end of the lease, we could return it and get money for it, which is in the contract, or we can keep it. But our intention is to keep it.
Do you have to pay anything after the 3 years?
It's sort of like, there's an estimated value at the end of the contract, and if it's below, if for some reason it's like totally, we
Right,
beat the thing up, we're gonna not get all that money for it, but if it makes more than that, then we get to straight the problem.
So
yes.
the electric vehicles
Let me
obviously are the
let me
hot.
finish this one. When you lease the vehicle, 3 years, this case unlimited. I love it. You know. Now, when you 3 years later, when you unlimited mileage, when you return it, except to wear and tear, if any bumpers are missing, we have to pay for that.
Well,
You
we're
understand?
required to maintain it from the day we get it to the day we either purchase it at the end or return it.
Then
We're
that's it.
no different than you or I going and leasing a
Let me make
vehicle.
it more simple question. 3 years later, unlimited miles, when you return it, or when we decide to purchase, how much is the price we have to pay?
Depending on the market,
What you write it?
depends on the market value.
No, don't say that. On the contract,
There's an estimated value.
There's an estimated value
Yes,
for
how
it
was it?
now, but the way it works, because electric vehicles are so new and they're also the hot potato, so to speak, in the industry, I mean, they're not, the electric vehicle leases aren't as clean cut as a traditional combustion engine. There's the little, how can I put them, upcharges that the leasing companies are putting in there because of these.
doesn't matter how you describe,
I stepped away, but
When
we
you
need to
write-
wrap this up.
when you write the contract, when you have a lease, sign the lease contract, they make very clear spells out, that's the basic common sense in the business. When you 3 years later, hey, City of Jersey, when you purchase this vehicle, you gotta pay so much. It's there, read the contract.
So can I just make a quick recommendation? I have similar concerns as the councilman. Wouldn't this be the type of thing that we could ask our finance team or Danny, just write up a quick memo that's describing why they think this is a financially good deal for the city, you know, what the potential
Yeah.
costs are in 3 years, just so we can have that, and how does this compare to other leases, and just sort of, you know,
So-
give us the facts to make the choice.
Simple is when you, actually, special leasing, when you provide the leasing, you should provide to us, the council, comparison chart. Purchase, total, how much is your finance cost for that? When you lease, what is that? And on the day, by numbers, which is the best, and the maintenance, which is more favorable. You gotta provide, instead just lease it. Instead to do that,
We'll get that,
all right?
Yeah,
You can do that?
Yeah.
It's very simple. If you ask them, they'll
That's
provide.
fine, that's fine, we'll do it. And if we can't get it by Wednesday, we'll hold it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You know, those kind of things, because we lease at the police car, we lease other vehicles, so your department should have certain format to provide this to the council. You got it?
Okay, so let's just, we understand what's going to be provided, or
Yep, I got it, I got it.
just recap for Marlene, so she knows for.
Financial
analysis of,
the leaf leases.
You know why I like the Brian Platt? He has a common sense, business common sense. So he understands right away.
Okay.
Don't like too much what I say.
Thank you.
All right, Sammy, Hector, let's all make a intentional to move more quickly through this. We have 10.41 and 10.52. 4.1 and 5.2. 41 and 52, resolutions. Resolution 41 authorizes the renewal of a contract with Starlight Electric LLC to provide sports lighting and scoreboard maintenance at numerous ball fields for the Department of Public Works Division of Park Maintenance.
Okay, now this one,
Sam, you want to say anything before?
Yes, this is for the parks listed below are Pershing Field, Mary Benson, Country Village, Little League, Caven Point, Roberto Clemente, Montgomery Gateway, Enos Jones, West Side, Bayside, Lincoln Park West, Metro Field, and Berry Lane. This would include all the sports lighting on the fields as well as the scoreboards.
Okay, Councilman Yun.
Okay, this one, actually, you presented this council, last council meeting, and I asked a certain documentation as to provide, and you didn't. That's not your fault. I think at this time, one blame the Brian Black, business administrator. Okay, he didn't ask you.
I have common sense.
Yeah, common sense.
That's good know.
So now, this is what it is. I want to make sure that all those ball fields able to provide scoreboard light, because that is a very essence to that field. And especially, I want to make sure that Councilman Daniel, they're happy with that, those kind of things. You know, so I support 100%. But now, we're going to make a $164,000 contract. If you see the contract, they have a 3-part. One, we call that the seasonal startup service, which is cost of $39,000, and we say $40,000. And the second portion of the contract called year-round service, which is more than $100,000. Third part of the contract is a part allowance, $15,000. So startup service, they come up maybe March, February, make sure all the scoreboard is working condition,
lights.
coming season, lipo, so and so.
Correct.
That's what service. Actually, startup service make sure that all the scoreboard, the lighting, ready to serve the people of Jersey, any ball can fill. But you never know. Middle of the month, maybe June, July, some issue come up, so they show up. They're going to change a light bulb. They're going to change a transformer or whatever they call. They call year-round service. Year-round service, they charge $275 per hour. So I asked last year. I'm not arguing with the startup service, $39,000. I'm not arguing with that.
Okay.
But I'm gonna want to know how much last year we pay for year-round service. So in other words, how many times they show up based our phone call, and what are they fixed?
You want last?
Because we give to them 15,000 part. In other words, whatever you fix that, you need a part, we pay up to $15,000. So we want to make sure that, number two, year-round service, part allowance, very important to us, to how we can save taxpayers' dollars.
Yeah.
So I want to know how much we spent last year, year-round service, how much they, and we reimburse part allowance.
I can get that.
Other than that, this one, this question of mine is now, this is not first time. I asked the same question last year, year after, year before, I mean, almost 4 or 5 years I keep asking.
So why don't we just add in, BA, if it's possible, like, since he's asking things like that, why don't we just put last year's contract and awarded numbers in these packages?
Yeah, we
So
should.
we don't have to like
Yeah, I know.
guess and come up with what might have been last year. It's like the budget book. We get the budget and we see
Yeah.
2019, 18, what was allocated for and what was
And,
actually spent. Like, why we just don't put it in? Because if he's asking this on every contract,
Yeah.
I mean, and I think we all have the same concerns, then it'd be that much easier. And
As-
it can
as
speed
we-
things up.
As we move into the digital agenda, we're going to update the fact sheet to include some of this information. So yeah, that's
So
going to take a little longer than we thought.
Reason is that I know that your department is very limited with manpower, provide the service of calculating for us the citywide. That's why you only can do so much, actually follow up, and there's so much you can audit in their bill. You know, I tell the truth, you know what I'm saying? That's why I like to see date and time you call for service, and how many hours they spend it, and what part, how much we pay per part. Because you know what?
He's asking for a lot more than,
Yeah, so this side of the city, we should be city council, we should have our own auditor to go out look at your book. But unfortunately, this city, we don't have that system. So I have to depend on you.
The council hires the auditor.
Oh, we can hire the auditor?
The council hires the auditor.
Great.
It's one of your
then we should be hire the.
The auditor meets with the Hoboken Council all the time.
Is that right?
That's right, the auditor does.
Then I'd like to ask the council, James Solomon, can't you prepare, you do a lot of research.
Sure.
Can't you prepare for the ordinance or resolution?
He's delegating well
So city can't
today.
have the ordinance.
Well, I don't even think we need to prepare, I think we just need to send them an email. And say we want to meet with the auditor.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever you want to audit, we can do it.
Oh, great. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam, I told you.
There is a budget associated with it though.
Oh, we can do that?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm gonna use most of them, I'm telling you.
It's okay, we have nothing to hide, Councilman.
So please provide, okay? Tell people Wednesday. please.
I definitely have those numbers before you, before Wednesday.
Okay. What else you got? 52?
52, yes. The resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with MJ Hogue Contracting, Inc. for providing tree planting services for the Department of Public Works Division of Park Maintenance. This would be our final option to renew, I'm sorry. This would be for our upcoming fall planting, so that's high priority, you know, it's right around the corner. Yes, if anyone has any questions with this or anything, I'll be happy to answer them.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you this one too.
Yeah.
Because the reason I'm asking, Sam Cashin compared like last year, again, continue to repeat, I'm getting tired, but I'm gonna ask you. This one, they not provide a tree. Tree, we have a separate account to purchase tree. This is just a planting service. Actually, when I speak with the tree shade committee, or other people would relate with like tree lovers, you know what I'm saying? Their number one concern is that city of Jersey, most cases, plant tree long season. You know what I'm saying? So that's the number one, they complain. Number two, their delivery tree is, I heard that, is it true or not? You gotta tell me.
Go ahead.
Like a winter season, so trees out there in the somewhere shop, just outside, like when there is a freezing weather.
Absolutely incorrect.
Incorrect. I just want to make
Absolutely.
sure, okay?
They are outdoors, but there's mulch on top of them to keep them warm during the winter seasons, which is standard practice.
Okay, so you know.
We don't have an indoor
when they-
facility.
Normal people look at it, oh, trees
No,
like that.
yeah, it's a
Maybe
common
they-
misconception. I mean, yeah, you would
So
think.
now, the last year, the tree planting company, they have warranty. If they plant a tree, they have a certain period of time, they warranty their tree planting. So how many trees they replaced were their warranty delivery last year?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So the tree planting this company, they warranty the tree. Once they plant a tree, they warranty the city of Jersey 2 years. So last year, how many replaced tree by warranty?
Last year we didn't replace many. I don't have the exact number, but it was literally a few, like a handful of them. But that was at the very beginning from the year prior, because the batch of trees, I don't know if you remember, I had sat here with you because I wanted to change up the provider of the trees because I just wasn't happy with the trees. And actually, we have a senior forester now who's working on it because we do believe, as a lot of people could tell you, sometimes it's not the planting of the trees, sometimes it's the actual trees themselves. So we think that, you know, they're literally looking over the records now. That there has to be some type of responsibility to the from the tree provider to make sure that these trees are in good health and they last, you know? So like if they die within the first few months or whatever, we would like to try to get those replaced as well.
So we pay $100,000 for how many trees?
This could get us, realistically, I think, because certain times people want to change the caliper and stuff, I'd say a little bit over 200.
200 trees for pay for.
Excuse me?
You just hold on a minute. You pay $100,000 for 200 trees planting? You gotta be kidding.
20? 200.
200.
200. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but we give them contract $100,000. This is not open in the contract.
this is the final, this is the final renewal for it. It's not.
That's what I'm saying. Then, you pay somebody $100,000 for planted 200 trees? We got all wrong job now.
And then, but you have to remember, they're planting the tree, they're adding inoculants, they're adding the stakes. The stakes are what keeps the tree together, everything. They're digging the holes, they're using all 100% their machinery. We just have supervision with them.
Oh, no. Just listen.
It's 300 trees.
300 trees?
300 trees.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, depending on the caliper.
So, Director, does this also include the removal of trees that didn't survive? For example, the trees that were planted in the spring that didn't make it, or they were bad trees, are they going to be removing those?
Yeah,
in
we
addition
could get
to
them, yes,
replant?
absolutely
Okay.
correct, absolutely
And then
correct.
what's the process if a resident had a tree that did not make it in the fall to, or rather in the spring, to have the replacement done in the fall? If they wanted a fall plant.
If they want it, we still have them use the cognito forms, only because sometimes they might want to change the trees, because as you know, Councilwoman, our trees change constantly, so if they wanted something, they had an Okami cherry, and then they wanted a pink flare, instead like, oh, now you offer that, we'd allow them to do that, and plus it's better documentation purposes, as opposed to just sending us an email or calling us on the phone saying, hey, my tree died, this, that. But we'd still set it up for inspection and everything with our ISA certified arborist to confirm that it is indeed dead, to go and, again, cognito forms keeps track of all that, it's an awesome system.
And is there a space on the cognito form to make that kind of note? So for example, a tree was planted in the fall, it didn't survive. They're requesting to have it in the spring. Is there a space on there to say this would be a replacement for the fall tree that did not survive? I need to have somebody come out and take a look at it?
Yes, there is,
Yeah?
yes, there is.
Okay. That's great.
So you did a great job, I'm telling you. I got no problem, but we just want to make sure we spend the taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
So we planting 300 tree, and the cost was $333 per each tree. So $333 each tree. Include planting a tree, and what else they include? Watering,
The water, they would do a cutout if you need a cutout, if you didn't have a tree pit in front of your home. Mulching, inoculants, which is pretty much just chemicals like nutrition for the tree.
so those things all
staking.
include, right?
And staking, yes.
So can you give us, our council, all the members, that $303 per tree planting, what includes, what is not included?
Yeah,
Yeah, please.
you want it in writing?
Just to plant a tree.
Okay.
You don't plant trees, $330 a lot of money. They have some kind of, especially when you plant tree, growing season, they need watering required. So is it proved there was a watering service?
We've never planted in the summertime, never.
No, I mean, even though springtime,
Springtime,
with
we
dry
plant.
spring.
Yeah, we actually have the watering truck now that's going around town watering the
So
new
I
trees and
just want to
plants.
know, which is $303 include that tree planting, okay? Good, good job.
Okay, so just to clarify what's being requested and what's being provided, you wanted the scope of work, is that the services that they're providing, Councilman, is that correct, or?
I'm sorry?
It's included in the contract.
It's easy.
Yeah, he said the scope of work.
Yeah, scope of
What's
work.
included?
So now, so they charge,
Planting.
so $100,000 contract provided planting 300 trees, so in other words, $333 per each tree. So planting include, what other services include? Watering, or mulches, or like, trimming, whatever, Or also include replacing the tree.
Okay, so we spend on this contract based on the tree actually being planted.
Yes, sir.
So if we don't plant, we don't spend.
No, if we don't plant, we don't spend.
So this is a renewal, so can you give us a
For a
spend
final year.
amount for every prior year of this contract?
Sure, yeah.
Sure. And then, just, since he opened the can of worms, it's okay. I'm just reading this page.
Oh.
It says 55 at the bottom, but it's the third page in. And it says, the minimum amount of trees to be planted is 300. But it says the maximum amount is 700 trees.
That's for the length of the entire
Yeah, the entire
contract, which is
Okay.
3 years.
Yes, this is the final.
Yeah. So we've already done with the contract.
Oh, yeah,
Planted over 300.
Oh, yeah, we
over
planted.
previous years.
You'll see what the numbers.
So if we can get the number of trees.
Yeah.
More than anything else, yeah, that'd be great.
So $333 is not correct the cost of the tree planting.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I guess, how many trees are left to be planted under this contract? So the way I'm reading this is you're saying the maximum is 700 over
3 years.
3 year
Over 3
period?
years, yeah. So when I give you the numbers, I'll have a breakdown of that also, how many are left. I'll do the math, or
Okay.
whatever you need me to do.
Yeah, simple. This is open-ended contract. Open-ended contract. So in other words, if we use it, we pay for it. If we not use it, we not pay for it. Then you should tell this council, minimum so many trees, maximum so on, but each tree will be so much dollars. You should say that, other than that we're gonna all confuse, you know, see?
No, well, it goes by request also, so it's kind of hard to just kind of like predict those numbers. I mean, ideally, I would love to pick, you know, to know who, there's 100 people ordering trees, I would love to pick the other 200.
And
And
also,
plan,
another my question was that size of the tree, 2.5 inch by 3 inch.
that's how thick they are, caliper.
Actually, tree planting company got nothing to do with that. When we purchase tree, that's the size we're supposed to be planting. They plant the tree what we purchase.
Well, we have to give them a size for it, Councilman, so they could give us a price for it when they put it out, when they bid on it. We have to list it on.
It's gonna be a different cost to plant for a 5-inch
Yeah.
versus 3 versus 2. But 2.5 to 3,
It's the average,
that's average for a street tree, right?
That's average, that's what's preferred.
This company only provide service for planting tree, not tree sale.
Correct. We purchase trees from
Two
different,
different.
yes.
So when we see the contract, 2.5 and 3 inches, in other words, we have to provide this company for planting company, tree at least 2.5 inch to 3 inch size tree. That's what
At
you
least,
mean?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All right. Sammy, anything else?
I don't know if you had the late edition for the sports court in Audubon. It doesn't have a resolution number or anything like that. We actually got it rushed here, Brian, right? So it's a resolution authorizing an award of a contract to Sports Pro USA Inc. to repair. And,
That'll be 1065.
oh, it did? Okay, it's on 65. Yeah, I have it right here.
Can you give me, oh, wait, maybe I have it here. Yes.
In your late pack. There it is, Council President.
Okay, go ahead, take it away.
Okay, resolution authorizing an award of a contract to Sports Pro USA Inc. to repair and resurface the Audubon Park tennis courts through the National Cooperative Purchasing Agreement, funded by the Department of Public Works, the Division of Park Maintenance. The total contract amount will be for $221,780. That would include resurfacing the tennis court as well as the basketball court. Anyone who's familiar with Audubon Park and the tennis court there would know that to say it's outdated is an understatement. It's, it's in horrible.
Which district is it? B?
No, it's.
We're on B and A.
It's
the
an
border.
A, but it's ordered
It's-
B and F as well.
Okay.
Diagonally across the street on Audubon and County Boulevard from New Jersey City University.
So, can I know that it's bad, but I'm gonna tell you that 2 places is very bad. One is Audubon, the other is Pershing Field.
Well, we've done a lot of upgrades in the Heights. Pershing Fields has gotten some upgrades, and there's more coming.
Let's address this one
But
first.
this one, you know,
Councilman.
Broken, and the kids need dedicated space to play. Right now, they draw their own box lines on there, and there's always glass and everything else. This is gonna go a long way to making it a lot safer, and it's very long overdue.
So did you fix that the Pershing Field tennis court?
We're not
Hey,
talking about Pershing Field.
let's finish this,
This is
finish Audubon
Audubon.
Park first, Councilman.
It's not
Okay.
my district.
Well, then, let's not talk about that.
Okay,
Let's focus on Audubon.
Councilperson Prinzary,
All right.
let's stay on this. It's yours. Do you have anything else you want to say
Well,
about it?
myself and Councilwoman Ridley, I just want to say we've both reached out to members of the community and Friends of Audubon Park, and everybody's very excited about this snap work and some of the work we're going to be doing on the basketball court. So thank you. We've been waiting for this for over 5 years.
Oh, so what is called the Brian Brett?
Wait, before you move on to Pershing Field, let me just ask. Can I get,
I'll wait for 6 years.
wait,
Field
wait.
tennis court.
Can I get
5 years
this?
since I've been involved,
Folks.
much longer than that, Michael. Much
I think
longer.
Okay.
40 years.
Can I get the spend down for this account number, please?
Is this capital, which capital?
Yeah, which capital
cycle
dollar
is
account is this?
Do you know which cycle and which account?
but that's from our account. I don't know what cycle. I know it.
I think this is from the 17th, but
Yeah.
If you could provide
I'm
them.
not sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You got that?
It's from a co-op.
Okay, now you want to talk about Pershing Field or anyone else?
Yeah, he was gonna do it what Rich did.
All right.
Yes.
So this one, just one word. It's my district, but Ward C, but located high. If you stop by Pershing Field tennis court, is outdated, probably, she claimed 5 years, probably 10 years.
Michael, since I've been
No, I'm
working in the park,
talking to him. If you see the tennis court,
The tennis court in
all
Audubon
has a
is-
crack, really bad.
Yes.
So please,
Okay,
Mo, Councilman,
asking for your help.
I think once we complete this, it'll be so successful that I'll be seeing you soon with a big smile on your face saying, hey, can you come do my tennis court the way you did Audubon? So, it's gonna be
You're
really
number
cool.
one.
great, okay, that's it?
That's all I have.
What's the matter with you?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
doesn't matter to me, just taking time back on Pushing Field when we're talking about Audubon.
No, we finished.
I know, but Mel,
What's the matter?
Mel has to leave shortly.
Number one.
Folks, Mel has resolutions 26, 27, and 32. 26, 27, and 32. Thank you for your patience. Mel, it's the resolution authorizing the acceptance of the Good Sports Equipment Grant Award for the Department of Recreation.
Yep, so Lucinda would be here, but we did this with the previous director, so here I am. I brought a list, Councilman, if you don't mind, thanks. A list of the equipment that Good Sports is donating to our Department of Recreation. They will be determining how to, thank you, how to disperse that equipment. The city had to pay $1,000, a little bit over, for the shipping, but the total retail value of that equipment, which will either go directly to residents or directly to programs that are free to residents, comes to just under $50,000.
Okay, questions about this, council?
Passing it out if anyone wants to see this stuff.
Okay, we're moving on to 27. It's a resolution authorizing the award of a contract to Storm Sensor, Inc. for providing flooding sensors to the city of Jersey City.
So, this is a combination of hardware and cloud-based software that will bring stormwater data and insights to municipal engineers, any person who's determined that they want to see it, as well as the MUA, to generally create baseline data for any large-scale green infrastructure projects that move forward. These sensors are physical sensors located inside of the sewer system, and they put out an alert so that any localized flooding can be mitigated before it happens.
Okay, council questions?
On this one, my understanding from reading it was that we had a pilot of this.
Yes.
Sensors in place.
Yes.
Can we get a sense of, I guess, who's using the data, so up to date, how they found it valuable, kind of just getting a sense of how this is helping the city?
Yeah, great. So how it helped the city in the past with the pilot was that we understood that we needed to know more. We understood how the data worked and how it was coming to us in what format. But it was just in a small part of the city. And as you know, that we have lots of localized flooding issues around the city, as well as regulations by the DEP to help us manage our stormwater flooding because of the CSO in Jersey City. So the pilot that we did let us know that this is a company that we want to work with. We like the way they're giving us data. We appreciate the ease with which they're making repairs and adjustments per our needs. And moving forward, we'll use the data to really understand what green infrastructure projects are working and what aren't. That's our purpose from our office. But for the MUA, it's helpful so that they get an alert, that they'll know we need to go over to Gateway Field because we're going to have an issue over there in the next couple of hours, right? Or however long it'll take. They're getting real-time data so that they can manage the stormwater before it gets in the streets.
See, then this costs $25,000.
Yes.
Should pick up by JCMUA, not city.
Understood.
You know what I'm saying? Because when I read it 3 times in the last time, I scratch my head. While City of Jersey, something is out of our role, more likely JCMUA role, sewer line system, they should pick up the things wrong. So my sole recommendation, we should withdraw, send to the recommendation to JCMUA. They should conduct that kind of system and the work they should provide. City of New Jersey, not instead we pay $25,000.
I appreciate that perspective. I would rather spend the $25,000 on another project. I'm sure we all have lots of projects that funding can be utilized for. But I would say that from the grants perspective, and I think the council president can appreciate this, the more data that we have, the larger amounts of money that we can go after. The water bank, for example, has been used to do large-scale projects in cities across New Jersey. And if we have some real solid baseline data, we can apply for $30 million to do whatever projects we think are the most valuable at once. So $25,000, if we have to pay for that in order to make large-scale asks, I don't like paying for it either, Councilman, but I like it better than not being able to go after larger, amounts of money.
But I mean, so if more make sense based on your experience, to make more sense that even make more sense to JCMUA, they paid this bill, they should provide all the data based on your request, you know what I'm saying? So this one, it's not a whole lot of money, $25,000, compared to what we're spending. But this one, still, JCMUA provides service that based on, all hired company, they should provide base when you need write on grant, you need some data, they should be do that. Not only that, they should be provide improve the source line or source system based on. So this is the other way around. I think it's
No,
not
I
the money
appreciate that
amount.
perspective.
Yeah. I'm not. It goes not the amount.
This money's coming
goes
from
the
where?
principle.
Innovation.
From which account, though?
I don't know if I have the
It says
account number
02,
right
that's
now.
why I'm-
Yeah,
grant account.
yes, it must be left over from the piloted funds that we had when we did this before, Bloomberg. I can look at the number and get back to you.
So as I say, it's not the amount of dollars, but it's a proper way to send to JCMUA. They should be hired, they should provide all the data, what we're looking for. Okay?
I appreciate that perspective for sure.
I think similar to the council's perspective there is that it feels like this data is really, like the MUA is the end user of the data. So I guess who at MUA is looking at this data right now? Who takes it, who analyzes it, who on their team is engaged in this?
They're engineers. They went out with Aaron to do a preliminary site visit should we decide to move forward with this. So they'll be doing, the MUA is the short term, we got a flood issue, we got to deal with this problem right now, end user. But I would say in terms of true end users of this data, it's going to be anybody on our team who wants to use this to find any funding for any future flood mitigation issues.
Where do these sensors go?
In the sewers themselves.
So I mean, is MUA aware of this, and
Absolutely.
they're prepared to install this?
They did a site visit with her the other day. The CEO of the company came to Jersey City because she did the pilot. So she came, she met with Richie, she met with Joe. They had a long conversation about the software, about what their needs would be.
I mean, before we say that, they should be started this kind of
I
things
totally agree.
many years ago, and based on the mitigation plan should come out. This system provide the data. I mean, why we have to do it? I mean,
No, I agree with you,
so
Councilman.
my recommendation, withdraw, and maybe we can pass a resolution to request the JCMUA conduct this kind of services you provide. I think that's more proper. It's not the money, you know what I'm saying? But that's
No,
what
I understand the perspective.
So can you withdraw and maybe we can help us draft a new resolution? We request the JCMUA provide, hire a company like to provide.
Are they reluctant to adopt this?
I think that the pace with which our office is moving is faster than the pace with which they want to put forward their own resolutions.
So to the council's point, though, if we were to acquire this and purchase this, and it's going to go into sewers, I mean, they're the only ones who would put that in, right? So
Well, they'll do it. They'll do the work. I mean, the storm sensor folks will come down and go down with the MUA, who actually the MUA contract that out to Suez. So they'll go down with one Richie from the MUA and Suez, and they'll install it, and we'll have access to all of the data. I'm not convinced that if we do it in any other format, we'll be able to have the transparency that we're looking for.
So even though when they have a problem, we have to call them up, they have to come up, you know what I'm saying? So the smartest way and the right way to do, let them do it.
I mean, my sense would be, it makes sense to hold on this for a month, but the other thing that I'd like is to get a sample of the data, so I can see what this actually looks like and what data's coming in.
Correct.
So I have a sense of what we're doing.
Sure.
And I'd love to at least have Rich, Rich is a great engineer, like just have Rich come to us and say this is
Sure.
the value, and then have Joe say, hey, this is why we'd rather have innovation do it. And maybe it makes sense to have MUA spend the money on it.
You know, we actually approved the $170 billion capital project there.
550 million.
500, was it?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a lot of money.
yeah, they have a $500 million bond, we approved it and not approved, we guarantee them fund. Let them do it. And they're the one actually create the data, they are the one based on data, plan for mitigation for the sewer flooding issue in citywide, you know what I'm saying? Not only there's few places, they should be citywide, they should do that. You know, even Jersey Heights, we have a flooding area.
This will be citywide.
Yeah, so
This-
let them do it. Let them do it, please.
She
Okay?
doesn't trust them doing it, that's the issue.
No, so city.
I mean, Councilman,
She wants, she needs
to be
stand
fair,
for
I
more
mean,
grants. She
we
doesn't
have.
trust- Can't we build them after? I'm just trying to figure out,
No.
can we get
Interesting
reimbursed?
And even we get the data, they are analyzing data, is a more, they have a knowledge than we, city council, I mean, the innovation team, you know what I'm saying? So, to maximize, spend the tax dollar right place, right time, right amount, let them provide, is the right way. It's not, I'm just saying, it's not to talk about the money wise, but proper way, they are the one.
The issue is, from what I can hear is, to the council's point, is that if we don't trust the MUA to like do,
Right.
that's the bigger problem, right? That's,
That's the
then,
issue.
yeah.
So then, why don't
We
we
have to
do
be
that?
partners in this, and if they're not prepared
City
to like step
council,
up and.
no.
The thing is that if I understand your perspective, Councilman, and I agree with you. We did this pilot, as Councilman Solomon mentioned, about over probably 2 years ago now. The MUA appreciated the data. We gave them the data. They were very interested when they and then that's where it is, right? So when we're trying to, when we're trying to move forward and install these sensors and make it a more citywide response to a problem that we know we have, the pace with which they're moving isn't as helpful to us as we think it could be. You guys have conversations with developers all the time. What do you need? They say. We don't have any data on stormwater collection, how much we get, what temperature it is, where it becomes a problem. We don't know any of that. It's all anecdotal evidence. If we're waiting for the MUA to do something like this on their own, I don't know how long we're going to be waiting.
But then I think in that, sorry to interrupt, but I think in that case, then we want our city planning to come in and say, this is how we're, like, I guess I'm just looking for, I think, Mike, is where's the connection between we're putting the sensors in to where's the value showing up that we feel, the constituents feel, and if the MUA is not the end user, maybe it's city planning, but then we need to, I want to know what city planning says, look, this data is good, and this is how we're going to use it, like, that's the connecting point I'm looking for.
So this is what you say actually is not right. And the first thing, we cannot trust the JCMUA service. Actually, in one of the government entity, criticize another. I think it's not right.
I don't think we're criticizing them. I just think that their priority is different than our priority in this
So now,
regard.
what we should do, please, instead of we spend the time for this one, speak with the mayor, the most board members, not most, 100% of board member JCMUA, appointed by mayor, by this council consent, and we are the guarantee for their bond, then they should be do
That's right.
what we ask do now.
Correct.
Send a letter, you gotta have to provide to the city of Jersey in 30 days, hire so-and-so. If not, let them come out, chairman and the director of this room.
Now that's using our council power.
Yes. And we're gonna teach them big time this time.
Understood.
All right, so please withdraw, let them pay for it,
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
right?
Sorry. Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's fine.
All right. No, you have another item, right? She has another item. which is
Yeah.
10.32. It's a resolution authorizing the execution of a MOU between Jersey City and Conservation Legacy for grant services.
Yeah, these guys are, they do the Conservation Legacy has trained some young college graduates in landscape architecture, public planning process, and we're hoping to work with them on our Project Green Time, which is a project that talks about how to incorporate infrastructure and program for youth outside. We're partnering with Recreation and the Board of Ed on some of these projects, and these vistas are highly trained individuals. The match on our end is $13,000.
The match is coming from where?
Yeah, so this is okay, but business commissioner, he was missing the, when we talk at 1027, you outside, I just remind, 1027, she has a great idea actually. This kind of the study will be done, but because that issue belongs to JCMUA, so you should send a letter to JCMUA to demand this kind of service provided to the City of Jersey, okay?
So, I mean, I know you already talked about it, but we've been partnering with them on this. Part of this is being funded through the Bloomberg Philanthropies Grant, Innovation Team stuff, so it's legacy spending from that, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, please.
Anyone have questions on 1032? No. None? Thank you, Mel.
We have one walk-on.
So one more?
Yeah, one more. This
Which one?
It's a new one. It's a resolution authorizing the execution of a grant agreement between the City of Jersey City, Blue Zones LLC, and Canopo Inc., doing business as Unilever.
Do we have that? Does anyone
No,
have it?
it's, we're walking this on.
You have copies for them? Just a single copy?
No, John McKinney just gave me that.
Okay.
This is for Vision Zero implementation. They're giving us $90,000 for the actual work and $10,000 to do a planning process. I brought these for you.
Are there, that's the original and only?
Yeah, John McKinney gave me that, yes. So I'll pass around some maps. The project is on the map in the circled area. You can see that where Summit and Fairmont connect, there's that hard right, or it's a veer right, and it cuts off the street into two triangles. We'd like to pedestrianize that those two triangles into one square through a public planning process.
What is that? Oh, how to read it?
This is Ward C?
No, this is Ward F.
Ward F?
Right on the border,
Make sure
though.
you get the word out, council person.
Right in the border.
We should get him in here before we move on. So maybe you can, you want to check to see where Jermaine is?
Who is meeting with someone?
Okay, you know what?
He's coming?
I'm going to ask if you can just hang for a minute until
Yep.
Jermaine gets back.
Could I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
I wasn't here for 1026. And I got this invoice here on the good sports.
Yes.
I mean, we have, in my branches, I've been elected, right? We have over probably 8,000 kids throughout the entire city.
Where we at?
That play baseball. Not one baseball, cleat, glove, baseball, bat, nothing is in here.
We didn't request that.
Request this.
This is so Good Sports is a nonprofit entity that works with for-profit companies who have excess equipment. And so Good Sports is the fiscal sponsor for those corporations. And they sent us that list and said, do you have any use for this equipment? And we said, yeah, we'll take it. That's it, really. They just have a bunch of equipment through other corporations, and they're just trying to distribute it to communities. I gave you that so you know what they were giving us, but we only paid for the shipping, which was $1,100.
Okay. So Jermaine, since you're back, there's going to be a walk-on. We don't have copies of it yet. Robert's got the only copy. It's resolution 10.67 it will be. Do you want to just describe that again, Mel?
Yeah, so this is, it's a resolution to work with Blue Zones on Vision Zero project. I don't know if you have, somebody gave you this, but yeah. It's to pedestrianize that little plaza and turn that little area into a park. There's 10,000 for community planning dollars and 90,000 for implementation.
Alright, so I think we discussed this, right, already?
Yes.
And I know they were saying they eliminate one of the streets.
Yes.
But I wanted to take it to the community, I didn't yet, but that also the little roundabout
Yeah.
as well, because I don't think that would be safe to try to turn that into a park without eliminating that roundabout as well. I mean,
That could be included.
it would only be one more step for like cars to come down, make a left at right at Summit and a right to go back instead of having that little circle, because you're gonna have kids ultimately playing there. And having that one street, if you eliminate the one, then the other part as well.
We would hope to use the 10,000 in planning dollars to conduct a series of community meetings, which hopefully you could help us to lead those meetings and really find out beyond, even if there's things beyond that circle feature that people want, we could add those too.
Okay. Right. Yeah, we discussed this a few times. I mean, because the buildings are coming in the neighborhood, I think it's like 100 units right across the street. We also have another 100 units right up the street on Fairmont and Monticello, and we're looking for some more green space in that area. So
This is a resolution that does what exactly?
Agrees to the contract between Unilever.
and these are you said these are grant dollars.
Yes. No match.
Unilever that does planning for this.
Oh, Unilever's a corporation.
This is soap and stuff.
Yeah.
So this contract with Unilever does what?
It just stipulates the work that we're trying to do, and they want certain hashtags for us to use when we're putting it up.
Are we taking money? Is that? I'm just trying to figure out what-
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. This is a grant.
$100,000. Yes.
Okay. $100,000.
Yes.
Okay. No issues, Jermaine? Good?
No, I mean, I wanted to discuss it with the community. I think this is something that we can use, the dollars to get out in front of the community and ask them exactly what they envision. If they, want something like this in their neighborhood.
Timeline's pretty aggressive on their part too, so we'll have it done within a year.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, good job.
Tanya. I'm gonna bring you up earlier, you stepped out. Are you here for specific items, Tanya, besides?
I have a couple of things, I know.
Couple of things, okay.
Because I know that some of the planners that were working on them are not here, so I'm trying to cover for them. One of them is Webster Ave, which I believe is on the agenda. The other is
Journal Square 26.
Journal Square 2060, and she is out of the state. And the other is the report back to council for the Jersey Ave Light Rail redevelopment plan, which I didn't see on the agenda, but.
3.13.
So you tell me.
Let's start with 3.2, just go in order, which is the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan amendments. Amending the zoning regulations for Zone 4, B bonus corner lot regulations for the property at 96-110 Tunley Avenue.
So, can I ask?
Councilman Boggiano is not here.
You're not here, so it's not proper time to discuss with the local councilman, without, the participating 3.2, but I'm going to just ask Council or Roberts, because as I understand, this one, they present the last council meeting, and the city council members voted down. And now.
The administration withdrew it.
Administration withdrew, was it?
We were going to vote it down and they withdrew it.
They withdrew, so, we're going to vote down?
We were and they withdrew.
Withdraw?
He had mistaken it for something different. So there's always a ton of amendments, not, he had mistaken it for a proposed amendment on Baldwin Avenue. This is not that. So we have spoken to him since then.
96, 110, we have 3.2, right?
Is Rich gonna be in on Wednesday?
Yeah, but Rich, I talked to Rich this week, the Tunnelly Avenue.
Yeah.
He told me that he had already discussed it. He said he forgot that he mentioned it to someone.
Yes.
But I don't know about the rest of this. I don't think this was the exact ordinance that we took off last time, was it?
It was, yeah, it's the exact same one.
It's the exact same one?
Yeah.
So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call him and speak with him,
Okay.
okay? Because he was so upset last time. That's one of the reasons they withdrew, and it's not fair without him to discuss the matter. So we'll let you know, okay? I'll call him.
So I do believe it, just in case, at the last caucus, I don't know if Erica Baptiste is the planner on this. I don't know if she was able to fully explain it to you, but definitely reach out to him. And if you guys need me to, I can come to the council meeting. I know it's a little difficult, or maybe even the next caucus, whichever's more appropriate for you guys.
Wait, I'm confused. Is this the one that he said that Councilman Bajano said yes in caucus and then no at the council meeting? Because he said he was confused at something?
That's
and
correct.
it was somebody different?
That's
I don't know. You got
No, that's absolutely correct.
It is? Yeah, because he told me yes at the caucus, and then at council, then he told me sorry. I thought that was something different. I don't know. So you got to talk to the councilman.
Yeah.
You give him a call.
Yeah, I'm gonna
But
call
I
him
think
up, okay?
this is the one he told me about, because I talked to him sitting here. It was, I think, Monday, Tuesday by himself. We was just talking, and he said,
No, this one he's very familiar. That's why at the council, if you rewind the tape, he say there's too much going on, corner lot, so on and so forth.
Okay.
That's the one of the
So
reasons
let's
that withdrew was here. Okay, but
Loop him in, and somebody will loop him in and figure out where he's at. In the interim, in the event, if Councilman Bojano should be okay with it moving on, I'd just like to ask some questions to
Yep.
get clarification.
His first reading, so.
So this B corner, the map kind of circles just one B, but is it's all the Bs it
Nope.
applies to?
Just that one B.
Just the one B? Okay. And then there's, has this gone before the planning board?
Yes.
Has been recommended? correct?
Yes.
But there's no financial analysis? Felt no need to, or?
It's in process.
We did ask for it. No, we did ask for it, and I'm not 100% sure why we don't have it.
I mean, I'd like to see that.
But this is one that we had asked for before there were any kind of, like an approval system for the NW financial analysis. I'm not 100% sure why we don't have it.
And we haven't, or, I mean, we don't have it yet, or?
We don't have it.
Was the councilman waiting for any information?
So this is what happened. Based on what I discussed with him, it's a corner they call, if I'm wrong, Tyler, correct me, okay? The corner lot, the bonus location, so he claimed that A bonus corners and B corners, but there were so many bonus corners in the Journal Square 2060. He claimed there's too many corner bonus, you know what I'm saying? So he's not happy. That's why last council meeting, he raised a voice. It's an overcrowded because without any proper plan, they give away too much corner bonus, the corner lot bonuses. That's why, they withdraw not temporary, they withdraw, but not bring them again.
So
we'll
we,
speak with him. Because it was not this one, we talking about this lot, plug and lot. It's not only impacted this one, actually, they have 4 or 5 different B corners, you know what I'm saying?
just one.
This is just one only?
So we did, in the past years, and, pretty much, maybe in the past 2 years, we've definitely, I call it corrective zoning. We've correctively zoned some of the areas east of Summit Avenue to kind of limit the height. And we got rid of a lot of the corner bonuses within those smaller neighborhoods. So we've actually, in the past couple of years, removed a bunch of corner bonuses and lowered the height on a bunch of buildings and areas that have more substantial neighborhoods that exist with the 2, 3, 4 families with the 4 stories, 3 stories. This is just the one site, which is where I call it a garden apartment. It has a garden apartment feel to it, like right at the corner where those streets meet. And really, it's just putting it up to the next corner bonus with the requirement of there's an affordable housing requirement and a park improvement requirement, but it is just for this site.
Okay, but let me ask you this one. This ordinance, 9610 Tunnel Avenue, is a B bonus corner. But if you provide, there are a lot of B. It's like a Bolden Avenue, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bonus corner. If we see that the New Cork Street, there were 1, 2 bonus corner. And if you see Summit Avenue, 1, 2 corners. And if you see the Tunnel Avenue, how many? 2 B bonus corner. That's what he means, because if you see that John Square 2060 plan, there were so many, 3 different bonus lot corners, you know what I'm saying, A, B, C. That's why he was actually upset. You know? I'm gonna ask him, you know what I'm saying, because reason is that I'm clear that if we give him honorary B bonus corner at the located Tunnel and Van, what is the name of the street? I cannot Van Ripen. Then rest of the B corner have to provide the same kind of B bonus corners privilege in that plan. That's why he was a concern, you know what I'm saying? So let me speak with him, okay?
Okay.
So I have a question.
So the language does specify that, the language doesn't just say corner bonus B, the language also gives the tax and the block and the lot. So it really is just very specific to this. This is how I look at it. And if you want me to stop speaking, I'm more than happy to do that too. This is almost like a perfect zoning board application, right? But because we're in a redevelopment plan, I can't necessarily take it to the zoning board and say, well, the proposal is actually really suitable for this specific site. Because we're in a redevelopment plan, the legal ramifications are a little different. So this is how we are only able to do it. So we did do this as a site-specific
Just this one with the
change.
dotted area? Just the one with the circle?
Just the circle.
Just, and it's
96 to 110.
110 Tunley Avenue?
Correct.
Only?
Correct.
Only, but now key is that, you know, other B bonus corner come out same reason excuse what we have 9600 Tunnel Avenue, you know, because you have a 10 B bonus corner lot.
He's worried about
but you only
everybody
give to this one, how about the rest of the 9? You know,
What was your response to that, sir?
He's worried about the precedent.
Yes.
so let me speak with him, okay?
Okay, so you speak with him, I have still questions.
Yeah.
Right, you get them out of my mouth. So this is currently a B corner. What is the B corner? What is that? 8 stories currently, or B corners?
Yes. And I think this puts it up to 10. Right? It goes, it's currently 10, and then it goes up to 12.
8 stories, how many units?
Sorry, it's currently 10, and then it'll go up to 12. And I don't know the number of units.
So B corner is currently 10 stories?
Yes, it's backwards a little bit in Journal Square, so I always get confused. The C is the lowest, then the B, then the A. No, is that right? Yes. Where it almost would see like the A would be the lowest. It's not consistent with the rest of the plan, so I always have a hard time. This would bring it up to 12 stories. I don't know how many units would
Right, so
fit in
currently
there.
it's at 10.
Yes.
And what's there currently now, do we know?
What do you mean? Like I said, it's almost like a little garden apartment complex.
Okay, it's a garden apartment complex.
It's like a row of maybe 2 two-story homes all kind of connected with like a little garden area in front. Feels very suburban almost.
So currently, as of right, he'll get 10 stories?
Yes.
How many units potentially, or?
I do not know, unfortunately.
And then with this amendment, it makes it an A apartment bonus,
We're gonna bring it to 12, correct?
12. And do we know how many more units, or?
So I can ask one of my staff to kind of calculate that, but there's no density standard, so it really is a matter of kind of, I can ask them to calculate it based on an average unit size, that's the market rate, to kind of get an idea, but I don't know.
And then, I'd like to see that. And just for the record, so that as we continue to talk about inclusionary zoning, and then potentially for any sort of upzoning or increasing density and so forth, that the ordinance and myself and Councilperson Waterman introduced as a trigger of 10 units or more. And then the mayor's is 30 units or more, so I just want to see where this falls inside of that. And then ergo, if it does fall within the 10 units, I'd like to see the financial analysis, if that's the case, to see what the financial impact is.
Are you sure there's no NW that came through for this? We asked them a while ago. You sure there was no NW that came through for this? It would have gone to Erica.
We just got the information last week. We found out it was going to be put back on this again.
Okay.
Could you speak a little louder, Chuck? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, we provided information to NW Financial last week for the analysis, and we found out that this is going to be put back on this agenda for consideration.
Yes, let's speak to the park.
Red Triangle Park?
What are they doing? What's anticipated, I guess?
Chuck would actually be best able to answer that. They've been working with Erica and Chuck, so I don't.
This is near the ramen.
Is that okay if we speak?
This is near the hotel up there, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, as part of any site plan approval, they've been working with the community to make improvements to the park. So we already met with people in that community as to what they would like. So that would be in concert with what they want. It's not going to be an active, it'll be a passive because it's a smaller park. The idea was maybe to create some benches and maybe some bioswales, and then the developer will be responsible for maintaining it for the term of the affordable housing, which would be 30 years. So that's something that they'll continue to maintain it over that period as well.
So, I guess the actual improvements are going to be determined at site plan, what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and is that like memorialized anywhere that says we condition of approval of park okay? And is there, a dollar figure associated with that? I mean, are we saying that the developer must commit a minimum of $500,000 worth of improvements?
The estimate that we provided to NW was, I think, somewhere around $130,000.
Okay. Okay. I just want to get it. I mean, the analysis, but right. Well, I guess that's what was being contemplated. Okay.
Chuck, do you know how many more units?
Yeah, it currently has approvals now for 130 residential.
You have approvals?
Yeah, it has approvals for 130 residential units and ground floor commercial retail. The proposal internally is if they get the additional floors, which would be 4 more floors of residential, that it would be probably 202 units. So it's 72 additional units, 20% of which would be affordable, which would be 14 affordable units.
22 additional units.
72 additional units, and 14.
72 additional units.
Yeah, and 14.
With the 4 floors.
For 4 floors, yeah.
So I thought it was 10 stories.
Well, you can go, it's approved for 8 stories now.
Oh, it's approved for 8 stories.
But you can do 8 stories, and then because of the office bonus, if you wanted to do 2-story office bonus, you could go 2 additional for 10. But that's not what we're seeking. We're seeking to go from 8 to 12, and those 4 stories, 9 through 12, would be additional residential units.
You're looking at 72 units additional.
That's what they anticipate, that it would result in an additional 72 units.
With the ground floor retail, how many total stories?
12.
12. And any parking there?
No. Oh, yes, there is some parking on the ground floor. I don't remember exactly, maybe 13 spaces.
Anyone else have questions?
And I did, just so Councilman Young can reach out to Councilman Bocciano.
Yeah, I'm gonna call
I
him.
did meet with him in between. He did advise me. He mixed this up. He thought it was a project on Baldwin Avenue. That's what he told me after the last meeting. So certainly, reach out to him so you can square that away.
I'm going to trust you with verify.
Yeah.
As they said with weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, because there's somebody sure that they have like a 28 bonus corner, the 13B bonus corner, the 5C bonus corner. So it's almost 38 corners you're talking about in Jonas Square.
This all refers to
Yeah, but this one is just talking one. But if you give one, then the rest of like a 12B bonus corner, they're gonna say that why he got, why we don't. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna speak with him. That kind of political impression, he should carry, not me. But I'm gonna speak with him, okay?
Could we get to Councilman Young's point, which I guess was Boggiano's point, the precedent that it sets, I guess for planning and law or whoever, what's the precedent there, given that there's X number of other B corners out there? And, are we opening ourselves up, and we can do this, I don't know if it's confidential or not, you can figure that out.
I'm not comfortable rendering an opinion on any of that until I have a chance to review.
Sure. I mean, not right now, I'm
Yeah.
asking, yeah. If we could get something between now and assuming it goes to second reading, unless we don't, I would like to see the financial analysis before I even, like,
No question about it, they have to provide.
move forward, frankly, so.
I mean, like I said, why it kind of stands out to me as a zoning board issue, and we talk about this a lot of the zoning board about precedent, is that each case rests on its own merits because those sites and those conditions are unique and specific to that site, right? So not every site is the same size, not every site has the same conditions, hardships, not every site is bringing maybe the same inherently beneficial use to the site. Those things, when they're going before the zoning board, are kind of weighed out in a balancing test.
And that goes to the question of precedent, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously defer to the law department. I'm just saying from a zoning board perspective, that's usually what we would say when we have conversations about precedent.
Sure.
Right? Everything is specific.
And I think there are a lot of factors that cannot be quantified that still go into the analysis by the board.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
A lot of factors that cannot be quantified per se that go into the analysis.
Correct.
Okay, anyone else have questions? Okay, so we'll verify with Councilman Boggiano, and then we'll see if we can get that financial analysis, right? All right, your next item, Tanya, is
Webster Ave.
Webster Ave. Which one is that? Do you know? It's a 3.13, council members. It's amendments to the Webster Avenue redevelopment plan regarding the addition of a density standard and revisions to bulk and parking standards. I'm sorry, 3.13.
So this is a very old plan, written in 1979, when in that area there were mostly industrial buildings, and the JCRA at the time had actually helped write the redevelopment plan. This was when it was a little bit different and they were allowed to do that legally. Things have changed since then, but those homes that maybe you're aware of on Webster Avenue, they're larger, they're about 30 by maybe 100, 120. They're two-family homes, but they're very large and they're all on Webster Avenue in this very two tight blocks. What we've had in the past, honestly, are a lot of applications to expand those homes. And now a lot of those homes, because they exist before 1979, have more than 3 units to them. The way the municipal land use law says is that if you have a non-conforming use that's an existing, you're allowed to continue to use it, but what you're not allowed to do is to expand it. And that doesn't mean that you can't expand it, period. It just means that you have to expand it through a variance. But when you're in a redevelopment plan, you can't get that D variance, right? So that kicks it to the zoning board. So over time, what we've had is a lot of requests to expand 3 existing conforming, 3 in the ordinance that you have in your hand, you can see some of them are 8, some of them are 16 unit buildings, and they're not able to expand them without actual doing a redevelopment plan amendment. Because a redevelopment plan amendment is as old as it is, we did also take this as a chance to clean it up, to do a little bit studying and to see if we can get a more accurate, appropriate density. We did not give anybody additional density. What we did was we were able to kind of allow those units that already had more than 55 units an acre, which is still, regardless of the lot size, only going to be 2 units, as you'll see. Just kind of a cleaned up plan, and working with the neighborhood association, and this is, I think, where the point of contention really is right now, is that there's a lot of back and forth in the Heights community about curb cuts. And so the recommendation came to us to prohibit curb cuts on lots that were under 35 feet wide. And that was the version that went to the planning board. And so that really limits you being able to basically do a curb cut on a 2-family 25 by 100 lot. You need at least 35 feet to even build the curb cut. We reconfigured the parking ratios, and the more and more you see me here, the more and more you're going to hear this. We're doing parking ratios by bedroom counts because that's what makes a little bit more sense than straight up by units. So we did take the chance to do those parking ratios. But I have spoken with a councilman who does have concerns about prohibiting parking at a minimum lot width. And so that's really, that's a lot of the background as to what's happening here with this plan. I can tell you that in, I believe, December of this year, this plan does expire.
So is it like 1 or 200 or 300? You know, I just want to try to look at it online.
Okay.
On the Google map. You know, like the numbers.
It's, like, so it goes from basically, here's the ones that I can give you immediately, like 185 to 275 Webster Avenue.
185 to 275?
Yep.
Yeah. It's actually a 2 block in West Avenue, but as you know, they have so number one, first things, I'm very cautious that when it's going to be expired, by the way, when it expires the redevelopment plan, this one?
Say that again?
They were expired at the redevelopment plan in 1975.
I believe it's December of this year. It's
December
a 40-year plan.
December this year, right? 2019, okay. Okay, so now, the first things that applicant did not even conduct a meeting yet with that property owner who live in that block. They can have a meeting with the any organization they want, but immediate impact by redevelopment plan, the property owner in that area, but they never had a meeting, number one. Number two, this is the 2 blocks only make different than any other blocks. So now, any other blocks, if it's 25 by 100, they can have like a driveway, the garage.
This area?
Yeah. Yeah, but now, they can have it now, but if you go 35, the most standardized 2500, if you go 35, next to my block, 2500 can have a parking garage, but this 2 block cannot have. But you're talking about the width without parking, the property value extremely different in height. So what I'm gonna do, what I asked the colleague, and this is what the reaction from the homeowner is that we wait till expired that their regional plan is 1975, and we on the way, city master plan. So we, junction with the city master plan, we're gonna have a real master plan, the height wise. So if we just change only 2 blocks out of 100 blocks in height, it's not right. So we truly vote down Monday because applicant apply for the city council have to make a decision. So we do that, but I like to ask the council members to vote down and wait till end of the year, and we come up different plans, you know what I'm saying, to can fit everybody. Because you cannot treat it just 2 blocks out of 100 block in height, different zoning. It's not right. Okay?
So good news.
Vote this down, Councilman, is that what you're suggesting?
Good news on that front. Today, the master plan RFPs went live. So we do have them, I mean, they're really happening. So so we have a land use master plan and an open space master plan. And those are live today, so if you know planning organizations that want to apply, today's the day to start applying. And then the other side to that is that when this plan does expire, they would be eligible to go to the zoning board.
Okay. So, Councilman, anything else on this? Anyone else?
No, so I just asked you to hold
Okay.
down.
So, I guess another question would be, I don't think the actual language changes
not
got
there.
included.
It's not even included.
Be able to get the actual language changes.
There was no language in there?
No, just the summary.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's all.
I'm sorry about that, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. If we
That's
just
all
get
we
that.
have.
That's what Michael asked.
I didn't realize that.
You know,
You have all language?
I don't know, I don't know languages. What
If
about-
I email that to...
Yeah, email to Marlene and then she can circulate to everybody.
Okay.
So, as I say, couple of
You know what
concerns.
you're getting?
You cannot make just 2 block out of 100 block, make a different rules as come up regional plan. You know, they should have some uniform redevelopment plan requiring height.
Right.
Okay, so in other words, so now this block, I don't want to say lot, but this block, if you buy 2,500, you can have a coverage. But this block, you cannot have it. Same 2-family house joint. You know, you cannot do that. You know, then this block, 2,500 people, the block owner cannot, even to build a brand new house, property value is different. Over here, 2,500, but with garage, the market price is different than this one. Is that fair? No. So this is
Plan on knocking houses down.
that's what happened to the city height now. Every house.
So they want to knock these houses
No,
down?
no, 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 no. And when in the future, not in the future, next year, somebody bought a 2-family house here, 150 years old, knock it down, build a new one, he can have. But next block, same condition house, he knock it down, he can build parking lots. You know, so actually, they never hold any meeting with the property owner in the district, the redevelopment area, so it's not fair, so just vote down.
Now, Director, what's the reason to do these 2 blocks? I understand what the
Yeah.
councilman is saying, but what is
I
the
don't
reason
know.
to do these 2 blocks only right now? Because he's saying there's only 2 blocks, that's correct?
Because that's just the redevelopment plan. I assume when they did it in 79, those were just where the bigger industrial buildings were, and they saw the actual need for blight and redevelopment there, and just did it there. You know, most municipalities in New Jersey don't do as large swaths of redevelopment plan areas like Jersey City does. So it's more likely, like if you're in another town, you'll see smaller redevelopment plans like this, so they're more concentrated. But I don't know why it was just these 2 blocks, because there's other industrial buildings, as you can see, also on that block and on Cambridge.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, do you have any other ordinances or resolutions?
So I don't have an ordinance, but we were directed by the council to conduct a study, and the planning board did conduct a study on the proposed amendments to the Jersey Ave Light Rail redevelopment plan. The planning board did vote to deny. I have packages here, and I am going to apologize right now because I was on vacation, but the memorandum from NW did come on August 7th. They had a couple of number issues. They didn't include both of the bonuses, and so that's revised. I have each one here, and I know that this is a lot to do at the last minute, so please let me know how you want to do this.
Well, so we do have an administrative snafu, so it's not technically on the agenda, it wasn't advertised. So we're going to, but given the fact that we'll just be seeing the information, the financial analysis today, myself and Councilperson Waterman discussed and talked about carrying it over. Is that correct, Councilman?
Yeah,
We'll carry it over to the next meeting in September, have an opportunity to review these materials, and then kind of figure out what the next steps will be. Does that work, Robert? Yeah?
That'll work with me.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
So,
Sure.
but I am going to leave you with these packages because we do have color maps and all of those other things. Is that okay?
Enough for all the council?
I have 15.
That's great.
Okay.
I don't know if that's enough. But Brian told me I cannot kill any more trees.
Are we good?
Yeah. So we'll just carry this over to September, and you'll have the materials, you'll review it. I haven't seen it myself, so I'll look at that myself.
So separate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
In fact, I'll take a motion at the meeting to include it with the second reading ordinance, with the first reading ordinance of this council. Okay?
What's that?
I'll take a motion at the meeting to carry it over
Sure.
for advertising for,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Somehow I feel like I just got out of the news. Okay, any more staff? We have Mr. Vicione here. Vicio,
I'm sorry, let's, Margaret. Sorry, Margaret.
Margaret,
Yep,
all day Margaret.
Margaret has,
Getting this,
why don't we do your resolutions first, yeah? Margaret has 4 resolutions. Resolution 28 through 31. 28, 29, 30, and 31. And let's be kind to our former colleague here and let her out of here as quickly as possible. The first resolution is simply accepting gifts from vendors for the Teen Magazine graduation ceremony. 28, resolution 28.
26.
10, 20,
Or, yes.
26 too?
Or, I'm sorry, never mind, it is 28.
28.
I misread that.
Okay. The ceremony's coming up, and any
tomorrow.
questions? Tomorrow.
I think it's tomorrow, the 13th. I'm almost positive. Maybe not. I'll double check that.
Okay. No questions. 1029 is a resolution authorizing the payment of a claim submitted by the National Council on Behavioral Health for providing mental health first aid training.
So, by way of background on this, the NCBH had performed this training on December 18th of last year, which was the day after the last council meeting of the year. There was a resolution on that agenda to approve this agreement to pay them, and it got withdrawn at the last second because I think there was a missing compliance document. They didn't have their CEIR or something, or like their AA 302. And then we resubmitted it, and it got withdrawn again because purchasing didn't have the PO ready, and then we resubmitted it, and it got withdrawn again, and I don't know why. I looked it up on the agenda, I thought everything was good, and then after the council meeting, it just said withdrawn on it. So we resubmitted it again. They really need to get paid, and I do have some numbers on the mental health first aid trainings that we've been able to provide because we received this training. So Paul Bellenboyer administers the mental health first aid training program, which is funded by a grant that the city received. So this is grant dollars we're spending on this. This isn't coming out of the HHS budget. So far this year, we've trained 400 people in mental health first aid, which includes all of Healthy Human Services, all of the Housing Authority employees, and our next mission is to train all of the fire department and Hudson County welfare employees. So we're looking at least 600 people trained in mental health first aid by the end of this year. It's a 3-year grant, so next year our mission is 1,000 people trained, and then the final year over 1,000 people. We're trying to get to 3,000. So the people that have already been trained in mental health first aid, so again, it's only about 400 people right now, have already connected more than 120 people to mental health services. So they've encountered somebody on the street or through their job and said, hey, it seems like you're having a struggle. Can I give you the number for the National Suicide Prevention Hotline? Can I get you hooked up with a substance abuse counselor, something like that? So over 120 people connected to services. And if you or your council aide or your interns or anybody wants to complete this training, you can email mentalhealth@jcnj.org and Paul can set you up and get you scheduled. We already have training scheduled coming up. So this is really good for anybody who is public facing in their work. So clerks, secretaries, the RRC I think has already been trained.
just to kind of as a sort of way to screen people that you might encounter and maybe help them get connected. So that's what we've been doing with this training, but we still haven't been able to pay these people, so this is just making sure they get paid.
Let me ask this one. When I see this country, each station has a number more than 50 people.
I'm sorry, what was that?
This one, the company provides service, but each station they class number more than 50 people.
Right.
But the way amount you see 120 some.
Right, so we've trained, so this session was to train people to train other people. We're training the trainer. So they trained a group of trainers who work for the city of Jersey City and other local organizations to train residents and employees in mental health first aid.
So then we pay for, how much is it? So $21,000 payment, we got $21,000 payment for they training for our
Yes,
people.
they trained us so that we
How
can
many
then go
people is
out.
participating in City of Jersey City?
How many people were trained in this session?
Yeah, no, not we.
Oh.
First training, how many people participated?
I don't know, I'm
The
not sure. I'll ask Paul.
$21,000 we pay, this company XYZ, what's the name of the company called? Whatever the company.
It's the
called.
National Council on Behavioral Health.
National Council, whatever the company, we're gonna pay $21,000.
Mm-hmm.
But when they conduct a classroom, they're participating have to master less than 15, not more than 15. So I wanna know, their first class. that's
They
not more than
only
15.
provided one training. It
Yeah,
was,
project.
yeah,
How many people participating in their one training?
okay, I will ask.
I want to know something basic. What is mental health first aid?
So the way that we think of first aid is you see somebody, injured and you say, oh my God, are you okay? This is a way to identify people who might be suffering from some kind of condition that isn't visible. It's somebody who maybe is going through depression, is having maybe suicidal thoughts, is maybe just identifying somebody who may be unwell and offering to connect them to help. It's not providing treatment. We're not training people to become counselors. We're just training people to sort of identify if somebody who they come in contact with might be having a mental health issue and offering them a way to get help, but not actually treating them.
Okay, so Margaret, you know exactly what I want. I want how many people participate from the city
Yes.
and one non-profit organization to take the class, provide a National Council of Behavior, whatever you call it.
Right. Okay, I can get you that
For the
easily.
payment that was provided.
Right.
Got
Which
it.
was, that session was on December 18th.
Correct.
17, right?
Or I think the last council meeting was on the 17th and then the training was on the 18th or something like that. So that's why we missed it by a day and then we've just been struggling to get them paid. That's really what we want to do.
How long is the training?
Go ahead.
How long is the
I
training?
think it was an 8 hour, it was an all day training.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
just one all day.
So,
And it was 21,500.
For the all day training, yeah.
and these people.
But I think there might be successive ones. I'll talk to Paul and see if we can get them
Not
to.
only we pay not for the one-day training, 3 days.
Right.
Because the last year they claimed that they provide the service December 17, 18, 19, 3 days.
Okay. All right, I may be misremembering. This is a long time ago.
So what I
let me
want to know
see.
that the $21,000 we pay them based on 3 days of training, and each training session not more than 50 people. So I want to know how many people participate in each stage. Each session for the things one,
Okay.
and the total 3-day service. How many people of Jersey, not city employee and non-profit people is participating?
Got it.
All right.
Okay.
It's good. You got it.
So what I want to know is it's the same thing with each unique person that participated
Okay.
over the
All right,
length
so-
of this training. And also their department and division. Now, you said this is like a trained trainer.
Yes.
So then those people were trained and they went out and trained other people?
Yes. So I know for a fact Paul Bellenboyer and Tony, totally drawing a blank on her last name, she works with Paul. They both were trained and now they go out and perform trainings. But I'm not sure. I think Marianne Kelleher, off the top of my head, those are the only 3 that I know for a fact are going out and doing
But
trainings.
the 21,000 is only for the 3-day training session?
Yes, it was for a training that's already been done. They
Not
keep
the
sending us
trainer,
bills.
Not like to pay all.
Oh, no.
So it's.
No. Yeah, and this, the money for this is from a grant from SAMHSA. So this is all grant funded, and you know, the PO's ready. Like we've been ready to pay them for a while. We just, for whatever reason, just can't close that. We can't get approval for it just for various paperwork issues, I think. So we want to get them paid.
What is the name of the guy, a city of site? Paul, what is it?
Paul Bellenboyer.
Paul Royer. Let it come with a sign-in sheet too. When you claim
Okay,
50
yeah, I'll ask him.
people, let it
Yeah,
come
he
with
should
sign-in.
have it. I mean,
But who chose the 15? Was it each department head or something?
Can't do that.
no, I think we started with HHS.
Oh, all of you guys? first.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so that, everybody from that department is trained.
We're trained, so we didn't, not everybody in HHS did this 3-day training, but
Okay.
everybody in HHS has now been trained or is scheduled to be trained by those people who have received that
The
initial training.
15 people.
Right.
The 15
people.
trainers.
They're the so they're training HHS
Yeah.
employees.
It's like a
Yeah.
pyramid.
It is.
So
Well, it's not a pyramid scheme, right? Nobody's making money off of it.
we just want to make sure that.
I just want to see how are all the department heads involved here, because if it's mental health, I think they should be the first ones on the front line and then start,
Okay.
delegating it down. I mean,
Department heads,
one
got it.
whole department just to be trained, and then you have the whole city not
Right.
trained.
Yeah,
It's
well, I think we're trying to work through
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I
so-
just wanted to know how that was.
I'm still trying to figure something out, so, do they get credentials after this? Or
No.
they got certificates? So then how?
I don't, they might get a certificate or something, but it's, yeah, it's not like they're workers.
Like a CPR course, right?
I don't know, I would prefer to the road department, it's like, this way that we can get soon, like, if you look at me and say, Danny, I think, you know, I'm gonna jump off a roof one day, I might take offense to that, I might just have a
Well,
bad night.
I'm scheduled to be trained, haven't been trained yet. But I would imagine part of the training is in saying to somebody like, you look suicidal, like, I don't think you do that. I think you might say, hey, do you need to talk to somebody? Right, so I don't, hopefully we're not, training people to accuse people of
I think
having
it could
mental
be beneficial in
conditions.
some way. There's so much issues people have. I just think they gotta teach you how to look out for signs. I think
Uh-huh.
maybe
Do our
that's
police
more-
officers
that's
get
all
this
they
kind
can
of
tell you.
training?
Yeah, public
They
safety is
can't
next.
tell you.
Yep, fire, we're starting with fire, and then it's gonna be police, EMT, like,
We work with the
and we've already worked with, yes, schools and churches. We've funded several churches, and Paul was gonna be here, but he had a scheduling issue, couldn't be here all day. But he, like I said, we'll definitely follow up, and he has some other information he wanted to make sure everybody got, but he wanted to wait until I talked to all of you about it, and then he's gonna follow up.
I could.
So my other question is very interesting. Has this been, is there a model of this, like train the trainer on this particular mental health issue out there or are we breaking new ground here?
So it's relatively new. I don't think it's been on this large of a scale in a city our size, and the city of Jersey City is one of only, I want to say, 8 cities across the country that got grant funding to actually do this over a long term. So it's a 3-year project.
Through the National Council?
We're funded through SAMHSA, but the National Council did the initial training.
Oh, this is SAMHSA funded?
Yes, SAMHSA's had funded it, yep. So they're funding us
Just the next
to do the trainings and everything like that, but we needed to be trained initially. But they're, we're using their funding for, promotions and hiring and all that stuff.
So Paul will have the list on how many people were there at the training, and they were there all 3 days.
Yes, yeah. And like I said, he was supposed to be here, but he was here for like 20 minutes and had to leave. I don't know how long he thought this meeting was going to last. All right, are we okay?
Okay.
All right.
And I'll follow up.
Yeah, I know you do.
Actually, I'll just say, I have one question. I'll save it, but it's a late claim, right? So
Yeah.
I just need an explanation. I know you said it was submitted and then it was kind of...
Right, it was submitted and withdrawn, submitted, withdrawn, submitted, withdrawn. This is our 4th try. So it's not like we did this 8 months ago and we're all of a sudden just bringing it to you guys. It's just, it keeps getting pulled, so.
Okay. You got 2 more items, 30 and 31, and then you got an ordinance.
Yes, so 30 is accepting the 2nd year of grant funding from SAMHSA. to continue to do this mental health awareness training work. So it's a 3-year grant, and we're, they're satisfied with year 1 performance, and we're ready for round 2.
Could we get the report of first year?
Sure.
And the accounting of that spend. Anyone else have questions about that?
No.
Okay, and then the last one is 1031, and that is, the Hudson County, the County Department of Health and Human Services Office on Aging readjusted the grant money that we're receiving for our senior congregate meal sites and other services we offer, Meals on Wheels and stuff like that. It was just, I think it was less than $40,000 increase. We were already planning on superseding the match requirement that they already had in place, so even though they needed us to increase the match, we were already going to be spending more money than was required anyway, so we're not increasing the match any more than we'd already planned. So it's just an extra $39,000 and change from the county.
Any questions on that, anyone? None?
And also, while I'm here, there's a second reading ordinance.
That's 4.1.
4.1, and that is just for an adopt-a-lot lease at 81 Garfield. This was already a community garden, but another organization is taking over the lease, so we had to just reauthorize the lease of this lot for adopt-a-lot purposes.
Great. Anyone have questions about that? Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, Steve, you only got the 2 items?
Yeah.
All right. Steve has got resolution 42 and 49. A resolution authorizing a month-to-month extension, not to exceed 3 months, effective on June 28th, 2019, of a contract with Syntest Corporation for the rental of uniforms for Department of Public Works. It's fairly straightforward, going out to bid again, right?
Probably a co-op agreement. There's this vendor and another vendor that we're considering.
Co-op agreement?
Yeah.
So this year we plan to go co-op? How they gonna do?
This was a co-op, and the other vendor is also a co-op. So we're trying to determine to stay with Syntest or go with the other vendor. It's kind of hard to do a bid because there's different sizes for all the employees.
And we're increasing the amount here, this is not just, just to add
Well,
the
this
extra
is
3
for the
months.
3 months, yeah.
Okay.
It's running close to 20,000, 18,000 a month right now. And
Anyone
as
have
you can see,
questions?
It's 255 employees that get uniforms, and every time somebody leaves, it's a different person and transfers and things like that. So it'd be very hard to do a bid reception because you'd have to specify each item and number of sizes and things. And these are rented.
There's that one price, like if you buy a sweater, the smallest, just say the price is the extra large.
There's a basic price for each piece of the uniforms, but then if you're a larger size, there's an extra charge for like extra large and extra large, some of our people, Public Works.
Big and tall.
That too.
Okay, questions, folks? 42?
I mean, if this is a rental of a uniform,
yes.
Did you do that some kind of comparison between rental or city gives a clothing allowance 250 city employee? So if you calculate 250 employee cost is $100,000, rent a uniform, which is better? We give the $1,000 each person, you know what I'm saying? And they can buy their own clothing based on specification we provide. I mean, which is better? Did you do that? The cost analysis.
I think that would have to be negotiated in the union contract to do that. I think that would need negotiations in the union contract to change to that. I can tell you years ago, because I've been here forever, we used to do the messengers and mailroom people in that way, where we went out and purchased the uniforms. The problem was as soon as somebody left, you had old uniforms that you couldn't use, and then you had to buy new ones for the replacement person. That was the difference.
But I mean, even today's is closing, I mean, the wear-out is not easy because they use very good quality, you know, not like years ago.
Right.
So, you know, we give to every year $1,000 closing allowance instead of we give to, you know, $100-some thousand, the $235,000 that their rental uniform continue to do that. We give them 250 people $1,000 a year, you know, so whatever's left over, you keep it. Whatever you able to purchase, let them purchase. So, I mean, it actually can be a benefit to our city 250 employee, you know what I'm saying? I think, I don't know which is, do you do any else?
So you're saying if I leave DPW, I take my uniforms, and then we just give James, when he come in, $1,000 to buy uniforms?
No, we can do that. Instead of one shot $1,000, every 6 months, $500, you know what I'm saying? Because a city employee 250, more like a full-time employee, we provide uniform.
But the centers, like, they clean the uniforms, right?
They do.
Because maybe if I leave, I could just give James my uniform. They just come to work like that.
I mean, you know so, I mean, just do that cost analysis, which is better. Not only that, over time we ask this employee which choice you have more favor. Which you look at, we're gonna spend $250,000 a year, you know, rental uniform, which is gonna be disappear every year. But the one buy pants, couple of buy pants, like a police officer, they give them uniform allowance, you know what I'm saying? While we can have the same kind of things, maximize the benefit to our city employee. So I don't know it's not the benefit or not. Just maybe ask them if they feel like it. I'd like to have $1,000, you know, every 6 months we get $500. It's better for, because most uniform cost is not that high. It's a uniform more likely working clothes, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, if I'm BA, I'm gonna ask them, which is more favorable.
We'll look into it. There's some of this is in the union contracts. It's a single annual payment for stuff like boots and
And
uniforms.
they use it as a bargaining chips when they're negotiating, you know what I'm saying? If a union member is a favor, why not? You know? If it's not,
Can I just bring something up on this? So I'm just looking at it, so 1 year, the previous year was 180,000, correct?
That was the initial contract. Each year is 180,000.
So the monthly cost to that is 15,000 a month?
It's a little bit higher now. It was 15, yeah.
It was 15?
We added some more people, so it's a little bit higher than that.
Because the number of
I think the last one was 18,000.
We added more people.
In Public Works that gets uniforms. Remember, we changed the seasonal people to full-time people?
Say again?
The seasonal employees that we had before became regular full-time people. They get uniforms.
And they didn't
when they were
have
seasonal, they did not.
I see.
So that's where the increase, most of the increase came from the changeover from seasonals.
I got it. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
But the other one is 10.49 on the agenda.
1049?
1049. This is the resolution ratifying the award of contract to Avid Exchange. That's the vendor that has the state contract to do the PSE&G bills electronically. So I don't have to get the 6-inch paper bill each month from them for each account. And they provide invoices, and it's on a spreadsheet on the computer if someone wants to check on the usage in a certain location, basically.
I think you have a draft the wrong way to this one also. We hired this company just go to paying the bill. I mean, this is include their bill management service and PSE&G bill to payment to PSE.
Yes.
This is two things. Payment of the this price is a $6.8 million, include bill payment to PSE&G and bill management, both.
Right. The tracking part is roughly $1,500 a month for them to get the bills electronically and enter it into a computer database system.
No, I'm talking
And then
about.
they pay PSC&G.
Yes, so $6.8 million include actual bill from the PSCNG plus bill management company. So we want to know what is that they charge for bill management.
Oh, I think
How much is the real energy cost?
the bill management tracking is about $1,500 a month. I think that's on here.
Hold on a minute.
$1,500 a month?
I'm gonna do that business, I think. You better do it, that bill. What is it, how much they charge for?
$1,500 a month.
Yeah, it's the second item. We had $30,000 estimated for the year for that.
Oh, where? I look at this one. So what I'm saying is that you failed to provide proper documents or resolution to this council. You ask us to make a contract with the Odebix Change Incorporation for the Bill Management Corporation. So then you gotta tell us that what is the cost, bill management service cost. We should prove that one, not the pay bill to PSCNG. So you just put the $6.8 million.
Yeah, there's 3 purchase orders. At
Yeah,
the
how
second
many-
page of the resolution.
3 different purchase
Third
orders?
purchase order is the $30,000 is the estimate for the year.
For what?
$30,000 is the estimate for the year. That's for the tracking.
Or tracking
bill
the bill.
management tracking, right. The other 2 are, one account is the streetlights, traffic signals, and camera systems, and the other is the buildings, parks, and
Yeah.
other facilities.
Okay. So
That's where it's broken down.
So we paid this company 1,000 separate bill, cancel the bill payment, actually paid $30,000 a month,
A year.
year.
Right.
Okay, so, all right, good. That's what I want to know.
A year.
So that company, we pay bill management service, we pay $30,000 a year, and the $6.5 million, that actual electric bill for a building, check light, street light, and so and so.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And the state only gave them the state contract to do that electronically as opposed to just giving it to the city directly. So we have to use them because we don't have the ability or
I understand.
the approval from the state to get it ourselves. That's basically it.
Let me ask you next question. Through this company, what we have saving energy, what we save the dollar-wise? Nothing.
I don't
No.
know if we saved anything dollar-wise. I think primarily it's them providing the data entry service for the
That's
bills.
what I'm saying. So if we do that, I think that this business administrator, don't mislead this council, just say this is what the service. Usually if we hire a company, energy savings, so and so, we hire already a separate consulting company for that. We did that already, you know what I'm saying? So this company strictly bill management period.
Yes.
But this company can be found out overcharged by PSCNG. So those kind of things they should find out for us, you know? City of Jersey, City of Jersey rent a space, 30 Montgomery Street, and then move it out middle of the month to City Hall Annex building, you know what I'm saying? So then, that's the case, we should be disconnect electric gas service that building right away. Other than that, they continue to build to us. So how many those kind of cases they find out they actually claim to ask for money back from the PSCNG? Anything like that. See, those kind of jobs, this company should be provided to us.
Do we have a consultant who does that? I thought that we had.
We hire consulting.
We don't have that anymore? I think
they do
The
that.
consulting citywide energy saving plan. But bill management company
does energy
Okay.
savings.
Brian, do we have a consultant who does energy savings first? No longer?
I don't think we have a
That's a
vendor to do
conversation
that.
for another day.
Yeah, I don't think
This is
this
a
vendor does
contract
that.
for, as you said, bill management. Nobody's
The bill
suggesting it's...
management, so through the bill management, that's what it is. Steve, I'm gonna give you some idea. I'm gonna just say that middle of the August, one of the departments located 30 Montgomery Street moved out to move to City Next building. Then this company, and they usually notice the company right away, 30 Montgomery floor 347, they moved out as July 1st, or middle of August 15th. You guys ask them, please contact with the PSN, disconnect the power now. Other than that, you know what I'm saying? Air conditioner gonna keep on running. They leave the light in the office, leave like this one. So then we're gonna pay for that. How much? I mean, a lot of departments the same thing. Those kind of service, this company should be involved there. You know what I'm saying? Provide the service, those kind of things. So we don't have to be unnecessary electric bill to pay.
Right.
Okay,
We
so the
notified
councilman is
them
asking
to
about
do
the
that.
energy
What we
savings.
don't- What you're asking is, when is the date when they
Are you
actually
sure?
do it?
Say something.
That's what we're not getting. I understand.
My energy savings. I know, we're both fading out.
Okay, well, we'll look into that.
Thank you. Good. Brian just said he's gonna look into this.
For example, we have new locations that we had a PSCG go for.
All right, was there anything
It's
else?
an energy savings.
Okay, all right, we're good.
Councilman, we're good, we're good. We're moving on.
Thank you.
Oh, okay?
Yes, we did.
He's gonna look into it.
Okay, please.
Okay. And last and certainly not least, Andrew and Joe. You guys flip a coin. Embark.
Well, everyone.
I don't know, I've got two forms, that's all.
I'm just sitting back.
Should I do the items on the agenda?
Yeah, you want to go over the agenda stuff? We'll do that.
Yeah, the agenda
Something
first,
about-
Do the
please.
agenda first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're starting, Andrew?
Yes,
Wanna do
sir.
your ordinances first?
Yes, sir.
Andrew has 5 ordinances. Ordinance 3, 4, 5, 10, and 15. 3, 4, 5, 10, and 15.
I apologize. 15, I won't be presenting, but resolution number...
62.
Resolution number 62, I will.
Okay. So resolution 62 as well. Okay, let's, first one is supplementing chapter 332, article 3 of the code designating angled parking on the north side of Winfield Avenue, Ocean Avenue to Garfield Avenue.
Good afternoon, council. This ordinance would convert this segment of Winfield Avenue, which currently has parallel parking on both sides of the street, to have angled parking on one side of the street, which would increase the parking capacity of the street by 15 vehicles. This is possible because the cartway width or the curb-to-curb width is 40 feet.
Increase of 15?
Increase of 15, yes.
Parking
Question to the
space?
councilman.
Who is councilman in that area? Oh, congratulations. 15 parking space, a lot.
Yes.
That's a lot on that lot.
It's a
I
wide
think the
lot.
most we had was Sullivan Drive, which was ended up being like 30 something, but 15 is a lot. And the other end of Winfield just got 9 recently, so.
Okay. 3.4, an ordinance supplementing chapter 332, New Jersey City Code, amending the reserved parking space at various locations throughout the city.
This ordinance does not propose any new reserved parking stations. It just amends the location of 4 existing spaces. They are either being corrected to where the sign actually is installed or moved closer to the residents.
Any questions on that? Hearing none, next item is 3.5, also supplementing chapter 332, Article 7, metered parking, Section 332-48, designation of parking spaces of the Jersey City Code, amending the hours and the parking meters in Lot 9, AKA 52, are in effect.
This is a parking lot near the Newark Avenue pedestrian mall that has some parking spaces that are permit and some parking spaces that are metered. This ordinance would change the hours that the parking meters are in effect. They're currently in effect until 6 p.m. This would increase that to midnight.
This is only for the Newark Avenue parking lot, not all these lots that are listed here.
Correct. The ordinance reads as removing this particular lot from the list of all the other lots and creating a paragraph that speaks to just the particulars of this lot only.
Questions on this, council members?
Andrew, thanks for a great job. You know, because we have a limited land, it's not easy to talk about parking so on. So, but let me ask you this one. This one is we're talking about hours of street parking. Also, the closed entrance of parking lot is belong to that issue, belong to your jurisdiction or division of the parking?
To physically when to close the parking lot?
Yeah, close to physically entrance, closed entrance of parking lot. Who is the charge of it? You or division of the parking?
I wasn't aware that we did that for any parking lots, but if it were to occur, it would be the parking authority or the Division of Parking Enforcement.
Parking, closing entrance parking, has nothing to do with you?
Is there an example of this happening?
I'm sorry?
Where did this happen?
So next of the Central Avenue Post Office parking division,
okay.
the entrance supposed to be always, as I remember, the 4 years always open Central Avenue entrance, just end, only entrance, not get out, no exit. But after we finish construction, the people were suffering so many months with the repairing. Now parking division use the parking vehicle, close entrance. So we got so much.
So let me follow up on that. I think there was still an issue in the lot there, and it's not.
No,
it's done.
All the construction is over. Now they close, so people get pissed off. Now, the reason I'm asking you, close entrance of parking lot actually related with the parking at the traffic patterns. If we close entrance of parking lot at Central Avenue, only people park the car and auto park the car next to the post office. They have to go Cambridge Avenue, Cambridge 1 Avenue to the north. So it causes so much problem now. So any closing parking entrance, they should be studied by your department, the traffic pattern, and you're the one actually make yes or no. Not the parking division, you know what I'm saying?
Understood. So with this particular lot, I'll have to look at what the construction logistics are. And then we'll determine whether or not that gate could be open. But I wasn't aware that there's any public parking in that lot.
Yes, it's there.
There is, okay.
Okay, so now, that's number one. Number two problem is that there are just so many reserved parking. So they took away parking space from the general public, number one. Number two, business administrator, when we not signed the contract yet, when we give the contract with the post office, we try to give to them north side of the parking space, whole area for the post office there. Actually, that's wrong too. So closing entrance of parking and to changes the traffic pattern. So you should be looking to that matter, and you should be tell them parking division, so you should be not close entrance, yes or no. Not that department solely make a decision, okay? But gotta open now. You know?
I'll look into it.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay.
Please, okay? Other than that, everything is good.
10. You move on?
Oh, yeah. Move down. 10.
That's amending chapter 332, vehicles and traffic, parking, standing and stopping.
This ordinance amends Newark Avenue in the no stopping or standing section of the code to be no stopping or standing for the full length of Newark Avenue in the pedestrian wall and in the segment of Newark Avenue that is near the PATH station, which runs from Grove Street to Columbus Drive. The intent of this ordinance is to be able to better enforce loading and unloading that's currently taking place in that plaza for uses such as Dwayne Reed and other retail places nearby.
I can explain it. So basically, there's the Dwayne Reed that's right there at the Grove Street Plaza. They will have a truck that pulls in to the center of that plaza at 1 a.m. to do their loading and unloading, and some of the neighbors in Grove Point complain. And so we asked the police to ticket them, but the police ticketed them and they just send it to corporate. They don't care. So we figure the only way to get them to use the loading and unloading zones on the street and not go into the middle of the plaza is to do a total weight zone.
I thought that you designated a certain area as a...
Yeah, on the street. Yeah, loading, unloading on the street. This is the area right next to the PATH station. And they just go in and they don't care.
Need a big truck for their truck.
Yeah, so it's
This particular area, you can just drop in.
You said they hear it or
They hear it.
parking? This is for like traffic.
No, they hear it because it's the plaza. There's supposed to be a loading unloading zone on Morgan on the back, and there's one on Grove. The noise, it's like.
Why don't you put the loading and all, the loading and unloading right on Christopher Columbus, right before the bus stop?
Well, we did some on the next block, and there's some on Grove.
Because what McDonald's is just, if you have any deliveries, you just put that.
There's one on Morgan too. They can go to Morgan.
It's a back entrance to the Dwayne Reed?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you put, I mean, you can have an entrance, because some of the businesses will complain if they have to park way far away, because then you can go into like a 3-hour delivery work.
The only business that uses it, as far as I know, is Dwayne Reed. Yeah, I mean, because it's right on the plaza. They're the only business there.
And you're saying they should go up and down on Grove Street?
Yes.
Coming back this way?
Yeah. On Grove or on Morgan.
Morgan is the back street? Is there parking? What kind of truck is this? 50-footer or like a 7-footer?
No, it's not a semi, they get, so they can't put a 50-footer on Morgan.
I mean, it's not allowed, right? They're getting ticketed because what they're doing is not allowed, and they're continuing to do it because they just send it up to corporate and corporate pays the ticket.
It's become a cost of doing
Correct.
business.
That's right.
You can't make that swing even if the truck is coming from Grove Street. You can't make that swing onto Morgan. It's a big, tractor trailer. There's no way you're gonna make that swing.
How do they get out of that space? Back out?
Yeah, and I think that's what wakes people up.
Back out?
And I think that's what wakes people up because it's the beeping on the truck that they hear. And that's where the complaint comes from.
If we charge ticketing, not based on case, if we based on wheels. By axle. If you 18 wheels a tractor trailer, they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we charge by axle. I think the more actually wake them up, especially tractor trailers.
That's when you become governor.
Yeah.
When you governor?
If it gets towed away, they do get towed by weight class.
Huh?
We have bollards going in as part of the pedestrian plaza project.
Right on the edge of Columbus and...
They're gonna have no choice but to go on to Columbus.
Yeah.
Well, we'll start with this.
Then instead of like the small, the 4-door small set that is $50. If 8 tractor wheels are $50, it's not fair.
This is your recommendation, how to address this?
500.
Yes.
Then they will low.
Okay. You move on to the next item?
We just counsel. Peter, can you do something?
Resolution 10.62. So supplementing the manual of the loading zone designations in the city, designating a 25-foot loading zone in front of 41 Montgomery Street.
So this is along the newly constructed protected bike lane segment of Montgomery Street. This is the eastbound approach of Montgomery Street to Green Street. The two previous blocks have bus stops, which are sort of being used as interim loading zones until we better figure out the curbside management along the segment. This particular block does not have a bus stop, so in order to accommodate loading at the handful of businesses at this corner, we've designated essentially one parking space in front of 41 Montgomery Street as a loading zone for the hours listed here, Monday through Friday.
After the handicap,
Huh?
there's two
62.
handicap spaces on Montgomery right there we're talking about. So we're saying right after those handicap spaces.
I think those are on the other side of the street.
Yes, so this is by
The senior building?
This is on the other side of the street. Yeah,
41.
This is,
It's a south street. It's a south side of the
this is
municipal.
Milano's,
past the post office.
Oh, past.
yeah.
Driving past the post office, after the post office, the first use
So
is,
Uber drop off parking.
yeah.
That's it, got it.
But Andrew, I'm gonna just say that we learn a lot of things from the past and the experience. Used to be Central Avenue, every block has a loading zone. Because if you know somebody, especially councilperson, they stick in the loading zone here and there. Most cases they use for their own vehicle with a store name in the windshield. So when I was the president of Central Avenue SID, I actually removed all the loading zone. We put in the meter parking, you know. So we opened maybe 2 spots. Even though Rite Aid, Burger King, Papa John, we set up the rule. We tell them headquarters, if you're gonna deliver any merchandise before say 7 a.m. or after 7 p.m. With regulating. But if you see that all those loading zone, now you guys open loading zone 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. If you open wide, as it was in my experience, there were certain hours of time they get delivery. You actually take away parking space from the general public, and when people come in, I'm telling you, if somebody's want to park the car, they're not going to move the car to deliver it to anyhow. They're going to double parking. So you have to understand, continue give away loading zone is one of the dangerous acting you're taking. And if you want to do that, you gotta give the window. Even couple of, not couple actually, windows, because even Central, such as Franklin Street, they have a loading zone. We ask them what time usually deliver. It's a common sense. 9 a.m. to 11. That's it.
So
2 hours.
this is pretty much the only loading zone we're going to put in this area. The interesting difference between Central and Montgomery is very long stretches with no intersections. On Central, there's some corners where you can do some loading, not really in this part. And there are not a lot of, in this part of Montgomery, not a lot of like packed areas with lots of businesses. This is one of them. So, we're not going to fill the place with loading zones. This is really going to be it.
Let me tell you, those only one block has only few stores. If you come in Central, one block has maybe 20 stores located. One block has maybe 6 stores, you know what I'm saying? And if you create a loading zone for the 6 stores, then Central Avenue have to create 30 loading zones. Not 30, I'm sorry, 40 loading zones. So please, when you give us a loading zone, think twice.
Okay, no more loading
If
zones
you
on
know,
Central.
or give us some window.
Right, could you
That's
get a
good
window?
feedback.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because I
please.
thought before we had given windows
Yes.
when we did loading zones. Because then they'll deliver all time for the night, but I thought we did loading zone times.
Yeah, that's very good feedback, and this certainly won't be the last loading zone that we'll be proposing, especially along these new bike lanes that we're constructing. I think it's important to or try to get a consensus from the merchants in the area on the windows that would be appropriate for loading and unloading. So we'll try to do that going forward, because our goal is to establish loading zones, not as Councilman Yoon said, at every business, but in a manner that makes sense for everyone. So either at the beginning of the block or the end of the block. So we're going to work towards finding a window that makes sense for everyone and the location that makes sense for everyone.
So I'm gonna say no if we not give us a window because it's not right. I'm telling you, okay? And we know before 1 block before this one, they have another loading zone, okay? So almost every block gonna be a loading zone and the bus stop, then we're gonna have the people park the car. You know, which way you don't like or not, they're gonna bring the car. So any road, even Central Avenue, front of the Burger King, they come 80 with tractor trailer. Still we mentioned the time, 12 a.m. and 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. They said if we not sure that time, sorry, that's your problem. If we not strict that, somebody get hurt. And also, I'm telling you, you go down to the Montgomery Street, any loading zone, look at who parked the car that spot. When the trucks come in, where park the trucks? They're double parking.
How many parks is this taking up, parking spaces?
One.
This loading zone is only taking up one legal parking space?
So,
correct.
So just make imagination. One parking space take away just small regular sedan, family car. But most of delivery come from what? Truck. You think you're able to fit that truck in that one parking space?
Yeah, so what's there now that's going to be taken up?
So the location is unique in that it is between, or not between, it has a striped buffer between a driveway that's adjacent to the building. So in reality, they have 35, 40 feet to load and unload. So we spoke with the retailer, the merchant, and all of their deliveries are in 30-foot box trucks or smaller, and sometimes in vans or even a personal vehicle making deliveries. It's the one parking space plus the striped buffer gives the combined width of the delivery vehicle.
So
and this is only for one store?
So there were
like
two.
3 stores located.
There were two merchants right next to each other that requested the loading zone. I anticipate they'll be the ones to use it most, but with any loading zone throughout the city, anyone can use it.
Anybody can use it. So now, the reason I'm saying that, please, because based on our experience, 40 years in here, I don't want you, any elected official or anybody who has a connection to City Hall, influence your department, continue creative loading zone takeaway parking space from general public. I don't want things happening. So please, parking zone should have a window required, you know what I'm saying? Or the way you say, if we give to one, okay, you know better. I don't have to explain, you know. I don't want to waste my time.
He does best. Let's go.
That's no parking anytime. Is that right across from 30?
Are you talking about right up the street from 30 Montgomery?
No, this is the
Milano's
it's near the Milano's. Is that it? Milano's.
So we're back to the one right off of the post office then, right?
Just past the post office.
So then the parking spot that you're talking about.
Are you mean from
trucks coming out of that area and make that swing too?
There is one parking space between the post office's exit and the parking space that's being proposed right now for the loading zone. And there is a small striped buffer to allow the post office vehicles to make that right turn out of the garden. I apologize. That's an egress only driveway. I misspoke. That post office driveway is egress only.
One, but Milano's going to reach out to me too.
Could you ask them, is this the, after here it is, with those 3 cars on the corner? I just don't see it's trying to.
It's fine.
It's by where the awning for
Debate these things.
So the white truck?
It's by the awning for the Milanos.
If you take into account the parking space plus the striped buffer if you're looking at the use to the left, it's essentially the entire frontage of that building, which is roughly 30 feet.
So from the corner back to Milano's?
No, just that one space. From, if you're looking at the Milano's Deli, it's basically that entire frontage. And to the left, there will be a few parking spaces closer to Green Street, which will remain.
I just want to make a statement first, I got to leave.
Yeah.
But, I don't know how Councilman Solomon feels about it, and I spoke to you about it, that area there. Like, there's a lot happening in that area with the bike lane taking over, like, two lanes off of Montgomery. And, I think we have to visit that. Like, I visited this past weekend, and that light, going, if you're on the light of Washington going north, we have to change that pattern of Washington Street to make that a two-way, because if you don't, then you're gonna be waiting on that east-west Montgomery for days. The light will change and you're just there and traffic is in the middle because there's no way you can take the pressure off of Washington or Montgomery. I don't know how you feel about it, but you should really, and I've been telling you guys this for a while, because I knew that this was coming down the pipe, and you really putting stress on the already stressed area with respect to the traffic there. So I think you should really consider, breaking up Washington Street to a two-way.
I agree completely. This is something that you suggested to us for a while now. And it's certainly feasible. We had pressed pause on it while the construction was happening. But with these new changes, we'll certainly revisit it. If there is room to allow the construction activity plus making it two-way, I think it's a good change to make, specifically from what you suggested, to alleviate some of the congestion.
Okay. All right, anything else on that? I just have something about protected bike lanes. So, in terms of the signage for, say, this loading, unloading zone, or for meter parking and so it's all the way to the curb. Consider the idea of moving it closer out to the spots where the zone inside, where the loading zone is, or the meter, or the parking space is. So people know what they're. I don't know if people are not getting ticketed or ticketed. I haven't checked that to see if they're paying their meters. But I'm guessing, I've watched on Grove Street, and then you did paint the taxi signs. But I watched people sitting in the taxi line, just kind of sitting behind taxis, not realizing it's a taxi lane. Yeah. And they're not moving, and I'm walking up to their window and knocking on it and telling them, this is not a taxi, this is a taxi lane, not a...
So I don't think we've considered physically moving the parking meters.
No, the signage.
The signage for the parking meters, we will be adding additional supplemental signage, informational signage really, to say that this is how you park next to a protected bike lane, and the parking meters are still in effect. We fully plan to install those signs.
Great. Anyone else? No. Okay, do you want to go to the bike, or you want to do Joe's stuff first?
I only have one item. We kind of cross paths with public safety, but I'll take it since we worked for the last 6 months together. And that's regarding permitting. That's item number 15, 3.15. You had asked about it just before when it came up first. Ordinance first reading 3.15. The ordinance number is 19-114. So essentially, what we currently have on the books is a traffic barricade manual, is what it's actually called. We're changing the name to a traffic control manual, and we're updating it significantly. The last time it was updated, from what we estimate, was in the mid to late 80s. So it's significantly out of date, and we brought it up into today's standards and in strict conformance with the MUTCD, which stands for Manual and Uniform Traffic Control Devices. That is a federal guideline which has been adopted as state law by the NJDOT. and we felt it necessary that if we're going to have something in the ordinance, it might as well jive with the actual state law, right? So that's the first part of that, and consequential to that, and actually ancillary to that, Chapter 296 also had some additional parts that needed some updating. It's basically a revamp of our traffic and road opening permitting procedures. One of the things that I had mentioned previously to you that we were looking to incorporate was for the city to take on the restoration of the various utility cuts you see throughout the city. There are thousands on an annual basis, new ones made, as you know, sometimes on new streets, as we cannot predict when these things will happen. So this way, the city will have a lot more control. For the ones that do come in, we will be offering the applicants a volume discount. For example, if someone needed a service replaced to their home, where they would have paid an infrared company, which is the requirement, the minimum requirement to restore pavement per our ordinance, where they would have paid, let's say, $1,300 for half a day to fix one cut, we'll be able to do maybe 5 and a half a day. So we're going to spread that all out. We're going to set a minimum fee for a minimum size cut and go upwards from there based on the size of the cuts expanding. As far as the fees, we will not be touching that portion until a few months later, possibly even as close to when this one goes into effect, which is January 1st of 2020. We have a little bit more work to do to calculate what numbers we want to use as the basis, but that is the intent. This way the city fully controls, and we also offer, relief as far as the restoration costs to the applicant, and most importantly, the control, back to that. So I wanted to make sure that you knew about that. By the time you have second reading, we'll come back with even more answers, and if you have any questions in the interim, please forward them to myself or Paul Russo in my office, who worked very closely on this with Director Shea and his group.
Okay, council members, any questions?
First thing, sir, I didn't see a long time. Where have you been?
You didn't see what?
Where you been? I didn't see many,
Say you didn't see you in a long time.
I take that as a compliment.
How long it would take for him to get up here anyway, so.
I take that as a compliment, and I think he means in general. I felt it was time to take a step back and let my people come forward a little bit. And what's that? I missed it.
It was a training session for people under you, that was it?
No, I want to make sure they get, somebody gave me a chance at one point, right? For me to come up here and learn and get my feet wet and present.
I could do that like at 6 o'clock or tomorrow morning.
Okay. So I work very closely with everyone behind the scenes, but we're all kind of spread kind of thin right now. So I'm handling a lot of the troubleshooting. They're handling a lot of the process and procedure. But I'll take it as a compliment, and I can meet with you at any time and say hello.
No.
If you troubleshoot.
I miss you too, actually.
You see him more frequently.
3.15.
I don't think he finds anything we do that troubling. Is that pretty accurate? What's that?
Okay, you never call, you never. All right. Anything else? You have 4 resolutions. Okay.
So maybe this is because I walked in a minute or two late. I mean, I had a bunch of questions and comments on the
barricade.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to go through them one by one, but some of these would be, I think, substantive changes. So if you want to move forward at first reading, it's up to you. I can propose amendments moving forward.
How many do you have?
Through the changes.
Well, I mean, I have to go through my notes now when I read it. I mean, so part of it was, so for 296,
okay.
I didn't know what had changed and what hadn't changed.
Okay.
What was given to us was just the new code, the new version. So I just went through and had suggested changes on it. So like I changes on the snow stuff, but I don't know if that changed or not.
Yeah, there were some, so here's what I can provide. We did have a rough draft with actual crossouts and markups, and we could either incorporate them in text or give you the rough. But I think we can work on that to make it a little more clear.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's a fair request.
So you want to get the markups, is that?
If you want to send us.
We do need it to codify it.
Yeah, right, because technically
Well, I think the law department is basically starting fresh with this. Like it's crossing out all the old and just starting new, just because there's too many back and forth changes.
Okay, so if we can get the original, if we get the original and then people can kind of figure out.
Check with John. Okay, John handled it out of your office with us.
I mean, why don't I do this? When I thought just to save us time, since it's been 6 hours. So I mean, why don't I write up all of these different changes, and then anything that maybe you guys sort of feel comfortable with, we can put into an ordinance and introduce it at the September meeting, and so that we did this with the demolition ordinance, where you pass one and then you pass the changes right thereafter.
Okay.
And we just had that conversation over the next month.
Okay. Okay.
And we obviously had to be brought back to everybody.
Yeah.
Can I get do you mind if I get is that a separate independent document right there? Can I get a copy right now? I'll walk.
Sure, but if you want to make a copy, you just have my notes on it.
If it's shareable
to you,
or if it's legible.
That's fine.
I'll get a copy done right now and we'll take it back.
Sure, and let me look at the barricade manual for a second.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, the barricade manual, the biggest change I'm going to see is probably 2/3 of the bulk that was in there is gone because it defaults to the national standard, which is the state law.
So I think the major question I had was sort of more substantive for both of these. So first was for the complete street closures. It said, however, all closures of major streets lasting at least one day will require the creation of a marked detour route. And I thought that shouldn't any closure of a major street, even if it's less than a day, require a detour because it's a major street?
That's a fair point. We could look into that, yeah.
And then the other question I had was, what does the enforcement look like? So, we have the pedestrian walkways and construction fences section. It's something we added to the construction code manual, but let's say you're not following this.
So that's,
and what are the penalties? How does enforcement work?
excellent question. So one of the major changes to this, and I can't believe I left this out, was that public safety has designated at least one person who has also violation writing power, as per the ordinance, however that works. So far, we have one person who's been going around policing, I shouldn't use the word policing, enforcing all of the wards. And to our surprise, actually my surprise, the vast majority have been falling in line. And we haven't had to issue one enforcement violation yet because everyone has complied upon the warnings. Some are multiple warnings. We're not just giving one warning and then enforcement on top of it. And a lot of times it's personnel, it's companies that don't do a lot of business here. The ones that do, we know them by name, we have their numbers. The one enforcement official right now has been doing it since, 2018, December 2018. So he's gotten to know everyone out there. It's nothing, that part is not something that was ever written in, but if you recall, Councilman Bogiano mentioned it multiple times, especially with some of the developments and how they block sidewalks and how we weren't really enforcing. So that kind of was the impetus to get us really in a room. It took 6 months, but there was a lot to change and a lot to work on. So that's been falling in line.
So what you're saying is we have that per public safety is named a dedicated person, and so when they go out, obviously ideally you just correct the situation, but where they need to issue a violation, do they base it off of is it a summons saying you're violating the barricade manual?
It's, I can't speak to that exactly because I know it's tied to the powers that were given to them by the court.
Okay.
But we can get you that information for sure.
Yeah, I think I'd like if you guys could write that up because I think we work with a law department, but my key idea thing is, I think enforcement is key to making this work.
Okay.
And making sure that people are held accountable and, we have seen flagrant violations, they seem to be getting better, but,
This way there's a set
it's great that this is on paper, but.
Right, set schedule.
Yeah. Final question was around the use of officers, and I don't know if this was covered before I got here, so I apologize. So this requires a uniformed police officer when a signalized intersection is is effective, is that's correct?
I believe that remained the case. That always was the case, and I believe it remains the case. But in most instances, we will be able to close effectively the proper amount of blocks before and after a signalized intersection and implement the proper detour before we even have to get to that point. However, there will be times where that may be necessary, and that will go straight to public safety, and they will assign someone.
Okay, and then if it's not that, it's a flag person. The flag person is defined as a person certified to assist with traffic control in restricted areas. What does certified to assist mean?
So it's basically if there's a minor shift in traffic, number one. Number two, the DOT allows for certain work zone setups with cones, barricades, and the like, drums. They basically enforce that and guide the actual driver around the traffic.
But how are they certified? I guess this word is certification, it's in the definition.
There's a national, there's a couple of national associations that actually certify. They have special cards. You have to meet a certain amount of hours.
Can we put that in this definition?
Yes,
so
we
that
can.
We know. And then how do we enforce it? So if I go to a site and they say to me, you know, I have a flag person here directing traffic, how do I know that's not just a random dude they picked up to go away with the traffic? How do I know it's someone that's certified to do it?
Right, they'd have to show their card, which we're gonna have to, like you said, cite the
And is that something we
certification.
write in that they have to keep on file? The flag person must have the appropriate
Absolutely.
certification, et cetera, et cetera?
I think it's in there, I just don't recall where, but.
I didn't see it, but
Okay.
it is. Let me know.
We'll definitely work on that part as well, because that's a key for the enforcement officer to enforce when they go out
Was
there.
this section in the previous manual?
Section about flag
Police
persons.
officers and flag persons.
Yes, yes, in some shape or form. Specifically with the wording, I don't know, I don't have the.
I'd really like to see that, so.
The crossed out version.
So I will admit that until you just raised it, I hadn't read this, among other things in this first reading. So what is the impact of this on off-duty work?
As far as the impact, there's really no impact. This is exactly the way we had it since the 80s.
Flag persons.
On the books, they've always been allowed. And the only time we've ever really needed by ordinance a uniformed police officer from our police force or any other police force was when we overrode the signal time at an intersection with traffic signalization. That's a state law.
What I mean is, so off-duty meaning like construction sites. Does this apply to construction sites and everything?
This is for private and public construction sites.
So like MUA work, PCNG, all that stuff?
Correct. This is for any work in the right-of-way.
So I don't know what was written before, but certainly the reality of what was done before was it was off-duty police officers who were coordinating traffic or controlling traffic at these different sites. And that was based on the ordinances that we've had in place before. So I'd ask for the ordinances that apply to off-duty work and so forth. Ask the law department to provide that. And have we reconciled this with kind of public safety and everyone else around this?
Yes, we've been working directly with public safety since February, meeting multiple times in that period, many multiple times in that period. Now, I think I'm going to go ahead and provide you the cross-out version. This way you can see exactly what changed from the past. I think that's fair enough. And as far as any other ordinances that involve police at all, I do believe there might have been one or two others. I have no knowledge of those. I deal strictly with the right-of-way and how it's affected and the permitting of it. Blocking, partial, temporary, full.
So to the Corporation Council, I'll give a copy of any ordinances that apply to off-duty work, off-duty police officers, and the assignment of their work and the conditions of their work. We've had an ordinance in the past that's been on the books. And so we have we have a resolution on here for a closed session?
Yes.
For the next meeting?
Yes.
So my request would be that these ordinances wait until after that closed session at the very least, because that closed session is about the litigation related to kind of the police officer's off-duty lawsuit against the city regarding that. And I'd like to hear what's going on there before I even contemplate this. That's just my opinion. I ask the council to consider holding off on both of these items until we've had that closed session and have more information about kind of the off-duty situation.
Or we can keep them on for first reading and then after the closed session.
And I'm asking the council, so
It's up to you.
I'm just saying it's, until we get that information, I'm not comfortable with kind of moving it forward.
All right.
And if I can just reiterate what I'm asking for right now, is I will work with, on 269, I'll send you guys all a list of things that I wanted to flag in this conversation. And on the barricade manual, the two things I'm asking you guys to look at is the definition of flag person and the definition of flag person, the detour signs for any major street closure, regardless of duration, and then a little bit more information on enforcement. So who enforces how, under what legal authority are they able to enforce? How can we expand that? Can we have 3 people doing it if we want to, et cetera? So those are the 3 things on my end. Okay. Thanks.
And I'll just say, I know you said this is how it's been done, but literally for the record, I've got, I saw probably last week, state police officers on Grand Street from Beloved Charter School going west 1 block and east the other block. 3 different state troopers on Grand Street controlling traffic or doing whatever they were doing while there was tree trimming going on, and PSC, Verizon in another block, and maybe PSC&G. I don't even know which ones were doing that, but so it's really kind of I've had this conversation with Director Shea in our public hearing on the budget, and in previous caucus, believe as well, that in my estimation that kind of the way that off-duty work or these sites are controlled are not being done well to date. And so this, if we're essentially further legalizing it, like the same sort of procedures, I would have a serious problem with that. And then ask the council to kind of reconsider that if that's what's, in fact, we're seeking to accomplish here by further establishing more, and basically usurping the ordinances that we put in place in the past around that stuff. So. Okay. Anyone else have questions on those items? Are we going? I have a question. You had a couple of resolutions as well.
Yeah.
Run through them?
No, I just have the form of resolution.
And we've not done scooters either. Yeah, you're right. But I think Brian had scooters.
So I have 10.37 through 10.40, and they're all relative to this year's cycle of New Jersey Department of Transportation trust funds, local aid. The bikeway program, was that a resubmission or did we take it? Okay. So for the bike, let me start by saying this. 1037 is bikeway program. That's part of a very competitive, smaller pool of money. It's not formulaic at all. There is a very large portion that is formulaic that New Jersey, Jersey City and Newark get the largest by calculation. That is number 10.39. I'll get to that one last if you'll allow me. But 10.37, 10.38, and 10.40 are all part of, I want to call them ancillary local aid grant funds that are very competitive, small size-wise, and many times we resubmit the ones that we submitted in previous years and hope that by the 3rd or 4th time we get funded. This year we took a little bit of a different tact and decided we may have better candidates for those, and that's what we submitted for. 10.37 we submitted for a full infrastructure build out of bikeways on Bergen Avenue between SIP and Montgomery, You'll see later this year, we're going to roll out just paint in that area. I don't want to call it a test, but it's kind of
We're talking about that.
a test period, okay. Yeah, that's right, we have a whole presentation to show you on that. But this would be the full build-out with concrete islands and the like. So that's what that application's for. 10.38 is the Safe Streets to Transit program. This happened to be a reincarnation of an old one that we were asked by DOT and the feds, federal government, Federal Highway Administration, to be more exact, if we wanted to resubmit that again because it was on a list of potential candidates, not only for this fund, but for the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank. So we figured if that's on their radar, why don't we bring it back up, analyze it, see if it's still valid, and resubmit it. That's how we came to the agreement to submit for that one. I'll skip to 1040 very quickly. The Transit Village, there is a segment of the city that has been, well, the city's been designated a transit village, but it's not. All right, Mark, you take this one. I don't want to misspeak.
So Journal Square has been designated as a transit village by the state, and usually how that works is a quarter-mile radius from the designation is eligible for grant funding through this program. So through this program, in this cycle locally, we've put in a proposal to make some improvements to Bergen Square, which is the historic Old Bergen Square, the first permanent settlement in the state of New Jersey, which is the intersection of Bergen Avenue and Academy Street, right in front of PS11 and the Seatown. Basically to make improvements to make that a more pedestrian-friendly area with seating and lighting, historic markers to show the historic identity of the place, and some general improvements in that area.
I'll jump to 10.39 at this time, and then I guess I'll just ask any questions when I'm done with this one. So, I previously came before you, 10.39. This is the big grant that is formulaic. Since the gas tax went into effect, I think it was 2 years ago, we've been receiving double what we used to receive as far as urban aid, which is calculated, and consideration for a municipal aid submission, which are submitted at the same time simultaneously. Typically on any documentation that you see to and from the DOT, they're not separated, but that's the way they exist in reality, as two separate grant programs. In the past, you may recall, we've submitted for Grant Street, we've submitted for Washington Boulevard, we've submitted for Central Avenue, we've submitted for MLK, Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, which is actually it's going to be done within the next 2 months.
Okay.
And we've also submitted for various others. As you might imagine, those are roads that are very long, big networks, big impacts. We get more points for those types of roads, especially if they impact bus routes and other transit facilities such as at-grade rail crossings and the like. So this year, we decided to take an application that we submitted previously before you, actually approved twice, for freight-related roads. Similar grant, but smaller pot and very highly competitive. We were denied twice on that. So we decided we're going to go ahead and submit for the automatic money on this. That is Caven Point Road, from Route 185 to Caven Point, all of Caven Point up to and including a section of Bayview Avenue, from the toll plaza down and around the Burma Circle to the entrance of Liberty State Park, and all of the freight roads inside of that grid that have not been addressed. They're very well beyond their useful life. As you imagine, there's some heavy freight traffic going through there. We did do a portion of Thomas McGovern last year, a significant portion, but there still remains a decent amount of work to be done there. A major part of this will be incorporating bicycle and pedestrian facilities, which don't exist on that entire run and every street inside of there. You may notice that there's worn paths on the south side along the golf course from people walking to and from a lot of the factories down in that area. This will greatly enhance access by bike, bicycle, and pedestrian for Ward A, parts of Ward F. It'll connect those sections to Port Liberté, the recreational facilities on Chapel Avenue, and the like. So we feel this is a very important project, very long overdue. The road is also failing on Caven Point, I'm sure you've all noticed. We use a lot of pothole killer product down there, and it's not the cheapest thing, so we'd like to just fix it once and for all, fix the drainage, the road floods significantly, and proceed in that fashion. The DOT is replacing the bridge, likely at the beginning of next year, right adjacent to the entrance of Liberty National, between Liberty National's driveway and the signal. So now you'll have a new bridge and a new roadway to either end, and beautiful new safe pedestrian and bike facilities.
You said this is guaranteed money?
This is guaranteed money, yes. You're looking at about 2.1 million is what we've been getting. We used to get about just over one. It's been double since the gas tax has been, it basically doubled the pot.
Joe, you said it's for sidewalks too, right?
Yes.
I have a question about a possible path, but at the same time, I don't know if we want to do it. There is, like, the industrial area back there. There's not the real walking path, but people walk through the woods and come up Richard Street to like get home and walk across the light rail tracks.
They walk across the light rail tracks?
Yeah, like if you're there at like 5 p.m., it's like, oh, these people come out the woods. It's like, wait, where are you guys coming in? But,
so dangerous.
so I mean, I don't know if we want to build a path back there, just kind of encouraging them to walk across the light rail, but they're already doing it.
And that's too far from Chapel, obviously. Chapel's already. Well, here's what I can say this. The DOT told us as direct as possible, basically from the commissioner's mouth about Bayfront. They will not approve any new at-grade crossings in any shape or form. That's an at-grade crossing, so that would be bike, pedestrian, or vehicle, and the mix of the like. So that would be highly unlikely. What will probably end up happening is if, God forbid, something bad happens there, they'll end up fencing the whole area. New Jersey Transit will. But now that we're on record and say we know about it, I'll write something to New Jersey Transit to make sure. But I was going to say at Chapel, we were working with the DOT for the past 2 years to establish safe crossings of the freight rail because we do get a lot of constituents from Ward A walking through the cemetery and down from the western parts of the city to get to football games to watch, to play. If you go on Google Street View, you'll see kids carrying their football pads.
Yeah.
But right now, there's no safe arms, no crosswalks, anything for pedestrians at the freight rail, which is one of the busiest on the northeast coast. So the other two are bridges over the light rail and the other tracks, so we're good there. But we are working on making Chapel a much safer place to cross. We added sidewalks by the cemetery last year, and I forgot the gentleman's name, but the owner of Eastern Millward added sidewalk on his section, and the DOT has committed to adding the missing piece in between to get them over towards Chapel.
Okay.
But I will look at Richard Street because that is very concerning.
Can I ask a broader question? I understand we initially under those freight applications, but this one is not restricted, correct?
This one is not restricted.
So just from your perspective, given all the Vision Zero work we're doing and focusing on, complete streets, why not pick one of the high injury network streets and use this grant and apply for that versus, a freight corridor, which I'm sure is important, but on a day-to-day basis probably has less of an impact for the constituents in the city. That's a good question. So in this case, we've identified other pots of money for the high injury network, and there's a lot more challenges with the high injury network, but we're confident we could address them piece by piece with our capital, which provides a little bit more flexibility, our capital bonding road program. But more importantly, with this corridor, it's been a want, it's been a need for a while. I've been here 4 years now in September, and I've been hearing about this since I got here. And it kind of bothers me that cars travel as fast as they do with no pedestrian
or bicycle facilities down there. Plus, it's one of our wider roads and one of the longest length without a break. And compounded with the flooding and whatnot, it seemed to be the best candidate for points-wise. Now, I did say it's automatic, but we still do compete. I know that doesn't make any sense. But a portion of the $2 million is calculated automatic, guaranteed, they can't take it away. It's called Urban Aid. It's based on a formula put forth by one of the state agencies. I don't know if it's the Department of the Treasury or whatnot. It's based on incomes and demographics. The other portion is, for example, last year, they gave us $950,000. I think that was for, was that for West Side? The one that's under construction right now? That was the year before. Martin Luther King, maybe. I could get you a full list of the past years and how they broke it down, but we're technically still competing with other municipalities, but I can't tell you the last time they didn't give us the money. And like I said, there's a large portion that's formulaic. So hopefully that answered your question. It wasn't so much for the freight roads and the condition of the road, which is in bad shape, but it's more for the addition of the pedestrian and bike facilities down in that area. Now, this won't fund the entire project. We're going to have to come before you again for the permission to use other funding that was already previously awarded, or in the next bonding cycle, which should coincide. That's all of them.
That's it?
If there was any other questions on the others.
All right. So you have your presentation?
Yeah, quick presentation.
Oh, yeah.
Barca and Andrew are here, and Joe, I guess, to present on the Bergen Avenue bike. Bergen Avenue bike.
But yeah, protected bike lanes. So
Protected bike lanes.
So the reason for this presentation is to let the council know of what's coming, but also to talk about what we're framing sort of like a pilot. So we have a plan, we have a design, you're going to see it. As we've noticed from the other projects that we've done, things change a bunch from when you start to when you finalize it. There are some legislative components to this, some small ones, that we would appreciate doing this test with the paint, seeing how it works, making it changes, and then coming with an ordinance just after we've done it after like 2 weeks. Just to make sure that we get it right, and we have to keep coming back and forth with ordinances and that sort of thing.
All right, good afternoon again, Council. Thank you, Brian, for the introduction. We're here to speak about the plan to establish protected bike lanes on Bergen Avenue. We have the striping plan to show you, but before we jump into the details, I just want to give you 2 things that I would like to highlight. First is that by every metric, Bergen Avenue is one of the least safe streets in the city. It's been designated on our Vision Zero High Injury Network, and it's the 6th most dangerous street for pedestrians and cyclists according to the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority's network screening lists. And this project would reduce crashes by 20 to 50% on that street. And the second thing I would like to highlight is that this is the 3rd priority for streets in the bike master plan. Out of every street in the city, this is number 3 in terms of priority. So very important, both
Ocean and Summit, I think.
Ocean Avenue and Summit.
You can start.
Okay, great. So just I'm now going to go into the project scope. So we are proposing to establish a protected bike path on Bergen Avenue for the segment between Sip Avenue and Montgomery Street. This would connect McGinley Square to Journal Square with a protected bike path. The design that we've chosen for the northernmost segment from Sip Avenue to Mercer Street will look very much like the bike path that we've established on Grove Street. It'll be a two-way cycle track. And the way that we're going to generate the space for the cycle track is by using a traditional road diet method. So currently the street has 2 lanes in each direction. We will be reducing the street's cross-section to 1 lane in each direction with a center lane that will be dedicated left turn lanes at each of the signalized intersections. A road diet is a proven safety countermeasure as designated by the FHWA, and that's how I came up with that 20 to 50% metric in terms of reduction in crashes. By taking away the travel lane, we're able to establish the bike path without losing any parking on either side of the street, with the exception of one side of the street for one segment, which we'll talk about very shortly. I just want to point out a few things about the design. It generally is the same cross-section for the entire length. As you approach, you can stay on that page. Okay. So where I just mentioned we would be losing parking is the easterly section of Bergen Avenue approaching Sip Avenue, where we will have 2 through travel lanes, and that is to accommodate the capacity constraints that exist at that intersection at Bergen and Sip. This is right near Journal Square, and we need that room so as to not gridlock the rest of the corridor. We also need 2 receiving lanes on the southbound side of the street because Bergen Avenue southbound, coming from Kennedy Boulevard across Sip Avenue heading southbound, has 2 through lanes, so as to not affect Kennedy Boulevard upstream. We need to have 2 receiving lanes, which will then taper to 1 through lane. So because of those 2 constraints, we're required to lose 7 metered parking spaces, space for a total of 9 parking spaces in just this one segment. And I want to call attention to the area at the southernmost extent of the project between Mercer and Montgomery Street, where we will be transitioning from a cycle track with both of the bike lanes on the same side of the street to directional bike lanes, and that's going to be facilitated by constructing the city's first protected intersection, which is a new type of bikeway design for cyclists to traverse an intersection in a more comfortable fashion. And the reason that we chose to separate the bike lanes in this segment is because of the complexity of the southbound approach of the bikes to the McGinley Square intersection, particularly the right turn slip ramp, and also given the width constraints we have here, that southbound bike lane would not have been protected by a row of parked vehicles. So in order to make for traversing the McGinley Square intersection safer, in order to continue the feeling of protected bike lanes, we chose to separate them at that segment. So that's the project scope. As Brian mentioned, our process is to, we're here to present to you and gather any feedback that you have. We plan on implementing this project, as Brian said, to first have it out there and allow time for us to understand some of the challenges that we maybe didn't foresee and to adjust the design accordingly, which is something that we've been doing with Grove Street, Montgomery Street, and Washington Street, sort of designing in an iterative fashion. We plan on constructing the bike path as soon as possible with your support, and then submitting for council's consideration of ordinance in September to formalize some of the changes that we're implementing. So Specifically, the items that we foresee being proposed, ordinance changes, is the loss of that one block of parking. It wouldn't be an ordinance, but a resolution. We are working with NJ Transit on consolidating one of the bus stops so that it's a more organized fashion, and you don't have bus stops on 2 consecutive blocks. We'd be removing the bus stop at Vroom Street, and because there are bus stops that exist on the blocks just north and south, so that would require a resolution. Another ordinance that we may need to propose to the council, it's something that we're still looking into, is the potential for dedicating exclusive turn lanes. There is a section in 332 that speaks to exclusive turn lanes. We're still trying to understand whether that needs to be an ordinance change or making adjusting the signal plan to reflect that change suffices. But based on our determination with that, that might be something that would be on the ordinance that we'd be submitting for your consideration. Did I forget any other elements?
I think that was it. Bus stops, turn lanes, parking.
Dedicated left and southbound don't exist now.
So currently the cross section, and the reason we would need to designate the exclusive turn lanes is because currently the cross section has 2 lanes in each direction, and the lane closest to the double yellow serves as a shared through and left turn lane. In this condition, it would be an exclusive turn lane, which is the element that we're looking into. Another item that I just remembered was, if we were to establish loading zones, that would be another resolution that we would be submitting for council's consideration. We've done our due diligence on this project, and Barker's going to speak to this, but this is essentially a project that's 3 years in the making.
So in 2016, the city applied to do a road safety audit on Bergen Avenue because of the crash history there and the fact that it's been an issue for pedestrians and cyclists for a long time. We did the road safety audit in 2017, and the report was finalized in early 2018, which looks specifically at safety changes, safety improvements we could make to make the corridor better for pedestrians and cyclists and transit riders. As part of the bike master plan, we saw that from 2008 to 2017, there were 91 crashes in all of Ward C. And this is part of our Vision Zero effort. So of all of those crashes, a majority of them were on the Vision Zero high injury network streets, which is a network of streets that are the most dangerous, or where a majority of crashes happen in the city, and very few of them had any sort of bike facility. So there's a correlation between the presence of bike infrastructure and the crashes that happen and the severity of those crashes. So in October 2018, after having done the road safety audit, we tested our first protected bike lane on Bergen Avenue on exactly this stretch between Montgomery Street and Sip Avenue, just on one side of the street over a long weekend, and it was very successful. A lot of people used it for that 3-day stretch, and a majority of people requested that facility stay out permanently. And so this is our effort in advancing all of the work that's been done the past 3 years to the next step, which is, like Andrew mentioned, using paint and plastic to put the facility on the ground, and then keeping it out for a couple of weeks to see where we need to make tweaks, and then coming back to council with those ordinances where we need them to make the facility permanent.
Any questions?
I'm sorry?
You said a lot of people requested. How many? Do you have a sign-in sheet?
I can. I don't have it with me right now, but we have the comment board from that weekend and information, the feedback that we got.
Share the video.
Yeah, and we can share the video that was made of just how we constructed the lane and how much usage it got. It coincided with JCast, the Arts and Culture Festival. So, and the good thing about it is that it connects two major destinations that people visit currently, which is Journal Square and McKinley Square. So we did get a lot of ridership. And yeah, we'll be able to get more solid numbers with this advancement because we'll be doing counts as a baseline of how many people are riding their bicycle on that stretch of Bergen Avenue now, and then how many people ride it when we install a protected facility, just to see what improvement it's making and how many people it's taking off of the sidewalk even, which is an issue for pedestrians.
And this is, you said based on priority, this is number 3. Why did we did number 1 and 2? I'm lost here.
We haven't, so in this phase of the construction of the protected bike lanes, we've been prioritizing projects that have minimal impact to both parking and to capacity of the roadway. So the other streets are Summit Avenue and Ocean Avenue, which are not quite wide enough for us to put in a protected facility for bicyclists and not have to have that significant trade-off of an entire lane of parking or travel lanes where the volumes, where the capacity would be impacted. So here, we're able to maintain the parking for the entire stretch of Bergen Avenue, except for that one block on one side of the street. So we were able to advance it relatively quickly, which is why we're doing it now.
And so it's based on bicycles, correct?
Yes.
So now Ocean Avenue, how many crashes they have and based on what? Because if that's priority, I'm trying to see, like safety is my concern for all residents.
Yeah, I would have
not
to
just
look.
bicycles.
I would have to look at what the numbers are on Ocean Avenue. So the criteria for ranking the streets was obviously safety and crashes, but also destinations around that area that would draw more cyclists, as well as how relatively easy it would be to implement a project like that quickly and cheaply. So we're able to do this just using paint and plastic delineators. In other portions of the street, we may not be able to do that as quickly, or on other streets, not Bergen Avenue. So those factors went into play as well. Also, just like I mentioned, so much work has been done for Bergen Avenue, and it has built support in the community, which plays a factor. If we try to do it on a street where we haven't established a history of looking at the bike infrastructure or bike facility, it's a little bit more difficult to impose that kind of design on a part of the city. So that's another factor, but we'll look at what the crash numbers are.
Could you send me the priorities for Ocean?
Sure.
Because I don't like to know, because I'm just interested.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely interested in putting something like that on Ocean Avenue if there's community support for it. So that is the top priority. If we hear that, there's support for advancing that, we're definitely ready to do that.
But based on your presentation, you said this was selected because it was 3rd priority, and we already have 1 and 2 priorities, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what was based on 1 and 2 priority that you skipped and then went to 3 based on bicycle? So whatever 1 priority is not your concern?
No, I don't think that's the case.
I mean, that's what you said, this is the
Sure.
third, so I don't know.
Maybe I misspoke. The reason that we're doing this instead of doing Ocean and Summit Avenue first is because we're able to do it quickly and by minimizing impact. So Summit and Ocean Avenue would, in order to install some sort of a protected facility, would require probably an entire lane of parking being lost. And so we thought that it would be easier to implement this project at this phase, just thinking that the community is not ready at this point to have a significant change to the street. And so that's why we're advancing this now.
Councilwoman, the other thing I just want to point out, in lieu of losing an entire lane of parking, for example, to accommodate both sides, we may have to look at pairs, such as Ocean and MLK. One will be north, one will be south. That takes a significant, it's basically public work. So that being said, I just want you to take that into consideration as well, because it's the same issue in the Heights as well. So it's going to be a pair, or we're going to have to talk about losing parking down one entire side, which is going to be a whole other. So that's all. So, and also to be fair to Bergen, This is the first of the bigger challenges of these easier build-outs. So the first 3 streets we hit were extremely wide. We had a lot of real estate, and the traffic impacts were minimal. The parking was maintained largely. So Bergen's going to be our first real test, our real challenge. Proof of that concept will help us to then move on to those other. We would love to do number 1 and number 2 ahead of that first. But
How wide are the protected lanes?
So
Is
the
it car width, I mean?
There'll be, the cross-section for the bike path is almost identical to what you'll have on Grove Street. So Bergen Avenue is 59 to 60 feet wide, depending on where you are. So the outside travel lanes will be 11 feet wide. The parking lanes will...
So the bike lane, that's 11 feet?
That will be 8 feet wide, so 4 in each direction, plus a 3-foot buffer between the bike path and the parking lane, which is what exists on Grove Street now. So that's a good example if you want to see like in person what it would look like.
So in the areas where I guess it's one lane traffic in each direction, how does that work with buses? Because they're not going to pull over.
So with our design, they would be able to pull over because we are maintaining the parking lanes in each direction. So there is room for the buses to pull over currently and in our design.
Could you show us on the map?
That's a good example right there. So where Barca has the cursor, now we're ruining it.
So up in this area, this is the 2-way cycle track. As we head south is where it splits into directional. Where you have
Which
south.
corner is that, Joe? Which corner is that?
You want to track that little bit?
Yeah. So this is Bergen Avenue, this is Newkirk Street, Journal Square, this way.
So this 2-way cycle track is essentially just pushing the roadway outward, just like we did on Grove. So anything that's still on the sidewalk, to Council President's point, the signage is still there, but we just moved it outward, and the parking is mimicked where it used to exist here and now exists here. Same thing with the bus stop.
So the bus will stop in the first lane?
It'll stop in here. So the first lane is no longer a lane. It's going to be all stationary vehicles.
So, Joe?
So where it says bus stop right here, right?
Right.
That is the bus stop?
Yes.
But that was traveling?
Was a travel lane.
So the green rectangles?
These here?
Yes, that's what? Why is this?
That's a 2-way cycle track.
That's just dashed because that's where the cyclists are crossing an area where pedestrians would
Get off the bus.
cross them
It's like a warning.
and board or alight from the bus.
Potential interaction between bikes and pedestrians requires this by, is it NACTA? Yeah. NACTA was one of the publications, one of the design guidelines that they have to follow.
And the grid in the middle of the street, why wouldn't that be, no. Yes. Why wouldn't that just be the 2 lanes? Why would you cut that off?
Why is it bored out? Why is
Yeah.
it? Because of having to make room for the left-hand turn lane. So currently you have 2 drive-through lanes. 2 lanes driving through.
I'm going to show Academy, it's probably a better example.
Academy's a better one, yeah.
That's not currently a left turn, right? You're changing
Correct.
it to a left turn.
Correct.
There we go. Academy had a left though.
No, it's no left turn.
No, people would just use that lane
You can turn, but it's
in
not
order
a
to,
main turn.
right, it wasn't an exclusive turn lane.
So, Joe? I can say this one. Based on my experience, as I told you that, James, probably you know, when is the last time you go to Boston?
To Boston?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been to like 2015, but I mean,
2015, no.
I know.
That's once upon a time. No. If you go Boston, they have very similar zero vision plans they place. You know, since then,
Vision Zero, not
the vision zero is what they call.
very different.
Yes, okay, vision zero. So since then, you go to miles, but usually go like 10 minutes. You know how long it take now, rush hour time? 40 to 1 hours, just move 1 hour, 1 mile. Because why? Actually, if you see all the plan, they intentionally creative bottleneck to slow down the traffic. So now, car is more time they spend to create CO2 gas in the street, air polluted, and the waiting times far much longer. So my concern is that we have to provide bike line, 100% agree. But when you see that already, I can feel it, that you guys are going to intentionally create a bottleneck situation every intersection that delay, cause a heavy traffic, delay, so much problem. I'm telling you, because when I speak with the people in the Boston, the people say it's an unacceptable situation. Come down. I don't want those kind of things happen in Jersey City. So please come out. As I say, you guys are 6 figure. We got 5 figures. So come out some idea to limit that problem. Because whichever we go, we have a limited width of the street. So in order to create a pipeline, yes, we gotta give it some. So that cause, so long story make sure, please try to limit as much as you can that the problem, the traffic congestion in the street. You know, really, I'm telling you, when I was, because I like to see that other city, town, how they do. But number one, think about it. Go 1 mile, you get 10 minutes. Like you have to 40 minutes.
A question to that point. I know when we did the road diet at Westside and Municipal, you'd run that through the simulator. Have you guys done something similar for this to get an idea of how that might affect traffic?
Exactly. So,
If you want to take that, what's the ADT on this road?
yeah, so currently the road carries 17,500 cars a day. And to your point, Councilwoman, we did probably a more in-depth study for this project than Municipal and Westside, because it was just one intersection versus an entire corridor. So following up on the road safety audit, which was finalized, I want to say in February or March of 2018, we then conducted a road diet feasibility study for Bergen, which was conducted and completed last year based on counts that we collected in June of last year when schools were in session. So we ran the simulation, and so we have a firm understanding of what the existing conditions are. And we then projected what what the level of service and delay would be for a road diet. Naturally, it would degrade somewhat, but what we found was that we could mitigate some of the negative traffic impacts by retiming the traffic signals. So that's what we'll be doing. Each of the traffic signals along the corridor are going to have a new traffic signal timing. We're actually in the process right now of updating that traffic study to accommodate or to study 2 additional changes that we're proposing. So we didn't contemplate this in the previous report, but for the current design, based on some of the feedback we were receiving from the Grove Street project, there's 2 southbound exclusive left turn lanes, one at Academy Street and one at Vroom. Is that correct?
I think it's
Where rather than have those left turns be able to be completed in a permissive fashion, so when you have the green ball, we're going to make those protected only, so that there is less of a chance for conflict between cyclists and those left turning vehicles, because a left turning vehicle might not necessarily be looking for a cyclist that's traveling counter to where the the direction of traffic is on that side of the street.
Okay.
So those are two things that we're assessing right now to update the traffic study.
That's great, thank
And
you.
the cars waiting for the left won't have to wait for an open gap, they'll have to
They'll have dedicated turns, right, which will help.
And let's not forget also the amount of double parking that we experience now in this corridor. There's a lot of weaving that has to go on with that. And also, the through lane that you have has to accommodate the lefts that don't have a dedicated lane. You're moving those lefts into their own lane, and you're getting rid of it's almost an offset.
So
it's not an exact offset.
So I'm not a specialist, but let me tell you.
What do I do?
I know you can do nothing more.
So folks, we're at 4:45, so.
Yeah. So I just want to bring the issue. So
It could be midnight if we started at 10.
If you go West California and Castle Craig Road, they have another problem. They put you the stick in Castle Craig Road, but they put the stick very proud, close, more like 4 foot out on the curb. So when the people make a right turn, you know what they do? They go up the other way to go like this, go like this. Yes. Very dangerous. We got so much complaint. Instead of before, go like the turn right. Now go like
You know, Patterson playing the website.
Yeah, Patterson the website. I will mention to the Patterson Central Avenue. They put you the street and stick. They cut like a 4 foot from the curb. You know what happened, people? Crosswalk. They come out 4 foot from the sidewalk. They're waiting for the train. But they still not gonna protect you. Sit on the street. Before we don't see people waiting for the change of light at the sidewalk. Now people come out, the street is really, they're waiting for the changes.
Speak a little louder, Mike, we can't hear you back here.
There's just some.
You gotta speak a little louder.
Oh, we can start off?
Can't hear. Start over, yeah.
So, he don't have to listen, but the other one guy is actually planning, putting together, consider. You know what I'm saying? Really, don't put you in the public and jeopardize, you know, say. Number two, we want to create, my clients, great things to do. Also, car operator in more car and more time in the street, they're waiting for the traffic. So this kind of work have to be worked with the time in the traffic light. You know what I'm saying? Because when I see that, I say, every time change, goes bottleneck situation in Boston, only time change, only 2-3 cars pass. So when we gotta be smarter than Boston people. You know? Why?
I would argue we already are.
I mean, you went there, but we gotta smarter than Boston people. So make sure that when we create timing is also have to consider the traffic light.
Absolutely. Big part of that.
Is it possible to start with just one side of the street? I mean, I don't really understand why we getting two sides, because I think Mike said like we're gonna bottleneck a lot of traffic. I mean, this one side of the street, if it's protected, right? The cycle track on two-way, wouldn't that do look like some justice?
Yes.
I know what you're saying all the way until Montgomery Street, right?
Right, so it's a two-way cycle track on one side of the street until Glenwood Avenue, and then it splits to, so it's here, it's two-way, and then it splits to one in each direction. For a street like this and in an urban environment, this type of typology where it's one lane in each direction is always preferred. But our difficulty is that when you have this, each side needs its own buffer, which is 3 feet. So by doing both directions on one side of the street, you eliminate the need for one of those 3-foot buffers. You only need one 3-foot buffer. And so that's just been the difficulty on a lot of our streets, which is why we're doing the two-way, is that we just don't have the width in a lot of places to accommodate both lanes.
This is Urban Avenue, a really wide street.
We're just shy, and we started to run into the problem where there would be a lot more parking lots than just that one block, just because of some changes that we would have to make. So I think we ended up going with the two-way cycle track on one side of the street.
So what's the difference between having it in one way, both one-way directions, or two-way? How many parking spaces can we eliminate or keep?
It's 3 foot width.
3?
3-foot width is the difference. To answer your question directly, it's a 3-foot width depth.
No, but
So we
don't we
could-
have a 6-foot width, so 3 on this side, 3 on this side? If we keep it in the 2-way, we only have the 3.
Yeah.
Isn't it wider to have 2-way than 1-way?
So to have, if we were, is the question, what would happen if we have the bike lanes on both sides of the street or just
one
one?
side of the street versus both, you know, two one-way.
Cycle track the whole way.
Yeah, like
Oh,
just the
so
cycle
you're-
track on both, one way all the way down. So
Oh, I
like,
see. So you're
on
saying
each side of the
if we kept this all the way through?
Yeah, just all the way through. Wouldn't it, I mean, would we be able to keep more parking and keep traffic flow at least?
So if we kept this design all the way through to Montgomery, it would have no changes. We're not losing any of the existing parking in this stretch because it's wider anyway. The reason that we split it off is because the southbound direction of the bike lanes would not have, once they get to this point where the slip lane is off of Montgomery, would not have enough protection to continue south, and they would kind of have no place to go once they get here. It's better, and they also don't have a light that directs them. If they're here, they have a light that they can follow to go in the southbound
But
direction.
where are they going anyway? Because I know we have a lot of bike lanes and we spoke about it the other night that just stop, right? Bergen Avenue, I guess east, south, is not wide enough to have a cycle track unless we eliminate a whole side of the street parking. So it's basically gonna stop at Montgomery anyway. I would think that the next place would be to turn down Montgomery and connect to Grove Street.
That's exactly right.
You know, like
It's in the works.
That's the
yeah, so, but you're not going south past Montgomery Street anyway.
Well, so
Or are you, like, how do we get past Montgomery Street on Bergen without
They might, we have to design the intersection assuming that cyclists may continue their trip in any direction, regardless of whether or not there are bike facilities there. So we think we would like to have bike
parking on the cycle track on that side of the street from the beginning, from Sixth Avenue, on the west side of the street. If we're gonna keep it that way, if that's the
because there are less driveways and less conflicts on the easterly side of the street than on the westerly side of the street. And wherever there are driveways and we have that extra buffer area, there's a possibility of an additional parking spot lost.
And also, I'm going to add to one more thing. It's like a middle line to share with the left and right and together. Maybe it's good for wide street and the suburb area, but urban area is so crowded. You share the middle line actually, left and right to share together.
That's a good point. We eliminated that from the design. So every left turn lane in the adjusted design will have just be from one direction. On the other page, it did show shared center lane for both directions. We've eliminated that.
Yeah, because the
So
reason is
instead
that,
of this, there's just this.
yeah. So reason is that whether people, I mean, people in New Jersey know their job. You know, it's when they're
Not this.
yeah,
It's
that one.
It's going to look like that.
Yeah. Like this, blocked off. And this is good for emergency vehicle access.
Or you have enough queuing at each end, you go with this design. Where we don't, where it's a restricted block and you need access to both. It's acceptable. It's not ideal to us, but this is acceptable here.
You know, they have some joke in the state of New Jersey. If you see that they're loud driver, maybe they live in Sussex County. That's what people joke, you know, because very suburb area, nothing, they can drive whatever they want any place. But over here, we're in a different situation. So when you design the turn left, right turn, when you design, not only that the design itself, but also you have to understand how the people, urban area people drive car. You know, totally different because they have a crowd, pedestrian, traffic congestion, and we are working actually ops job area, you know what I'm saying? So please, it's not easy. So when I see that the Boston very interesting, they creative bike line at the sidewalk. You know what I'm saying? Because how wide our sidewalk? 10 feet? 10 feet? Well, how is it by the legally? Most of the sidewalk?
It depends on the street.
Yeah,
On
most
Bergen
like-
Avenue, they're very narrow.
Yeah, some areas are narrow, but if in narrow area, maybe we can, but there's some area they do in sidewalk, give the bike lane in share. You know what I'm saying? Because over there, hundreds and thousands bike go around all over the place. So sometimes I say, that's a great idea, you know what I'm saying? Instead of people putting the risk on with a car, maybe they put you in the designated bike line and the sidewalk, share with them. Not only, when you say share, while those people share with a car, they should be shared with by a pedestrian also.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to balance because cyclists move faster than pedestrians, slower than cars, so they're in this part of the street. I know a lot of pedestrians in Jersey City don't like that cyclists are on the sidewalk.
But if it's designated bike line,
right, wherever we have sidewalks that are wide enough, and we build them to be wide enough so that a bike lane can be raised at the sidewalk level and separated, it's always safer for cyclists as well. So we'll definitely look for that wherever we can do it, for sure, wherever we have the width.
So if we put you the bike line and sidewalk, if we put your, what do they call it, the stick? Why is the yellow stick? Delineator. So people pedestrians not going to interfering with the bike line, you know what I'm saying? I think if we do that, I'm pretty sure more people feel comfortable riding the bicycle, and our goal try to reduce that motor vehicle in our urban city. Maybe we can achieve that goal much faster, and not only that, even kids can more ride because they more feel safer. But if we put in those things, age under 18 years, the most people ride on the bicycle and the sidewalk today because of the still unsafe. You know what I'm saying? So all kind of options. So you guys will figure it out.
Thank you.
Not me.
One more quick point, Mike. So you know where Bergen Avenue has that little triangle? Remember what we were talking about from Grand Street coming up and turning back down Garfield?
Yes.
You know, that kind of one-way turn? Can't we do the same thing to Bergen? Where the triangle is, where it's automatic right turn, can't we just eliminate that triangle and have a right turn at the corner and have the traffic come back that way?
Yeah, we could definitely look into that. It would just be a longer term project that would.
Vernon's standing right next to it. Gotta go look it up. Okay, Marco's answering your question.
Yeah, eliminating that lane would just be a more significant change and a longer term thing.
Not the lane itself, but just that automatic right-hand turn where the light is.
So the slip ramp.
Right. You see,
so what we looked at was taking the two-way cycle track straight through that and connecting it down Montgomery.
Right.
The problem is it's there for a reason because trucks and vehicles can't safely make the turn without moving the signal, which can be done, but that's a longer-term thing. That's the only reason why we split out into, well, not the only reason, but one of the reasons we split out into the two from a two-way cycle track to separated bike lanes. But we're not ruling it out for the future, especially when we roll out the Montgomery project. But like I said, you want to open it? It's not up there. We got to pull that corner back and soften it. Just like the slip ramp is a nice wide radius, we got to pull the actual signal where it sits back. It's sitting in that triangle.
Yeah, but can't we just have a right turn signal with the other signals?
We could, but we got to change the actual intersection to make it. It's like it's almost like a 90.
Okay. Can I ask a couple of very quick questions? Have you guys shared the final draft of the bike master plan yet?
We haven't. We're finalizing it now and hoping to present to the planning board at their September meeting.
Okay. So then, what can you share with people who ask? I got a number of people asking me about, we did Grove, we did Montgomery, Washington, we're going to Bergen. What's the sort of plan? What's the timeline?
We can, we've been hesitant to share like an official list just because things have changed so much for the summer, but we can share the streets.
Not only that, we're using existing funding right now, we're going to have to talk about the next funding cycle. Just as they get more complicated and concrete needs to change and whatnot, to Councilman Yoon's point, I understand what you're saying about sharing more of the sidewalk and kind of merging the bike lane with the sidewalk. but that takes a physical separation.
I know.
Signs, trees, things like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but yeah, as we get deeper, like I said, this is the first real test of the first batch that we did. But every project I foresee that we tackle on the bike master plan is going to be a much more project. We're going to have to talk about how soon do you want to build out 105 miles of bike lanes, break it down over what period, how much are we ready to really put funding towards?
Sure, so I guess just what can you share now?
Yeah, well, so the bike master plan will come in a few weeks after the planning board. We'll share in the next couple of weeks, sort of what's the schedule for this year.
Okay, sure. Ideally, we wanted to do the spine of the network first, right, and branch off.
Okay.
Because of the bike lanes that go nowhere, we're trying to fix that, but at the same time, it's almost impossible. At some point, we're gonna have segments that can only connect later.
Yeah. This turn, right turn only,
Well, here it is.
and the bike lane is gonna cross over each other?
Correct.
Turn only, no, to the top.
This one.
Yeah, the bike lane and the traffic is gonna cross over each other at that point?
Correct.
Oh, wow.
And
It's
that's
called
go ahead.
It's called a mixing zone, and there are, it's in federal guidelines, as well as New Jersey Department of Transportation's complete streets design.
You take that and
Right. It's that's a dangerous
As
turn.
opposed to like,
I'm not gonna. Yeah, and so the.
oh, the right turn, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the reason that we pursued this design and the national guidelines recommend this is that cyclists are particularly vulnerable to cars making this right-hand turn, not being visible and just being caught. A lot of crashes with cyclists happen because of that turning movement. So what this does is it makes the cyclists more visible by bringing them closer to the through traffic. And so once they get to this area, they can enter a bike box and be out ahead of the traffic. Or if they want to make the right turn, they're not vulnerable to the cars making this right hook at the intersection. And that's based on a history throughout the nation and internationally of so many crashes happening with cyclists because of this turning movement that a lot of the design guide books are now recommending this, and a lot of cities have implemented this.
So I'm gonna give just the last one I'm gonna say that when you ride a bicycle, single rider, by yourself or by myself, they have a high risk to get into some accident. Group rider, like 4 or 5 people together, much safer. So if we look at in Jersey City, more like a single rider. If we go Boston, very good example, they have like a group rider. 4, 5, 6 kids together, you know what I'm saying? So even though they have a situation very difficult in the sharing the road, but they have a group of people riding, actually protect the bike more than Jersey City. So please look at the timing, the traffic, you know, and the sharing. And if we come up wide the sidewalk, come up another idea, maybe we can share certain area, some area, maybe sidewalk sharing the bike with, you know, separate with the pedestrian. And try all rest of Jersey City first. And after you find all the problem, correct the problem and come to Jersey City Heights.
You got it.
I'm not gonna rush to ask the height first. Try every district first.
So, quick question. So this area right here, right, where the little gazebo is, like that's a large sidewalk. I know Michael was mentioning putting the bikes on the sidewalk. That's an area that might be okay for something like that, right?
Yeah, we considered keeping this two-way cycle track that ends here and splits off, two-way all the way through, and then letting bikes actually go up onto this plaza and then turning. The only problem is, right, when they get back onto Montgomery, which this isn't showing right now, those sidewalk narrows so much that it wouldn't be able to handle it. They'd have to go back out onto the street, and then I'm not sure where the parking picks back up again, but it's very soon after this.
So where would the lane be on Montgomery?
That's a great question. It's one of the projects that we're working on in the near future. we haven't made a final determination on whether or not Montgomery Street is going to look like what you have right here with the directional bike lanes or a cycle track. We also haven't made the final determination on, if we were to go with the cycle track, which side of the street it would be on. But if it were to be on the north side of the street, it's certainly possible for us to reconstruct that square to connect what you see on the bottom of this page with that potential cycle track on Montgomery Street. And even though what we're showing right now is directional bike lanes for that one segment, this is being done with paint and plastic, so we can certainly just extend the cycle track and just reconfigure that one segment to connect to the new bike facility on Montgomery Street.
Can I give you one more idea?
No,
for you
one
guys?
more. Okay, one more. Brian says he has
No,
something.
I said, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, we gotta.
Yeah, crosswalk. This one? I started laugh for you guys.
You're going up? Come on, Michael.
No, this is very with the guys. Pedestrian, right? How the pedestrian move? From here, go like this, right?
Yes.
Instead of do that, yeah, what are they called? Apnatologia?
That's in there.
Pedestrian scramble.
Yes. Instead of go like this way, just you go like this.
Barn stands.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of signals.
So that,
Right, so we tested that.
we actually tested it in this specific location.
Yeah,
So some location.
It didn't work out all that well.
the results were
Some locations
disastrous.
not working, but probably some locations will work.
Agree completely.
All the place, based on situation, based on location, come out my opinion, cross it. So then maybe we protect the biker, but also we protect the, what do they call the pedestrian. Not only that, maybe we can, traffic time change, maybe save some minutes, you know what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
think about that, okay?
Well, I got one too.
Okay.
So just to wrap up, we're going to be presenting this information at the New Journal Square Association's meeting tonight, just to gather a little bit more feedback, and then we'll decide what the timeline is and inform the council and come back to you with ordinances as they're needed in September.
Yeah, we're hoping to go to construction as soon as possible.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Try everywhere to see me last.
Yeah.
The height.
Montgomery is where I go.
The top, Council President?
No.
Sure, from the top. Yeah?
Andrew saved my brain.
That's why you said that. I know.
That's going great. It was going great.
Okay. Folks, from the top, from the top.
Okay, we did quite a bit, but 3.1 is an ordinance authorizing the conveyance of 612, 616 Communipaw Avenue and 9193 Harrison Avenue and 574 Communipaw Avenue respectively to the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. This was on a prior agenda.
So what is the intention with this property, this transference?
The fire department, what's,
Yeah, this is the, we talked about this a while ago, but this is possibly a senior housing, recreation facility, those kind of things. We're gonna, JCR is gonna handle the development of it. I know, fire unions have reached out to, I think, all of you at this point. We've had meetings with them many times over the last 2 weeks and months, and we're all on the same page with this. We're aiming to have a new firehouse in this location as well, paid for by a redeveloper who acquires the property, instead of spending the money to do it ourselves, which would be $6 million. So that would be helpful for us. That's going to be all ironed out through the redevelopment process.
So which properties are these, just because,
The current Old West District Police, the current rescue, and engine.
And the community garden lot?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if I recall correctly, when we did Bayfront, if you recall that, right? When we authorized the transference of land, it was, we were informed at the time, the council, that when those lands were sold via RFP, that the ultimate approval would still come back to the city council.
Correct.
That's accurate?
But it won't.
Do other folks remember that? Because
I do.
I do.
I remember Joe Bauman saying that.
So my request for this is that we do this, have the same language in here that would require that whatever we do there, that if they put it out to RFP and bid and so forth, that ultimately come back to make sure that the council get final authorization around that. And then my second thing is just on the sale of any land where we've had in the past to come back in installment payments to us, that when the closing of the land and the sale comes, they come back to us in full and not in pieces. Yeah. And that be stipulated in this transfer.
Brian needs to understand what we're talking
So
about.
I understand that, and the reason why we do it in installments is for, we talk about this as far as like credit rating and fiscal stability, to make sure it's spread out, not lump sums and like all these big, it eliminates the cliffs of revenue. But if the council no longer wants to abide by that, we could discuss it.
I don't know about others, but for my part, when we approved it in terms of coming back in installments, I wasn't aware, so I'll say that on the record in public, and so I would never have authorized that, because I think we can still be responsible with the money if we wanted to, if the administration and the council decided that they wanted to put money aside, put it in reserves, whatever the case might be, or allocate it to other purposes, we can make that decision, but that decision would be also with the council at the table on those matters. That's my opinion on that, and my hope is that folks feel the same way, that we have that authority to have that, and I would like to exercise that authority to say that if that money should come back to the city, that it come back to us in whole, and that we make the ultimate decision as city council, along with the administration. So.
I'll just request again that if there are specific changes you want made, send something in writing tomorrow morning, and we will.
So I don't know what the language would look like. Okay, so it would mimic the language that is in the Bayfront with regard to that land kind of coming back. I mean that the decision, the sale of the land coming back to the city council to for authorization.
That's a little different, isn't it? Because the city purchased Bayfront, not JCRA. JCRA is more of a facilitator in the Bayfront.
This is our property as well. We're just transferring it.
Transferring it to JCRA, right?
Yeah. Correct.
So then it will be theirs.
So
we did the same thing for Bayfront in that sense, right? So the land is coming back to sale.
We just want to make the same page. We're going to transfer the ownership from City of New Jersey to JCRA, but we're going to put in the condition, whatever is used for the land, and when they get to sell the land, money have to come to Jersey City, and we know exactly where we're going to put it in, the money.
You want it all in one lump sum.
So why don't we just
It's not, so sometimes it's a lump sum is good, but sometimes partial payment every month, every year is sometimes better. You know what I'm saying? So, depends because I'm going to say that she's a developer. Instead she put in the upfront $10 million, then maybe she only can do community contribution so much. But if we say that Joyce Ornament developer, you don't have to get $10 million as a one shot. You can give us $2 million every year, but you like to contribute to community contribution on a larger scale, because she doesn't have to put on $10 million upfront. So that based on business authorization, your choice, based on you analyze the finances. We're not going to step to that much, but at least, we don't want, let's say, he's a JCRA. After he sell the land to James Solomon, then when the money come, he have to give the portion of money to us, City of Jersey City, called the share revenue. We just want to make sure when you share revenue, he, as a JCRA, certain expense he can take it.
Right.
He can deduct, Those kind of things we spells out over here. Okay, revenue share, but which item he can take it out as expensive, we challenge or not. So we know how much we're gonna get it. And also, revenue share means that we gotta cut the formula. We're gonna share with him 30, 70, he gets 70, we get the 30, we get 70, well, 50, 50.
No, we got it,
You know what I'm saying? Without that, just give us the land. JC Town says once we get change ownership, our jurisdiction is a disconnect. We can do say nothing. That's their own things, right? You're JCRA now, right? So you know.
Is that the same thing you said? No.
Yeah.
No, he said he want everything in one sum. You said where we can share it little by little.
No. That I said is that we decide based on our Georgia city's financial situation.
Yeah,
then more like the finance when you decide about.
It might make sense to just say sort of like we're practical here, I mean, and
Case
figure out how
by
much
case.
money we get
Yeah.
and see, and like not require it in the ordinance. but
No,
just sort of
it's
we
case
think-
by case,
Case by
because you
case.
can't. You
Yeah.
have
As I
to.
say, from
So
someone.
I'm gonna just, like, if the money comes back to us, the decision as to like whether we spend it or not isn't, the assumption is that we're gonna spend it wildly, right? So, and that we can't control ourselves to be able to spend it, and I would hope that, you know, that we could come to some sort of decision. Otherwise, I mean, the idea is just, you're holding it from us to keep it from us so that we can't, so that we don't spend it and ruin our financial,
Well, it's more that if you take lump sums all at once in the budget in 1 year, then what happens the next year? You funded something for 1 year, and then you have to make up that difference of the amount. So to smooth it out over several years is a little easier to manage in a budget. Not saying that we are hiding any money from anybody. We can always move money around from the land sales.
So not only that.
but you don't have to,
No.
you take the money, you take the revenue, but you don't have to spend it.
No,
right? So you just hold it.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Put it in a reserve account, whatever you want to do. It's just, but that's a decision that I would say that the council can make as well, and be part of that decision making and come into our budget process.
Is it easier for us to manage in the lump sum or year after year? I guess if it's in the lump sum, we put it in that revenue account, we at least know that $7 or $10 or $12 million is in that one account. Instead of having the 2, 6 years or 8 years, or we know every year we got that money. I think that's what you're saying. We wanted a one lump sum in one account so we can watch it.
Not so we can watch it, so we can make decisions.
I mean, business automation, I'm telling you, I'm being very clear. Dennis, I want you to aware that when they JCRA negotiated, designated developer certain project, number one, they pay for land. Number two, if they not pay the land a certain price, they actually, one of the deal they provide is called community contribution.
Right.
So I don't want that strictly all the money to come to city.
No.
Because we don't want to cut the tools out, hands out from the JCRA. Because based on project, JCRA should have room to negotiate with the developer.
Right.
Okay, don't pay $10 million, pay $1 million every year, $10 million, but we want you to do community contribution, build up the fire station, build up the school. This is part of the deal, negotiation.
And you have to, because some developers are small developers.
Yes.
They're not, we're assuming all developers
You know,
are
we want
large developers.
we want the certain things
from
required.
small developers. They're small. They
Small cannot do that.
They can, small, they
But
cannot.
we
They
say-
told that.
So look, in the interest of time, we'll think about some options as what to do here with language, and maybe there's a way to do this that's like maybe not a ordinance that says you must do this or that allows some flexibility.
Yeah, I
We'll
like
work on it.
case by case.
Case
but
by
at
case.
least we get a chance to
I have some ideas.
us to
Okay.
vote, right?
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
have some
Case
ideas.
by
What do you think about that, Mr. President?
Say it again?
At least we have a chance to vote on it, but it's still a case by case thing, like, because of this developer, like they said.
Yeah, so for example, I'm not, when we get down to the second readings, I'm not gonna ask for 51 Crescent come back to us for a vote. It's a small property, there's no
That's
need
what
for
I'm
that.
saying,
Let it keep moving
developers,
forward.
they
But these are large swaths of land, right? So I would like, and because we're saying it's gonna come back for potentially a recreational center or something else, like, I'd like to see what the deal is, like ultimately, right?
Yes.
So before
I
we...
mean, 100%. So when we transfer land, they gotta tell what is the purpose do they want the land, where they're gonna use it. So as we
Well, let me
say,
ask you something. Would we, let me, from JCRA point of view, I don't know, would we have to have a closed session? Because sometimes they still negotiate, aren't they?
yeah.
Yeah, it
So I'm
depends.
saying, and we always talking openly and we always record it. So now if we're talking about maybe a project that they still in negotiation with, because we want to know, will that jeopardize?
We
know-
might, I can't say for sure right now.
But I'm just saying,
Yeah, that's
those
a good
things
point.
we have to take in consideration, even when dealing with them.
Full council, what do you say about that?
No, I think that's a good, that valid observation. If there's a pending transaction that's
Right.
not complete, and something that GCRA is negotiating, it may be problematic.
Right.
Yeah.
Only thing is this one, as a business administrator, what you have to do, when we transfer land, as I say, how we gonna be, we have the spells out revenue share formula.
Yeah.
And the what expense JCI can take, which expense cannot.
Yeah.
So that's why we know that, and at the time, we can discuss where they're gonna use the land, what is the purpose of land, you know what I'm saying, I mean, the project. So those guys, but this one is missing, formula is missing, how we share, because we don't know even how we share the revenue, just hand to land, I never do that. Okay, so.
And I want to put one more thing for the council to consider as well, is that certainly the sale of the land is definitively one option for all three properties. But there is also the option, and I've raised this before, as it pertains to Bayfront as well, but the idea of leasing land, right? So in terms of like continual revenue streams, right? You could lease land out to a potential developer who may build a recreational center and other facilities, senior housing or whatever. But we would get continual lease dollars from somebody by leasing the land out. Obviously, they would get some revenue from rents and things of that nature, whatever they do around that stuff. I don't know if that makes practical sense here, but I'm just kind of suggesting that putting options on the table as opposed to just saying the sale of land. I also suggested that when I heard that the schools were looking to sell their central district office, like that didn't make any sense to me for them to like just sell that one asset, that huge asset that they have. Even if they wanted to do that, they could lease out that parking lot and other things like that to be able to kind of get a recurring stream of revenue, which in like the Jersey City Public Schools case is necessary over the long term, right? Like getting a one-shot revenue probably doesn't make a lot of sense for them, knowing that they have that long-term financial challenges there. So similarly for us, maybe it makes sense, maybe not, I don't know, but somebody should do the financial analysis on that and see if like leasing is a possible option. I don't know that the way this is worded currently, whether that's something that would be contemplated by the JCRA as a possibility.
They could, yeah, they could. At this point, it doesn't say it must be a certain type of deal.
Okay.
So we all should have to share with them what actually is the value, not the improvement, not the building. Land has the value. So the way he said is the land, the leasing city property is another great option to city get continues some kind of revenue stream in the future, you know?
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay. All right. Moving on.
Sorry, lastly, just if you could have the JCRA at the next meeting as well, second reading on this?
Next caucus meeting?
Yes, sorry, yeah.
All right, 3.8 is an ordinance to clarify the standards for restricted uses and activities set forth and adopting certain revisions recommended by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. Noise restrictions, I remember this taking an awful long time when Councilman Bajano did this.
I can read this prior terms when they came out. So, this ordinance, section 222 is governed by the state. So anything that we do on noise, the state has to approve. I wanted to make one change, which I think is incredibly small. So it's on page 10. Section used to be G, now F. And it eliminates the 3 words self-contained portable. So it says non-vehicular music or sound production devices should not be operated on a public space or public right of way, and then it gives more information. But it contained this clause, self-contained portable, which basically would be boom boxes, and our thing was, you know, if you're doing that and it's not a boom box, but it's your, you know, whatever, your car stereo or some other speaker, it should be covered. So we sent it to the state approved it, but when the state looked at our ordinance, and I don't know how this happened 4 years ago, but when the state approved it, they said there are other things in your ordinance that are impermissible under state code. And so every other change you see here is a change that the state said we had to do, because the state said that they were impermissible. And then you see in your packet a letter from the state at the very end that says we certify that what's in this ordinance is acceptable. So there are other changes in it, as you can see from the crossouts, and all of those changes came from the state saying you're not allowed to have those things in your noise ordinance.
Well, they did go over the last one with a fine-tooth comb.
I can't tell you why and how. In theory, it's the same person, this guy Dave Triggs. So I can't tell you.
Was it there 4 years ago as well?
Yeah, in theory, and that's my understanding from.
So his communication saying these things were impermissible.
Correct.
Went to you or to the city?
Me and the law department. So I was working initially with Salmon and then John Hallahan.
Can we just get a copy of that?
Sure.
Okay. 9, implementing regulations regarding the use of electric scooters.
Oh, this
This is, I'm not gonna say anything unless someone asks a question.
What's that?
I'm not gonna say anything unless someone asks.
Yes.
Okay, anyone have questions regarding this?
I mean, I have a lot of questions.
Go ahead. You do it.
I was riding these things in Atlanta, like when I went down for my daughter's wedding. You know, they had like 3 deaths in like
Yeah.
a week before I got there.
So,
Riding in the streets on these things. And what scares me about it, like I was riding on the sidewalk and it was really, really bumpy and these tires are this big.
Yeah.
And if you get in the street, it was better. So I was riding in the street and cars was blowing, I had to stop. But what I'm afraid of, especially in the neighborhood, like we have really bad pothole-filled streets.
That's true.
You gonna flip over on one of these
Cocktail.
days, and we gonna have a lot of issues on our
We are not yet.
This is, I think, in maybe on like main streets, like maybe Washington Boulevard, maybe even Washington Street in Hoboken, things like that, where it's a lot of commercial space. But when you get into the neighborhoods and you have these things sitting in front of people's houses, like down in Atlanta where I was, it was like, it's mostly the city and it's commercial, like a lot of commercial. You didn't really get much in the neighborhood, which I guess the people who drive home, you didn't see them riding around in the residential neighborhoods. These things are gonna be.
And the way he said, Atlanta, Georgia is actually weather-wise, you cannot compare to Georgia City. Every season is passing, and still, if we go hike, probably 100 puddles still is all over the place.
Yeah.
And if you're interested, you gotta have to do that. I don't want to waste time.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify about this. This is not engaging in a contract with a vendor to provide scooters for sharing in public space. This is just the safety component of it. This limits where they can ride, so they can't be on the sidewalks. It limits the speeds. It's similar to what Hoboken's doing with their safety rules. But we are not starting a scooter share program with this. This is just getting the safety element in place, because they're coming whether we start our own company or not. People are buying private scooters and riding them around. There are private options that are out there for scooters, so we know that either way we have to put some rules in place for that sort of stuff.
Okay, because a lot of Hoboken people put the e-scooters to ice. So it is what it can limit.
This also says we're not, and no one's authorized to do public ride share of scooters without our prior approval. So if a company just comes in and starts stuffing their scooters everywhere, that's not allowed. Now, with this, we technically right now, I think for another week or whatever, how long this takes.
We still haven't legalized actually riding on the street. So like in theory, right, the company could put their scooter out, but they wouldn't be so we're taking on the sidewalk. I mean, on the public right of way, it's still technically illegal, right?
So wait, say that again?
Isn't it illegal to ride a scooter in the right of way now?
It is. The state has authorized the scooters to be ridden in the right of way and on the sidewalk.
Okay.
We're saying no sidewalk, only in the street, and in the protected bike lanes or other bike facilities where available. That's what it's
Okay, so we're good here for now?
Let me ask a couple more questions. For the definition of shared use path,
Yeah.
can we I think it would be included, but I just wanted to specify that like shared use path wouldn't count like sidewalks inside of a park. Like sidewalks are all like a path. Like if you think Hamilton Park, you've got the sidewalk around and then you've got the path through the center. And I just want to clarify, which I don't know if people agree, but my view would be you don't want people riding scooters through the middle of the park, especially when kids are out and running, etc. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
And then I also wanted to clarify, at least for now, about Newark Avenue Head Mall.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you guys think. My initial thought would be to not allow them there, or have to put some sort of speed restriction no matter what.
Yeah, we can do that. We currently allow bikes in there. It's we heard the feedback both ways, that people wanted to bike there, but also no one wants bikes there as a sort of just not chaotic, but like with no restrictions, it's forced people and bikes to sort of like slow down and walk. It's been interesting, but adding the scooters would probably be an issue.
Yeah, so I mean, my gut would say don't allow them, but if you're gonna allow them to absolutely say you can't go more than 5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So I don't know if people have a preference, but I just think we should specifically legislate it.
Okay.
For the pedestrian mall.
Sure.
Those things are fast too.
Yeah, I mean, you get someone going 15 and they think they're allowed to go in.
A lot of them go up to 19. I think you said 15.
Yeah, but the private ones can go up to 19.
Yeah. So.
You think it's a kid on a skateboard, and all of a sudden you look one way, and how did they get there that quick?
Yeah. There's also a time curve. Okay.
So I think you'll probably still have questions, just so you know, going into second reading.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got those changes for Wednesday, that'd be great, because I think those will be substantive.
All right, we did 10, 11, adopting revisions to the Newark Avenue pedestrian mall operating plan to allow sidewalk cafes within the mall to extend to the curb.
So I can talk about it briefly. There's been, obviously the pedestrian mall is a little bit different of a structure and street layout, so we've got a lot of requests from the businesses there to be able to extend the sidewalk cafes because there's really no street there anyway. So what we're doing is allowing them to go to the curb line, not to the street yet, with the understanding that down the road we're going to be configuring that area a little more. And so once we do final designs and construction, we'll figure out what the space looks like and then go from there as far as expanding sidewalk cafes. But right now, in that stretch, the sidewalk cafes adhere to the current sidewalk cafe rules, which are you have to leave no more than half the sidewalk lane can be occupied by a sidewalk cafe, and so you have to leave at least 5 feet of clearance, so it restricts them in that area where in reality the whole street itself is a walkway. This also allows, the other requirement is that it requires, if a business is going to do this, to build their own accessible facilities. So they have to build ramps up to their business and that sort of stuff.
James, are you okay? Well, so you're going to be with some problem.
Yeah, well, so here's my concern. I mentioned this to Brian, we talked about briefly. In theory, I would want to see them have more space. I think that's the purpose. And long term, the plaza will hopefully look better and different. But my concern is the ADA accessibility stuff and reaching out to some just of the advocates that can just give us a sense. And I did reach out to someone. I hadn't heard back yet since this. And my concern is just like, if you think about it, so if you extend that to the sidewalk, then you're basically pushing everybody into the road.
Yeah.
And right now, we don't have clear dedicated lanes directly in the road. You can go through the center, but then someone might be delivering, and so you might have a truck in the middle if it's at the beginning of the day. We have construction that goes on there.
Yeah.
And I just think that we have to clarify those ADA rules before we allow people to take the whole sidewalk.
Okay.
So once we clarify that, I think I don't have an issue with it.
We could pretty easily make it like a ramp up, ramp down, so it's essentially ramping right around the cafe. That would be easy.
But as long as I just want to make sure that then we have, what are the rules around, okay, so like there's that clear path, right, that goes from Jersey across Barrow. How does that work with the, deliveries? How does that work with, how do we guarantee that it's open all the time?
Yeah.
People can't look at sidewalk and get closed. It happens, but I just want to, so, I do have some constituents who, I personally know who use different like accessibility devices, and I want to just be able to say to them, here's how it's going to work.
Right.
So they need a 3-foot wide walkway.
Yeah.
to their restaurant, right? And the ramp and the 3-foot sidewalk.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
But what I'm concerned, I mean, do we just want them like, go on this, because my guess is you'll end up with a bunch of the restaurants taking advantage of this.
Yep.
So then literally everyone's just gonna go, it just ends up, it could end up being enough of a zigzag that it's.
It could.
So if there's on that first block,
You're gonna walk like
if
this.
Roman Nose does it, and Porta does it, and Sawadi does it, and, I think those are the 4 on there, and then 4 separate times you've gotta kind of zigzag. Like, get the whole sidewalks blocked off.
It's a good
You can
point.
zigzag off and on the side.
Yeah.
Oh, I was saying,
We have to.
into their restaurant.
Right, but then,
If you're ADA and you're on the sidewalk, you should basically have a 3-foot.
into the restaurant, I think is good, and we have that in here, but the question then becomes for me, have we guaranteed that the road's gonna stay clear for people, so that they can go in and out?
Oh, you
So-
mean just to stay on the sidewalk
Yeah.
without rules, without.
Yeah. So my,
You're brave enough to try, go ahead.
so my thought is to hold on it now and see if we can figure these out and then put it on first reading in September. And that'd be my thought, be to figure that, to see if we can figure out these issues. And I did reach out to someone and I just haven't heard back from them yet,
But
so I just have
James,
to.
I'm gonna give you advice. Once you keep the happy with the people to, at the business community wise, but once later on you find out some issue, try to take away 10 times harder.
Sure.
So before you give to them, you gotta have to look at every end of what can cause a problem, you know what I'm saying?
Right, so I mean, that's why I want to clear up the ADA stuff. The other thing, just Brian briefly, is have we figured out language around the, this is purely, I think, for the sidewalk cafes, but for the people selling on the sidewalks too? So we have Oliva and then P&K. So the people who want to sell their basically groceries on the sidewalk.
No, we didn't, no. And let me talk to Los.
Same deal, like I'd love for it to happen as long as we just make sure all the issues are clarified.
Yeah, actually, we'll talk more about that, but we haven't finalized that.
When the former councilperson were in, she just do it. Later on, all the mess come up, you clean it.
Right,
It's not easy, so think twice.
Right, with all these things, I know.
Okay,
Okay, the next would be, we did 13, 14, naming the main library with Priscilla W. Gardner, main library.
This is contingent on the approval from the naming committee.
Right.
So we have time from now until second reading, so just.
Okay, 15 we spoke about at length. 16 is an ordinance repealing ordinance 19077 in its entirety. That would be the ordinance that my office has spent the last few weeks doing petitions over, the short-term rental, Airbnb, call it what you want, amendments to our zoning code. My office was able to certify the petitions submitted by the committee, notified them last Wednesday on the last legal day that it was done. In fact, we had stopped counting when we had gotten about almost 3,000 more than they had needed, and there were still 3 boxes of petitions to go, so we stopped at that time.
And I'll just, if you'd like, I can just clear up some of the procedural issues.
Yeah, would you?
Now, pursuant to the Faulkner Act, as of the date of the certification from the clerk's office, the matter returns to the council to act or not act on repealing the ordinance only within the next 20 days. The council can take no action whatsoever over the next 20 days. That's a valid course of action. The council could vote to repeal this ordinance, which would require introduction this week, and then, given the 20-day time frame, it would require a special meeting at some point within 20 days of August 7th, so it had to be before the 27th of August. At that point, there would be a second reading, which would allow for public comment, and then the council would vote. And then the vote would be on whether to repeal that ordinance or to not repeal it. And then the next step after that is after 10 days after the point of the council either not considering it or voting down introduction or voting down the ordinance, the committee of petitioners has 10 days to withdraw their petition if they choose. If they do not do so, then it will go on the next election ballot, which, given the timeframes that we are looking at, will certainly be the regular November 5th election.
So up to the council.
Okay, we've beaten that one up. Public hearing on the West Side Avenue, that'll be it for the SIDS for this season. Any questions on any of the second reading
Yes,
ordinances?
Robert. So 5 and 6, we discussed at the July meeting, advertising those in September.
Yes.
Yeah, what happened to 5?
That's wrong.
I forgot to ask. Is that 5 and 6? Yeah, for September, you said, right?
Yeah, when we introduced them, I had asked that they be advertised in September.
Okay, well, we'll advertise them for September.
Okay,
So
great.
this is regional.
Yeah.
Table, I guess.
We have to make
Just carry it over.
So just take a,
Make a motion to
defer
carry,
to make a motion to carry.
them over, instruct the clerk to advertise them.
Sure, I can make that motion.
As the sponsor, he doesn't even have to make a motion, right? He can just
Okay.
ask for it to be carried over.
Whatever. Defer to you guys on that. I'll do either one.
I'll take a quick motion, that'll put it, make it right on the record.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Before we move on for second readings, so I forgot to ask when Andrew was here. So did we find out what the ordinance is that established or under which 4.4 was permitted to be installed without council approval?
Yeah, Nick, who's not here, has guidance on that. He's providing a memo. I thought he was going to do it today, but I think he's out today.
He's diverted to another project right
Yeah,
now.
so Nick is going to provide guidance, but there is an authority for this.
We'll get that info to you tomorrow, council.
Thank you.
And the 4.2, actually, I want to issue and understand the concern. What's the name of the department, was it? They're going to actually, yeah, here you go.
What's wrong with 4.2?
Diversity and the inclusion.
Yeah.
They have a power for review or request to a proposal prior to the council. So I think at this one they should be the other way around. You know what I'm saying? The purchasing law is a state statute. You know what I'm saying? But those departments not much have knowledge for all the purchasing rules and regulation created by state. So I'm not feel comfortable. Today looking to them, I think that we should be trained them purchasing agency. So when they plot the RFP, they should aware that what we're looking for. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really.
Their eyes are not intended to dot the I's and cross the T's on purchasing, but on diversity requirements, right? So that's to give them a heads up, essentially.
Right, that's all. They don't have the power to purchase. They don't have power to purchase. They just like eyes just to make sure that minorities being looked
Who's in
at.
charge of making sure that the developers are maintaining diversity requirements now?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Who's in charge of making sure the developers are meeting their diversity requirements or resident requirements?
It's the Office of Compliance.
Yeah, during construction. It's an Office of Tax Abatement Compliance. Same
For
office.
tax abatement stuff.
But everybody else is taking over his duties.
Yeah.
No, not the same office. Diversity and Inclusion is run by Soraya. That's a different office.
Yeah, but no,
he doesn't
compliance.
Compliance.
Compliance dealt with that. Compliance, you're talking about compliance, but Pierre left.
Yes. Yeah, Gina Avalon is the acting
It's
manager of the
acting,
office.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
What I want to bring up. So just on 4.7, so so we had talked about at the last meeting about adding that just some language about
51 Crescent.
restricting the 51 Crescent. I guess I wanted to ask that, what are the plans for 174 Newark?
To do affordable?
What are the plans? What's the intention here in transferring it to JCRA?
I mean, so I can say what I know.
Yeah, sure.
So the current redevelopment plan is a neighborhood commercial because it's on the Newark Avenue strip. So if they were developed under the current plan, that's what they would have. It was put into redevelopment, but no redevelopment plan has been drafted. The proposal that I have heard or seen involves they're keeping the parking on the ground floor, which is currently it's a surface parking lot, and actually expanding the number of spaces, and that would be a mechanical parking garage. And then the additional would be 4 additional stories, so 5 stories is generally the amount there, and it would be kind of neighborhood commercial uses, so gyms, studios, office space, those types of uses. That's what's currently been proposed, but obviously anything that would have to be approved by the council through a redevelopment plan amendment.
So, I actually, I don't know, I understand they do that to some kind of the presentation of the city council or not. I'm very sensitive with the municipal parking. So I spoke with the potential developer who is interested, very interested. And now we have to know that we have to share the same feel like that. We talk about the gentrification, about the housing issue, but now we face gentrification of parking space.
I like that.
Same problem, because why?
I like that.
Yeah, it's true. We have to, so as a council, as a leader, we should know what's coming down, so now what happened? When we give away the municipal parking lot located Newark Avenue between Summit and the Kennedy Boulevard, like a 3 lot, to the developer at the time, make it clear that they continue to provide parking for municipal parking rate. That time, they be down and say yes. This one too. This is the only one municipal parking lot located the most busy area in Newark Avenue. So I believe the major concern is that if we down to any part of that in the future, they're going to have plenty of parking lot will build. But if it's a commercial rate, every Jersey people have to use their lot and continue looking for municipal rate parking spaces street. So which project we go, when you take over municipal parking lot, build any development, they must have equal amount of current municipal parking space as municipal parking rate. Other than that, we're going to bring up here gentrification, parking space gentrification. So when I spoke with them, he's agreed. He's going to provide that 26 parking spaces right now, municipal parking space. They're going to be putting that 26 municipal rail parking space they will provide. That's what they say. But not only that, any development in any project, when you take a municipal parking lot, they must have guaranteed municipal rail parking space. So we prevent any future gentrification, parking space gentrification, okay? How's that?
People before parking noticed.
I think when the redevelopment plan amendment comes to us, we can have a clause that says that,
we got to protect.
I mean, at a minimum, I would say all the parking, but at a minimum, the 28 spaces that currently exist, remain at the municipal rate for whatever, how many every year. Contract, et cetera.
So that's where we can protect the small business community, not only the short-time visitors, shoppers, okay? Thank you very much.
Can we include that language for 51 Crescent?
I like that
No,
too.
because it's a small spot.
Okay.
Why not?
It's a small spot. You asking for parking that it can't be no parking.
No, I'm not talking about parking. I'm not talking about parking. I'm talking about the affordable housing.
modern, they said they would modern work better
Yeah,
there.
you could include some-
Modern, I just don't want to, because affordable is, that's good, I had a conversation with them, they said you keep asking for affordable when they're a small business person, that kind of squeezes them.
Which one? 171
Crescent?
Yes, because it's only like a 2, 3 family,
It's only
that's all
2
it
units,
is.
3 units, yeah.
That's all it is, so you
Yeah.
squeezing them so they can't. That's why they don't like that terminology, so.
So they don't want it.
No,
Which
because they said
areas?
because when they buy material and stuff like that, you gotta realize there's a whole, when you come into affordable, especially when you deal with JCRA, they put a lot of restrictions on it. So when they're a small business person, there's a lot of things that they cannot use.
How did you know?
School board, playground,
You know, hard to do that.
It's hard to do. People don't realize, for them, it's really hard to do.
Yes.
They saying it, it's
We
hard
gotta
to do.
we got
And
25
anyway,
years.
they'll, whatever they round is based on whatever the market rate, and this is not a, the best of areas, but it's a decent area.
Yeah.
But it still, it would hurt them. That's what they told me. I
I'm
spoke
gonna
to
share
them.
with my
They told me it would hurt them.
JCRA told me this.
No. JCR didn't tell me this. I didn't talk to them. I talked to the developer. That's who I talked to. I didn't talk to JCR about this because I wanted to see how they felt. Because they would be the developer, and they're small business. There's only two guys.
Developer is crying all the time.
It's
but
only
we
two
have to know
guys.
that, yeah. We have to know that if we want to have affordable housing, don't kill them.
Don't.
Give us some room to provide affordable housing.
That's true. They said it. They would.
So they can do it voluntarily.
Yeah. Well,
Volunteer, they're not going to volunteer.
this is only
I
3
know,
units.
they're never going to do it voluntarily.
This is only 3 units here.
I get it, Joyce.
It's only 3.
Well, let me ask, what's the intention with 342 MLK Drive?
So, I don't know.
So
Right now.
there is
Get that on the
nothing
record.
that is set in stone. It's just for me, and I think the administration as well, to put something there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And I'm an affordable housing fighter, but I want to do it case by case because, we have a lot of crime going on in that neighborhood, and I want to really build that lot up as soon as possible. There's actually 3 lots, like one on Myrtle, one on MLK right next to Pioneer, and one on this corner. I just mentioned it to Denise about even being able to put like some corner bonuses, like in Journal Square redevelopment plan, so we can get some more units there that, can probably lighten the load, because if not, then we might have what we have there forever. And, we're not trying to push anyone out, but that garbage, that hanging out, that sleeping outside, that drinking outside, the drugs outside, we need to do something to try to curb that, sitting right next to our City Hall annex, and soon to be, Commerce is moving there, maybe the police headquarters. I know the garage is already, the municipal garage has already been approved and ready to start, but we have to do something to curb that neighborhood as soon as possible.
Because originally at the previous meeting, there was talk of having a municipal purpose.
Yeah, I got the numbers mixed up, that's my fault. I was thinking 342 and not 324. Yeah, that's my fault.
So
342 is with a potential new police and public safety.
The 324 is. This is 342.
So this is the lot here on the corner of Orion, right?
This is where
Yeah.
But we're Rising Tide, the old
Yes,
church.
it's not, you're right,
It's 5,500 lot.
this is now just a vacant lot. It's literally full of garbage every morning. It's fenced in, which is helping a little bit, but.
We finally got it fenced in.
Yeah,
I've been
we finally got it
asking
fenced
for a
in.
year,
Yeah.
and it's finally got fenced in after.
It's a big eyesore.
So it fronts on MLK?
Yes.
And Orion, it's a corner lot right there.
So
Right on the corner, it was the old church that fell down about 8 years ago, I guess, and, I've been trying to figure out what we can put there. I don't know any developer that wants the property right now, but something as soon as possible that we can try to move on. I would bring it to the council if I hear anything, and try to work with the administration.
Yeah.
Because, that area right there, and what I tell everyone is, to try to tackle what we have going on with the King, I think we need to start from the light rail and expand out. And this is the second corner from the light rail that it basically is used to sit and hang out on.
So I'm going to make if I may, make a suggestion. Now, I don't have a particular purpose, but if it's going to be on MLK Drive and you're looking at potential commercial uses of some sort, and just like with kind of affordable housing in terms of trying to get somebody to build in places where it's difficult financially for them to make it work, right? To make the numbers pencil out. That what's been recommended with affordable housing is that you actually just you take the cost of acquisition away, particularly in cities where, again, where the numbers are difficult to pencil out, right? So you basically give the property away. It's our property. I know it's been a challenge to try to get businesses to invest in MLK Drive, and so if you're looking to do that, you may want to contemplate and talk to the JCRA about literally giving the property away with stipulations, right? That there'll like be strong commercial stipulations. That'll give them kind of a startup, kind of reduce their cost of starting up their business to be able to set up something considerably down there. But then maybe there's stipulations about money that comes back to the city over a long period of time, right? To kind of help pay back the taxpayers of Jersey City in that sense. But consider it like a long-term investment in terms of doing something like that.
Okay.
Just a thought to share that.
Affordable commercial.
Essentially, yeah, making it affordable commercial for something like that.
MLK and you do Orion Avenue because of that. Like that's one of the things that I've been trying to, I was talking about with the police headquarters or the public safety building, is hopefully we get businesses to want to open up there with having, city employees there.
How big is this property?
Say it again?
How big is the property?
It's 50 by 100, so it fronts on Orion
It's not
and
that
it fronts on, I mean, we
developer got
probably
to
get
do
three
it. You
commercial
gotta make
spaces,
something out of
two on
it.
the,
That's why it's hard.
two on the front, one on the side.
What is happening with the other lot next to it, where I guess the foundation and the whole?
Oh, it's next to Pioneer? JCRA owns it, they've been trying to find a developer for it.
Yeah, they said they've been trying.
The finances are tough in that
Yeah,
area.
the finances
It is.
are hard.
It's
Because
tough in
they
that
only
area.
can build, I think, 3 stories there. And so people are saying,
They won't do it.
yeah.
It's not working.
I
That's what
talked to
that.
JCR a few times about that.
Yeah.
And people are really saying they almost trying to give that away.
I'll take it.
Or maybe.
You want it? Come on. Me and you.
Yeah.
KFC.
So, business administrator,
Yeah.
the ordinance 1907 on Peter Baker.
Yes.
Okay,
What's that?
just,
Same one.
Yeah, 4.7, the same one, but I'd like to add one paragraph regarding for 174 Newark Avenue. The 174 Newark Avenue current is a municipal parking lot, so any development future based on a plan by JCRA must provide equal or same amount of municipal parking lot by municipal rate parking space. Other than that, it's going to happen exactly like a David Downey play with the city council. We don't want things happening. All right? That's the condition. Like a district, we're going to give the land, but you got to must have to any project come up, provide 26 commercial, not commercial, residential, not the residential, the municipal parking rate space.
Can we,
Feasibility of that.
Okay? So Wednesday we can see, so we can. It's not the whole, that the.
These are second readings, remember?
Right, he
Well,
said.
the feasibility is second reading, so.
Where? Yeah, but from the,
so we anticipate a change in the zoning for 174 Newark?
I mean, there's no zoning.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a redevelopment plan, and they have nothing's been negotiated yet.
What's the timetable on that?
I have no incentive.
Yeah, it's the planning's working on something, so.
so James, you're going to review the plan, right?
Yeah, I mean,
We're going to make sure.
But they can't build anything unless a redevelopment plan
Right.
is passed.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like a redevelopment before, there's no existing zoning that they're based off.
But I mean, if the city council put just some condition at this.
Couldn't they,
In the redevelopment plan, you could do that, yeah. That's an easier way to do it, probably.
Okay, you do that?
but they could build something with the current zoning?
Well, that's a more legal question because it used to be neighborhood commercial and then they changed it and put it in redevelopment. So it has now been approved for redevelopment but without an existing plan.
Yeah.
So I don't really know if you could build a neighborhood commercial at that stage. But the thing is, if they were to do that, they would be eliminating the parking. And if they're eliminating parking, it'd be
I'm trying to make.
which was Iraq.
Be gentrification of the park.
Listen, I tried to make James always a hero in the downtown. You have to put in that affordable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, my understanding is we put in the redevelopment plan
Right,
because
he has-
there's no existing plan that they can build off of. But
So what do we have to do? So then before we transfer land, we better city council, because it's not the plan, we should put in that as a condition of the transfer land to JCRA. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, do
We
the
gotta do that.
redevelopment plan, that's what it says.
Doing a
James said we
redevelopment
have to create a redevelopment.
But their plan come with an existing.
Okay,
Right now,
we're moving on, we're moving on. Everyone.
It'd be 1 o'clock in the morning if we started at 5:30.
Then we don't need any planning.
All right.
Because it's like a huge restrict.
Can we get to resolutions, please? We did quite a few of them.
James, I'll get a name from planning on that.
No. We,
Resolutions, council members. 10-1 through 3 authorize us to refund payments due to overpayment on tax accounts.
Until we pass a redevelopment plan.
Excuse me, 1 and 2 do. 3 authorizes the replacement of the lost third-party tax sale certificate sold to Seaford Capital Corp. 4 is authorizing refunds due to New Jersey tax court tax appeals on various property tax accounts. We did 5. 6 and 7 are related. We're adopting and accepting the budget and assessment role of the West Side Avenue Special Improvement District. Numbers 8 through 21.
hold on a minute, that's Robert. I think I hear some unclear matters there.
Still on.
I want to just make sure because Councilman James Solomon said the current redevelopment plan doesn't require to
I'm going to get clarification on this from planning.
So before we transfer land, it's still our land. You know, I don't care what kind of plans they have, or what kind of redevelopment plan they have, nothing to do with us because still land is our land. So before we transfer, Peter, if I'm wrong, correct me, before I transfer our land to the JCRA, we put in condition for the land. Restrict, deed restrict. You're gonna do it, fine, we're gonna transfer.
I'm going to get clarification from planning on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because nothing to planning, actually, we make law. It is ordinance. We just put in the condition. Yes, you can have a JCRA, you can have land.
But if this requires a redevelopment plan for any approvals and there is no redevelopment plan, that's the question.
No.
So it would be easier to put all this in a redevelopment plan and say the parking needs and.
Yeah, the plan is a plan, but this is, we create the law, we just bring that, this is land,
Okay.
redistribution, this is what it is, I mean, that's the way it's supposed to do.
Okay, all right, so we'll look into that.
We'll look at the feasibility. I don't want to sit here and say yes or no, we absolutely can or cannot do that. I just want to, we'll look at the issue.
I mean, can I have an answer from you tomorrow?
We can try our hardest, yes.
It's in transition right now, and it's not something we've seen before, so you have to look into it, because you are in transition, there's been something done, even though there's not a redevelopment plan, it might be a contractual obligation, there's other things
No,
going on,
no.
you can't just say,
No.
look at everything at one time.
No, that's not
It's
true.
gonna take research, it is true.
No, let me put it this
So
way.
what we have to do
No,
is true.
we at the city council, tomorrow at the council meeting, you as voluntary withdraw, or we as a
I'm not
defer,
withdrawing mine.
or
I'm
we
not-
can
I'm not
vote down.
These guys been waiting
We'll
for
have
a
more info by
while.
Wednesday.
I'm not withdrawing.
I don't care
Can we go
how
on?
to do.
We have to get on with the rest of this
Yeah.
business.
Yeah.
It's after
Let's keep
6.
moving on, let's keep moving on.
No,
It's after
no.
6.
No, hold on a minute.
Yeah, we're gonna get more info. There's nothing else to talk about right now.
Okay.
It's really not.
I think you will.
Let's go.
All right, through 21 are all honorary resolutions to deserving individuals and organizations. 22 is authorizing the execution of a mortgage subordination for 335 Jewett Avenue. 23 and 24 authorize license agreements, one with Union Paving and Construction Corporation, and the other for Montana Construction Corporation for purpose of storing construction material and equipment. And the other is for construction staging. 25 is extending the time frame for the ad hoc committee to investigate and report on the effectiveness of Chapter 260 of the Jersey City Municipal Code rent control and proposed amendments to Chapter 260.
Robert, can I just pause a quick second? You know, we had passed this original ad hoc committee a few months ago with budget stuff, just didn't have the capacity to move it forward. But Councilwoman Waterman and I met briefly to try to come up with a schedule that we'll share with the committee members, with the goal being, you know, this is through December 31st, so the goal being that the committee would meet through the rest of the year and ideally come up with legislation on this issue.
Okay, 26 through 29 on that page, we're done. As we're 30 through 32. 33 is authorizing the payment of a claim submitted by Overlook LLC for the City of Jersey City's use of a parking lot at 32 Oakland Avenue.
Okay, 1023. 1023?
23 or
23.
33?
Yes, let me ask you, sir. Union Paving Construction Company is a non-profit organization?
I apologize, I should have asked Joe Cunha to speak about this when he was here, but this is a private company doing construction work for, I forget the project, this is an MUA
Jersey
project.
Avenue Bridge, I think?
Yeah. This is just allowing them to temporarily use city property to stage equipment.
How long?
As long as the project takes, it's, I forget how long it's gonna take.
Then they should pay for the fee, rental fee.
I mean, it's part of doing our project.
And they'll make us pay that fee, in their fee.
Yeah.
It's our-
So, right, like, we would be charging ourselves, yeah.
All right, thank you. 34, authorizing the amendment of a solar power purchase agreement with Onyx Development Group for a solar energy system at 1315 Linden Avenue East, DPW.
So they're gonna charge for us more? They're gonna increase 0.0004 cents per kilowatt. That means if the amount of the power they're gonna produce around $30,000-$40,000 different. So in other words, what is that means? Can you explain a little more?
Hold on, just gotta jog my memory.
34.
No, around they're gonna be charged to us for $50,000 to $60,000 a year more. So
Let me get back to you on this one.
you're gonna do that?
Yeah,
For next
I'll-
Wednesday? Okay, good.
I'll follow up.
Yeah.
35 is authorizing the Fifth Amendment to the cooperation agreement with the JCRA to provide an additional $500,000 for the construction of the skate park at Berry Lane
Can I ask a few questions about this?
Park.
Questions? Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, my first question is just, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is coming from the Open Space Trust Fund, and I just was wondering,
This is the county.
county open space.
yeah,
Oh, there
not
you go.
city.
Right. This is just sort of like shifting funding sources around a little bit to cover this gap here.
So I guess Brian, can you explain that? So this was, because I thought we said that we could do applications to the Caucus County Open Space Trust Fund, or did I?
Is this reprogramming some money from the grant?
Did I miss it? I mean, possibly we didn't. I'm just making a mistake here. But
Let me get back to you on this one too.
it says we've been awarded AS500,000 from the Hudson County Open Space Trust Fund.
36 we did. 37 is ratifying the submission of a grant application to the DOT for the 2020 Bikeways program. 38, I'm sorry, we did it. Forgot to write my little dots. The whole next page, 40 through 48, have dots in it, so then we've done them. We started 53, authorizing the settlement of the lawsuit Galilee Samuel by her father and guardian Stephen Samuel.
Can I ask you a quick
via
question?
the city of Jersey City.
Yeah, so I read the memo you guys produced, it was confidential, but can we confirm that the underlying issue has been resolved in the park? I know it's a few years back, but I just wanted to confirm that whatever the issue was has been taken care of.
I believe it has, I will confirm with DPW.
If you could just do that before we.
Or,
I mean,
I believe it's DPW.
I would assume it would be, Sammy and Parks, but I don't know. It sounds like it was a 2016 incident, so it's a few years back, but I just want to make sure.
54, the settlement of the action entitled Adnan Hyder versus the City of Jersey City. 55, ratifying the award of professional services agreement with J. Mervyn Lloyd, MD, to conduct an independent medical exam and court testimony on behalf of the City of Jersey City in the matter of Mary Washington via the City of Jersey City. 56 is ratifying and renewing a professional services agreement with the law offices of Adams, Gutierrez, and Latibouder to act as third-party hearing officers in various disciplinary actions. 57, an agreement with the law firm of Whipple Azzarello LLC to represent Mayor Stephen Fulop in the matter of One Journal Square Partners Urban Renewal. Sounds like an echo of this morning.
Okay, hold on a minute, just one more item. Which one is that about the clean community grant?
It's number 60, we're not there yet.
Not there yet, right? 60, okay, yeah.
58, renewing a professional services agreement with Light De Palma Greenberg to represent the City of Jersey City in the matter of One Journal Square. Partners Urban Renewal Company et al. Versus the City of Jersey City et al. 59, celebrating St. Anthony of Padua Roman Catholic Church on occasion of its 135th anniversary. 60 is yours, Councilman Young, approving the budget for the Jersey City Clean Community Grant Fund.
Okay, so I'd like to share with that to my colleague. That's 1060. If you see the last page, they actually give to us how they're going to spend $400,000. So if we see that everybody, they have the duplicated spending come up, like the Great Jersey City cleanup, community cleanup supplies, bags, gloves, so and the same kind of item we put in cleaning supply. So there are a lot of duplication. So I like to adjust some numbers to try to increase that seasonal employee for DNI, which is NID. So we have actually manpower keep go out street clean. So we put in the what are they called, $15,000 of Great Jersey City cleanup. If we see that they remove the bumper sticker, postcard, which is duplicated as a cleaning supply, and then we instead of 15,000 down to 10,000.
I'm going to echo one of Peter's requests from earlier. Can you put this in writing so we can just confirm it? Yeah, can I just make a copy of that?
Yes.
Just because it's a grant, there are certain terms of what we can use things for. I just want to make sure that we can do
But
this.
whichever look at it, they have a lot of duplicate. Trash bags, trash bag.
Yeah, no, understood.
Global sticker. So
61.
We'd also like to compare that with what we spend year over year on the Great Jersey City cleanup, because that's...
Yeah.
61, authorizing yet another closed session prior to our next caucus at 4:30 p.m. on Monday, September 9th. We did 62, 63, resolution eulogizing Janet L. Joyner. She started with the city in 1972, retired last July 1st, and was laid to rest last Thursday, worked in the clerk's office for over 40 years. May she rest in peace. 64 is our first chapter 159, or shift of money since we've adopted our budget. 65 we did earlier, Sports Pro USA. 66 is an affordable housing trust fund with Booker T Apartments at 62 Fremont Street. And we talked about Unilever with...
Hold on, question from Councilman Solomon.
Yeah, I just on the, I guess on this one question is just if this could be, sorry, Brian, interrupt me for a second. So on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, can we get like a sort of an accounting of that account, basically? So how much is in the account in 18 and 19, what the spends have been? I think that this gives a little more context. And like, I guess also what are the other proposals that are coming into it?
So
Bless you. So, you know, is this a good use of the money or not? Part depends on what else they have, what other, applications they've got. Okay.
So there's a couple of council members who sit on that committee, right?
Got it. For the Affordable Housing Trust Fund?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes.
How do you guys approve this?
Yeah,
Okay.
we had a meeting with that, yeah.
Okay, great. I just love to get the full budget, but
Yeah,
yeah.
you could.
Okay, we are good, we've spoken about everything. Can we make a motion to adjourn at 6:11 by Councilperson Prinzary?
Busy trying to answer the email.
Who made the second? I'll give it to you, Councilperson Robinson. Everyone present at the end, excepting Councilperson Baggiano